game. That is perfect Paisanos weather. Yeah, it's JP Finlay here. And my friends at Paisanos just dropped their homemade cheesy breadsticks. I tried them Wednesday night. They are phenomenal. Golden edges, soft center, layers of melted cheese in every slice. Finished with great little seasoning on there, and they serve them with a warm side of marinara. They are fantastic. They're also not frozen. They make them fresh every day with real cheese. Trust me, they are ridiculous. For a limited time, grab an order for just $9.99 a la carte or snag them for free with any order of $35 or more when you use the promo code CHEESY. That's promo code CHEESY. And for fan listeners, don't forget, use the promo code FAN30 and score 30% off any order of $30 or more. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads, whatever you're craving, Paisanos has you covered. So here's the game plan. Start with the 30% savings using FAN30 and add the new breadsticks with code CHEESY and call it an easy January win, which around here, they can be tough to come by. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
Listen to Grant and Danny all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals versus Montreal, Tuesday, January 13th at Capital One Arena. All fans in attendance will receive a Dylan Strome bobblehead honoring one of your favorite Capitals on the ice.
When an injury occurs, turn to the sports medicine team of experts at CAO. We're here for the weekend warriors, here for those at the top of their game, here for the outdoor adventures, here for the athlete in all of us. We're CAO, the Centers for Advanced Orthopedics. More physicians, more locations, more advanced care, always centered around one thing, you. Go to CFAortho.com to find a convenient location near you.
BMitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car to
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $2,000 $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Windows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The thrilling run continues from Miami. They beat Ole Miss 31-27 on a 3-yard run by quarterback Carson Beck in the final moments. Mark Fletcher Jr. ran for 133 yards. Hurricanes coach Mario Cristobal credit Beck.
That's a perfect example of a guy who he feels supported, he's hungry, he's driven, he's a great human being. Love the guy, absolutely awesome.
Quarterback Damon Williams Jr. is going to return to Garcia Jr. This January, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
Look at B dropping Night at the Roxbury knowledge.
I better not shake my head too much. I might get dizzy over here, dog.
Don't get dizzy, B. For the record, I found the other part of the ball mark.
Yes, you did. I
off.
appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, you're welcome. I really hope Haynes ain't closing. I hope Langston ain't closing. I hope Rock Creek ain't closing. I hope cooler minds can prevail. But I did get this fresh Haynes quarter zip while I was there.
Yeah.
I went in. I did my part. I went in, spent almost $100. I got a grilled cheese, a quarter zip, and 2 ball marks.
There you go, Jay.
I wanted to get a beer, but I didn't.
That's the opening play. So we get another good day. We need to go over and play again.
We should.
We get Landfill out with us.
If it's open.
It's going to be open for a minute. I don't think anything is happening quickly. Based off of stuff I've seen and heard, ain't nothing happening.
The problem with all of this is that nothing has happened quickly.
I'm saying. But I'm just thinking we go over, get a play, and we don't have AJ with us, so Ahmed won't die. When did AJ?
Cody.
Cody almost killed Ahmed.
AJ was when he tried to tee it up in the woods.
AJ was teeing up in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah.
Hey, how your lie so good? Oh, I put it on the tee. You don't know
when
you
he
can't.
hit Mitch, and Mitch just luckily knocked it down. Ball was going right at his head.
We've had some times with this show, bro.
Oh, have we ever? All right. You're listening to BMitch Finlay. We appreciate you listening.
Merci.
Appreciate you watching on Monumental Sports Network or hanging out on
mon amis.
the YouTube chat. Let's get up to speed on the Commanders coordinators situation. Shout out to Hogs Haven. They're doing a hell of a job of kind of tracking every little update, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, the news came that the Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel, right? And whatever gets said down there, the only reason they fired Mike McDaniel is because John Harbaugh became available. looking at only offshore books give these kind of odds. Although I don't know what's happening in the online betting space because like these predictive markets like Polymarket and the other one's called like Kaishi or something are now becoming legal and like FanDuel might be merging with them. So who knows what the hell?
It's a lot of stuff going on, bro. And they bet on everything.
There's money.
Listen, bro. Hey, we have a bet that JP won't be on time tomorrow.
I mean, for me, you probably get a little bit of plus money, like plus 125. White Brian to not be on time is minus 180. But betonline.ag, so I guess that's like Antigua or something, has odds on John Harbaugh's next job. Dolphins are minus 175. Giants are plus 175. I don't know if you noticed this last night. They had Jackson Dart was on the sideline for Ole Miss. You know how these internet streets are.
Did he get a concussion?
I don't believe so. He was wearing some big ass glasses though. Maybe that's stylistic. Dart, you could clearly see the cameras caught him saying, "Yeah, the next coach is either going to be Harbaugh or Stefanski," which I believe for the Giants. BetOnline has Harbaugh taking over the Dolphins' job at minus 175, taking over the Giants' job at plus 175. Which of those two jobs do you think is better?
Miami.
Why? I don't think you have a quarterback.
I just think the thing about Miami, he has a relationship with that owner already. He won't have all of the stress of the New York media, because John Harbaugh going there, normally you have to compete against the coach who just left. John Harbaugh's going there, they're going to expect a lot. You know what I mean? They're going to expect a lot. And they have way more scrutiny than Miami does. And I believe he can go into Miami and make a change, make it quicker. They got talent down there. They got some talent on that offense.
The Dolphins, this happened in the last 15, 20 minutes, breaking news here. The Dolphins have hired Packers Vice President of Player Personnel, John Eric Sullivan, as their new general manager. I have no idea John Eric Sullivan's background. I don't know what that would mean for a John Harbaugh hire. I think if you're John Harbaugh and you kind of get to call your shot here, you kind of get the pick. Like, you can have the GM, and that's cool, but, like, I'm kind of in charge here, dude. This new John Eric Sullivan is now GM of the Niners. Guess where he's from, B?
Right.
It appears Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Oh.
He went to Catholic high school in Baton Rouge.
Catholic High. Warwick Dunn.
That's crazy you said that. Apparently, I guess this dude was a receiver and Warwick Dunn was the quarterback.
Yep.
Now, my only curiosity here is are there any ties to Baltimore? And it doesn't look like it. It looks like this dude has been with the Packers forever. Training camp intern in 2003. He then just became what looks like a QC, football operations department employee was his title from 2004 to 2004. Takes the Dolphins job. Do you also?
I think so. I think when you start looking at that with the relationship with the owner of the team and that family and the Harbaugh family, I think that will be something that probably will happen.
So where does that leave Washington? I think, hell, we opened the phone lines yesterday. I've never heard such uniformity amongst this fan base. Everybody wants McDaniel. What we have learned, and this was reported last night, the command, I believe Schefter reported that they completed an interview with Dallas Cowboys tight end coach Lunda Wells. I hope I'm saying that right. Lunda.
Lunda. Yeah. L. Wells.
L. Wells. Tight ends coach Wells. Dan Quinn and Wells obviously coached together in Dallas for 3 seasons. There is apparently Wells is well thought of and is a guy that, Washington wanted to at least have a conversation with about the offense coordinator job. Now, one thing that sucks, and I don't know the answer here, right, is So Washington interviews Lunda Wells last night. Schefter reported the interview was done and happened. Lunda Wells is a African-American man. Now, he's a tight ends coach, and it's a dude that not a lot of people have heard of. So there's just like immediate, like, oh, man, that's just Rooney Rule. What if it's not? What if, we're talking about David Blau as a possibility. Like, what if Dan Quinn knows this dude Wells and is like, I at least want to talk to him?
Yeah. I see where he's at now. Because maybe they thought he was a guy, just like we look at Blau and think, well, this could be one of the next guys. They could have thought that about him. You never know.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, to me, interviewing a young position coach that is not top of mind, that is not like a household name among hardcore NFL fans, I think that's actually the intention of the rule, is to get new names elevated.
In the circulation.
And then he goes through that experience of like, okay, this is what it's like. I got to have my plan together. I got to tell him how I would run things. Like, whether Wells gets the job or not, I think that's actually that rule being implemented in the correct mold of what it was of what it's intended to be. I don't know if you agree, but the idea is it's not just white dudes that get interviews. It's everybody, because football includes everybody. So whatever happened there, I'm not going to pretend to know a ton about Lunda Wells. I mean, I could reach out to some folks in Dallas to try to get a better idea. But I don't hate what happened there. I think that's actually the intentionality of what the Rooney Rule is supposed to present, if it even is that. And I think perhaps it's a little unfair to just make that automatic assumption that that's what it was. And guess where Lunda Wells is from, Brian?
Where?
Baton Rouge.
Damn, Baton Rouge on fire today.
He played at Southern. Didn't Monica go to Southern? Yeah. He was a guard at Southern. I also, if you listen to tight ends will tell you it's the hardest position in football, because there's no other job where you're asked to both block consistently, run routes, be a part of the offense. You have to do more things, right? Now, my guess is most football players will tell you their position's the hardest in football, but tight ends at least have an argument. And I think you see a lot of guys come up the tight end coach path that turn into something. Dan Campbell was a tight ends coach. Sean McVay was a tight ends coach. It's an interesting spot because you have to blend the run game and the pass game more so than probably any other position to be a position coach. I don't know that Lunda Wells is really going to get that job, but it's at least interesting. They're at least starting the process.
Yep.
The other thing that's interesting, and this wasn't specific to Washington, but Jeff Ulbrich has been a name tossed around with the Commanders' defensive coordinator position. Ulbrich and Dan Quinn go way back. Ulbrich, I think, did a good job with Atlanta this year as the defensive coordinator there. They did a really good job of rushing the passer. I would add that they also added a bunch of talent. They drafted 2 pass rushers in the first round. No. Now, a team does not have to let a guy go interview if it's a lateral move.
Yeah.
Now, could they inflate it and give him an assistant head coach title or something?
Yeah, if they give him that, then he can roll.
Atlanta claims, so Ulbrich's under contract, and they're not letting him interview until they at least know what they're doing at head coach. Because what if their head coach wants to keep Ulbrich as the DC?
Or what if Ulbrich is their head coach?
Interesting times. So the assumption that Ulbrich, the assumption on the defensive side of the ball is Ulbrich and Raheem Morris are kind of the leaders in the clubhouse. We know that Washington has already interviewed Patrick, they've requested an interview anyway, with Patrick Graham from the Raiders.
Yeah.
People can be dismissive because the Raiders were terrible. The way that dude coached the Giants when the Giants were terrible, he could coach. And did we ever confirm? I believe Patrick Graham's a Yaley. I think he's a pretty smart dude. And if you want to go one step further, let me first confirm he's a Yale guy. Yale University. You know who else went to Yale University? One, our friend Jay Blunt up in New York. But that's not who I'm talking about. I'll tell you who else went to Yale University that could be kind of interesting as this thing all ties together. Shout out to Yale. Nobody go anywhere.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards. And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough every day.
I'm definitely excited about it.
We are football. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders for over 20 years. All managers are OSHA certified, guaranteeing safety at every step. They understand the demanding schedules of production home builders and are committed to meeting deadlines without sacrificing quality or safety. Experience excellence at every detail with Ace Trim Carpentry. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year, or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Winter is heating up at D.C. The Capitals are home January 13th, 15th, and 17th at Capital One Arena. Feel the hits, hear the roar, and be there for every heart-pounding moment as the Caps defend home ice. Grab your tickets now and make it a night out with the Capitals. Visit washcaps.com/tickets to secure your.
Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
What's up? This is Terry McLaurin. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay on 106.7 The Fan. Yes, sir.
I feel so close to you right now. It's a force field. I wear my heart up on my sleeve like a big deal. Your love pours down on me, surround me like a waterfall. And there's no stopping us right now. I feel
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. We're running through Commanders coordinator search. And the two dudes we know they've requested or have interviewed, Patrick Graham and Lunda Wells. Not familiar with Lunda Wells, Cowboys tight ends coach. Schefter says completed the interview last night. Graham I find more interesting because White Bryant...
He's called it.
Yeah. White Bryant's a Giant fan. And I've covered every Washington versus the Giants game for the last, decade plus. Like I've seen the Giants up close a lot. And I thought he was really good when he was running the Giants. White Bryant, what did you say of Patrick Graham's 2 years running that Giants defense?
He's probably the best coach they've had in the last 5 years.
Wow.
He's good, dude. Now, the Vegas thing was a mess, but I kind of put that on Vegas more than I do him. And Patrick Graham went to Yale.
Okay.
Patrick Graham's 46 years old.
About your age.
You know, he's older.
About 1 year.
For the record. 2.
You about to be 45, dog.
Not till September. I'm not about to be 45.
Hey, you about to be 45. You're not about to be 44.
Then you're about to be 60.
I'm about to be 57. 8.
You know who else went to Yale? Mike McDaniel. And I don't know much about Yale football.
But they probably know how to go hand in hand, work with each other, offense, defense.
Now, Mike McDaniel's a little younger. Mike McDaniel's 42. But my rough math suggests McDaniel could have been a freshman when Graham was a senior.
Yeah.
And if you play football at Yale and then you make it to the NFL,
kind of smart.
That's probably not the biggest circle. Yeah. It's not like, we both played.
You know each other.
We both played at Bama, and there's 50 of us. Like, there's probably not that many Yaleys rolling around.
Yeah.
Calvin Hill, Mike McDaniel, Patrick Graham. There's my Yale. There's another dude on that was on the Dolphins coaching staff that was a Yale guy too. But I don't know that there's anything to that, but I find it a little bit interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with Mike McDaniel. It was reported that Detroit's going to be interested in him. Of course, Detroit is. You wonder what he's interested in. I've asked my contacts at these offshore books if they're going to provide odds on coordinator hires. I don't know that they will. But B, we were talking about this. Like, Yale is, I don't know the college rankings, right? Like, where do we think Yale ranks?
In football?
No. Like universities.
Top universities? Probably top 10.
3? Like 2?
It's up there because some of those other ones don't have the bigger names. They normally have their little. But
usually it's like Harvard, MIT, Stanford, Yale, Princeton.
You got Colgate up there.
Shout out to Colgate.
So I would go top 10. Top 10 is not bad with all the damn colleges you have out there.
Okay, all right, so I pulled up U.S. News and World Report best national university rankings. Princeton 1, MIT 2, Harvard 3, Stanford 4, Yale 5.
All right.
Now, I am sure they have some different rules to get football players in.
Now,
you still got to be damn smart.
You normally don't get a football scholarship when you go to those schools. You get an academic scholarship, and if you are a football player, you get a little bit more help.
Right.
Because that's like being in the Ivy League, basically. My godson went to Penn. He didn't have a football scholarship. He had an academic scholarship, but then you get extra help when you are a football player because they know if you're coming in there and you're that smart and you play ball, you can help them out. So they help you out.
Ryan Keel's sons are both Penn guys. I think one graduated, the other's going to start this fall. Like, they're lacrosse players, and I'm sure that's a big part of it, but you got to be smart. You can't be a dummy and go to Yale, period. So, I don't know. I'm not as dismissive of the Patrick Graham stuff as others. I think that dude can coach defense. And I then find it interesting that you got two Yaleys floating around.
Yeah.
Now, who knows if McDaniel interviews here? Like we're all jumping to conclusions on something that is going to go slower than people expect. Interesting nonetheless, I would say. There are other hot names. Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter is going to get a bunch of head coaching jobs. The Rams defensive coordinator Shula is going to get some head coaching interviews. I don't know what Washington's going to do, but there's a lot of interesting names. It's also, what's your level of interest in what happens with Cliff?
Not much. I mean, let's be real. Like, we had this conversation yesterday with CK. He was going to either be gone one way or the other. Or they're going to get a head coaching job, or if something didn't go right, then they could go the other direction. So you suspect he's going to get a head coaching job. And I would say this, it needs to be this year. Because if he doesn't get one this year, then people start looking other places. And then maybe the people hiring start to believe the things they've been hearing out there in the rumors about how people can figure out his offense. You can be a hot commodity and quickly become very, very cold when people don't hit you. If other guys pop up that seem to be just a little bit more interesting, and then you start to fall off that little wave, it can go quickly.
Jeff knows this. If you're a young man and you meet a young lady at the bar, at the club, at church, whatever, and there's a spark, you don't act on the spark, somebody else does. And then you're just the dude that is over there.
Right. Damn, I missed out.
Right. Like, you wonder if it's, I don't want to say now or never for Cliff, because do you think he would go take another OC job, or do you think he'd take some time?
Possible. I mean, if you take another one and you show some promise with another young quarterback, then maybe somebody say, oh, it's time he get another shot. But if you don't jump on that thing rather quickly, dude, it can go. The thing about the NFL, just like put players, you can play hardball as a player. It's constantly other people coming to take your job.
That's life.
It's only
That's
30.
everything.
It's only 32 positions, and only 5 to 8 of them are open every year or every other year. So you got to get in when you fit in.
Get in where you fit in. Peter Rosenberg joins us next.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In Miami's 31-27 Fiesta Bowl win, overall miss to advance to the national championship game, Hurricanes quarterback Carson Beck completed the biggest babyface turn since Stone Cold Steve Austin at WrestleMania 13. Beck had been labeled by many an Instagram quarterback in his time at Georgia, scored the game-winning touchdown, overwhelmed by emotion, played a good game. I love that story of Carson Beck. I'm Nick Costos.
New year, new look. And the savings are happening now at Regency Furniture. 55% off all furniture plus free delivery. Now's the perfect time to refresh your space and start the year feeling good about your home. And to make it even easier, you can buy now and pay later with 36 months, no interest financing. There's no better way to ring in the new year. 55% off all furniture, free delivery, and 36 months, no interest financing. Shop Regency Furniture today. Affordable never looked so good.
Hi, it's Scotty from Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Urban legend says if you make 3 cocktails with my vodka, I will magically appear and drink them. Try it out. Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka, Maryland made, super smooth, and loved throughout the DMV.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9049. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is your college football postseason update presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. The quarterfinals delivered high drama this past weekend as championship contenders survived bowl game battles to punch their tickets to the semifinals. Razor-thin margins decided who keeps their title hopes alive and who heads home. Now the stakes rise even higher with the semifinals set for this week. Just like the athletes powering through their biggest moments of the year, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door. Ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
They score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Trae Young has wrote about his move to the Washington Wizards from the Atlanta Hawks. He says, "I'm walking into this new next chapter ecstatic, with my head high and my eyes forward. It's time to see what's possible when the support is real and vision is clear. We move." Miami drops Mississippi 31-27 behind Carson Beck's touchdown run. He threw for 268 yards and 2 scores. Is the first title shot for Miami since 2001. Beck on the final drive.
I told him we got 3 minutes for the rest of our life, bro. Nothing else matters. We got 3 minutes to go do this, man. I mean, everything we've worked for since January, everything we've been through, all the adversity that we faced, all comes down to 3 minutes in the semifinals, and shoot, we're able to drive it down and finish it.
The 13-2 Canes take on the winner of Indiana and Oregon. That game is tonight at 7:30. Quarterback Damon Williams Jr. is returning to play for the Washington Huskies. Nationals agree to terms with C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and Jake Irvin. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, the Fan.
It's BMitch and Finlay.
What do you think he'll say?
Let's find out.
Hello, operator. You can watch the show live or on demand on YouTube.
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price. Want a slice, got to roll the dice. That's why all my life, I've been grinding all my life. Look, all my life, been grinding.
BMitch Finlay 1067 The Fan. Shout out to everybody hanging out on the YouTube stream. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network or wherever you're getting the audio, on the Odyssey app, or if you're riding around in your car, listening on the radio, wherever you are, we appreciate you. Just get the content. Joining us now, our friend from New York, Mr. Peter Rosenberg.
Peter, what's up, brother?
Guys, how are you? I come to you today from sunny and 80-degree Orlando, Florida. What's happening?
You like to rub it in, don't you, Peter?
Man. You got
Pete like to rub it in, man.
No, it's a nice one. Today was a good, I'm only here for a day, and I'm working the entire time, but it's still nice to be here for a day.
Yeah, and you're in Florida.
Are you down there for wrestling? What are you down there for?
Yes, I am shooting episodes of the show I do commentary for, WWE Evolve, every Wednesday night, 8 o'clock on Tubi, and we're doing a taping tonight. So, once every month, 6 weeks, I come down here and have an insane day where I do radio shows, call a bunch of matches. It's a lot of Rosenberg talking. But guess what? None of it means as much as talking to you guys.
Well, I appreciate you making time for us. We know you're busy. You got a lot of different stuff. You just launched the new podcast with Laura Stiles, the Ebro Laura Rosenberg show, all the WWE stuff, ESPN New York. You're a busy fella. I did want to ask one wrestling question because I saw this on your social, and I don't know. I legit don't know what the hell's going on here. You have like a contract with WWE. You are a WWE, I don't know, employee or contractor, whatever the term is, but you clearly know the highest levels of WWE.
That's right.
And there was a woman wrestler the other night tried to kick you out of the building. Is that right?
Yeah, this you're talking about the Man, as she's known, Becky Lynch, the women's Intercontinental Champion.
She's known as the Man?
Yeah, her nickname is the Man.
Wow.
She's an all-time great. She's an all-time great. She's also an absolute unhinged lunatic who has been going on a crazed attack against everyone in the wrestling media. And even though I am a colleague of hers at WWE, she does not appreciate the truth that I tell about her tactics, I'll say. And, yeah, she's just been completely unhinged. So the other night at Barclays Center, it was the season premiere of Raw on Netflix, and I'm standing, off by ringside, kind of up near the seats, right at the back of the floor. And during the, commercial break, I guess it was, she had gotten in the ring. She spotted me there. And this maniac just starts pointing and screaming and grabs security, who I'm friendly with, of course, and has them escort me to the back. She's an absolute unhinged lunatic of the highest order.
Wow.
Well, Steve, Peter, you got to start getting some workouts in. She might challenge you one day here, bro. Better be ready.
I don't want that. I don't want any problems with her. She is a decorated champion, and she's great. She's just one of these people where everything that happens, she blames it on the media. No one's ever telling the truth. She blames the ref. She blames the media. She blames everybody. And now apparently
she's basically doing what a woman does, man. Never her fault.
And now she calls me Pipsqueak Peter Rosenberg, which is wrong in my opinion. So yeah, it was an interesting Monday night to say the least.
Hold on, she's married to Seth Rollins?
She's also married to Seth Rollins.
Oh,
By the way, I have
you picking fights, dog.
I didn't do anything. I'm just doing my job.
Oh man, I love it. So she's from Ireland. Is this like? Does she have some Conor McGregor to her? Maybe.
In some ways, in other ways, no. In some ways, yes. I mean, her original nickname was the Irish Lass Kicker. She is very much a proud Irish woman. And yeah, she just has. Listen, she's an incredibly hard worker. Her story of getting here is amazing. She's like a New York Times best-selling author. She's done it all. But, listen, sometimes people live an entire life, and then at a certain point, they just become unhinged.
Yeah.
And that is where she is right now. She's in a very unhinged phase of her life. Somehow they cast her in the new Star Trek movie, which I don't even understand, because she's a complete maniac. But I heard she did a great job, so kudos to her.
Wow. All right, man. Well, good luck with that, dog.
Killer JP say she's unhinged, and he'll kick her ass if she keeps messing with you.
Hey.
Nope. No.
That's how I put that on JP.
Yeah. I'm check, please. I'm out. All right, let's talk one of your other passions, which is the burgundy and gold. Dan Quinn makes a pretty ballsy decision, I think, to fire both Kingsbury. The Joe Witt thing was a no-brainer. That was happening.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what. You already cut him off at the knees by taking away play calling from him. The Kingsbury decision, more interesting, and you can look at it a couple different ways. 6 months ago, Peter, if I asked you, hey, you think Cliff is going to be here next year, you're probably like, probably not. I think he might get a head coaching job. But then the way the season plays out, and for him to be more or less dismissed, hits a little different. Where are you on the coaching changes?
Well, I was looking forward to catching up with you guys this week because obviously I've been so in it here with the Giants debacle that I've been watching this story and wondering whether I was wrong because I felt exactly how you just described. I did not think Cliff Kingsbury was long for Washington, but I assumed it would be when he was offered a head coaching job. So when I found out that they, quote, mutually parted ways, I went, well, that reads weird because he doesn't have an offer out there. And from what I've gauged from the couple of experts I've talked to, is there doesn't seem to be a head coaching market for him right now. So that means they wanted him out, which is just, I just want to know what's going on. Like, what is this just simply they weren't happy with the offense? Because, guys, I can tell you some things I wasn't happy with about Kingsbury's offense in 2025 beyond the fact that there were injuries and issues. But I didn't think he would just be dismissed.
Yeah.
So what is it? Like, what is there a story out there that, like, upper management and ownership is not into Kingsbury?
So I asked Adam Peters. So the first real thing we heard was Rossini from The Athletic reported there was beef between AP and Cliff, right? That came out before the Eagles game. Then they beat the Eagles. They had their season wrap-up presser Monday night, and I asked Adam, hey, man, what's your role in coaching decisions? And AP was like, that's all DQ. I'm just here for support. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I don't necessarily take him at his word there, but I do think with Dan Quinn and subsequent phone calls I've gotten and people I've talked to, I think Quinn and Cliff had run their course. And I think a lot of it was maybe Quinn wants the offense to look different than the way Cliff is going to call it. And the hints I've gotten is that maybe there were conversations throughout the year about running things a little different, and it wasn't very well received. And that's how I think we landed here. I think Cliff, last year, the offense looked great. A lot of that was probably just Jaden being great. This year, I think Cliff did a pretty good job because they were down a lot of important players and they still moved the ball. But I think there's a stylistic thing that DQ wants that he recognized he wasn't going to get from Cliff. And I think DQ has really sped up the clock on his own coaching life cycle here in Washington. Like, you're 2 years in and you've had to fire both your coordinators. If you don't get it right now, it's on you. Yep. It's on you. So I think it's a really fascinating kind of touch point for Washington and for Dan Quinn specifically. And, where they go next, I'm not entirely sure. frankly, I think everybody now wants it to be Mike McDaniel, but he's going to have options too.
Well, yeah, you have to hope. Well, two things. One, I would say you're right about him sort of speeding up his life cycle, as you put it. However, if they don't make a big improvement next year, I would say the seat's going to be hot regardless. Like, if Jaden is back and healthy and looks like a semblance of Jaden Daniels as we expect him to be, and they don't take a big step forward, I think the seat's getting pretty hot for DQ, and I think the memories of, beating Detroit in the playoffs will start to fade to the rear view. The Mike McDaniel thing, I think all we can hope is that all the love and gushing we heard about leading up to that Miami game in Europe translates into, Mike McDaniel has options, but he wants to work with his boy DQ. And I think Mike McDaniel is not particularly appealing as a head coach, yes, but I do agree. I agree with fans who believe he's very appealing as coordinator. However, I saw some folks in the media and online talking about, like, do whatever you have to do, back up the Brinks truck. I mean,
people crazy, man.
Guys, can we not act like a bunch of virgins for once? I mean, act like you've been there. I got to tell you, you're getting a new stadium. You have a tremendous quarterback. There's a lot of upside to this team. We don't need to act like nobody will want to be here. To find a good coordinator and move forward. We can all calm down a bit.
Yeah. I think people just lose their mind sometimes. Like, half the time they don't know who you even discussing, and they just go. But like, I think the whole thing came down to when you look at the way the defense was playing. Like, I know we went through the 40 points that they lost. The team scored 40 points 3 weeks in a row. Nobody ever looks at the offense and how they run. If your defense is not doing well and you're going fast pace and you're going 3 and out and putting them right back on the field, 3 and out, 4 and out, put them back on the field, you're just as much a problem as the defense. And I think a lot of that happened as well. And they had
kind of saw it with Ole Miss.
They had discussions, and probably, like the JP said, probably wasn't well received. And you have to understand, I don't care where you at, what you think you are. If your boss is asking you to adjust some stuff and you don't, you're probably on your way out.
And can we also, I know we should certainly put some of this on Jaden, but I can't be the only fan out there who saw some of the designed runs and different things they did. And this goes back to his rookie year, but certainly this year where he got hurt. And you're just like, what are we doing? Like, I know Jaden's legs are important, and I know him being effective and off-time stuff and getting out of the pocket is always going to be a thing. But we'd be crazy if he obviously needs to take less hits. Obviously. Again, I don't believe he's as fragile as the naysayers now are believing him to be, but we have to protect him, and I don't think that Kingsbury's offense did that all the time.
I think that's a huge part of it. I think you got to wonder, the Jordan Schultz report that came out about front office meddling in player personnel decisions, you got to wonder if the front office, after the Minnesota game, was like, we can't keep Jaden healthy in this offense, and we're shutting him down. And if that was a front office decision,
they did the right thing.
I think the difference between coaches and front office is coach's job is to win the upcoming game, to do everything humanly possible to win the next game on the schedule. Front office has a duty that's different. It's to win the next game, but it's also to be good for the next 5 years. and they have to think differently. And, like, if that is what happened, I'm kind of okay with it.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point, too, because if your version that you just played out is what happened, then that would basically mean that when the Minnesota debacle happened and they decided to shut him down, that probably spelled the end of Kingsbury right then.
You wonder.
We've seen enough.
You wonder. And I don't know how deep into this you are, but a lot was made. Dan Quinn at the Monday wrap-up season wrap-up presser, Dan Quinn was asked about Cliff and gave a complete non-answer. And then I went back and checked the transcripts because I kind of remembered in my head that there were a lot of non-answers down the stretch when Dan Quinn was asked about Cliff. And the week before the Eagles game, it was the same thing. It was just a total non-answer. So you wonder, maybe that was nothing or maybe that was something. And in hindsight, it starts to look like something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and DQ is not a big non-answer guy about the people that he cares about. So, yeah, you could probably read into that. Listen, if something wasn't working this year, several things weren't working, and Kingsbury was never going to be long. I think that had they had a killer year this year, he would have been gone.
Yeah.
It turns out they had a bad year, and he's gone. Either way, he was probably going to be gone.
That point?
Exactly. And I think now DQ is in a position where if things don't go well, I think he's probably gone. And I think General...
It's dog-eat-dog world, guys. We know that.
I think he'd be in that. I think even if Cliff was still here, he'd be in that position.
Yeah,
when you hit year 3, things got to be working.
Agreed. What do you think? There's so as far as who you want to get the job?
I would say yes. I would say yes, only because he's the one who I, know is the most highly regarded. I mean, I'm not an X's and O's guy, and nobody is. Most of the fans, they go for the name that they hear is the sexiest. That name is the sexiest. So, sure. I mean, Dable doesn't get me super excited, I'll be honest. A little too close. The whole, he made Josh Allen thing
is a joke.
Is a joke. We've seen that. Now, Jackson Dart did get worse after Dable was gone. I will say that. He seemed to take a bit of a step backwards. But I wasn't impressed with the offense they put around Jackson Dart. In fact, I think the Giants should be thinking about Cliff Kingsbury, though, except for the part that I said about worrying about putting the guy in harm's way, because if you worry about what Jaden does to put himself in harm's way, Jackson Dart is twice that.
Worse.
So yeah, to answer your question in as long as away as possible, yes, Mike McDaniel seems like the most appealing, but who am I? I don't know X's and O's.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't know how much you paid attention to this. David Blau was an up-and-comer. Like, you talk to people around the league, there's excitement about David Blau. He was the Commander's assistant quarterbacks coach. When Tavita left to get the Stanford job, he got interim quarterbacks coach. Detroit requested permission to interview Blau for their OC job. Rap Sheet just reported moments ago that the Commanders have interviewed Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator Drew Terrell. Drew used to be here. Drew's a good dude. Rap Sheet kind of just slid this in, though, and said the team also interviewed several internal candidates. Now, several internal candidates to me includes Brian Johnson. Includes Anthony Lynn. But I think it also includes David Blau. Where would you land, Peter, if they really rolled the dice on a 30-year-old with no prior play-calling experience, but who has a reputation around the league as a fast-track up-and-comer?
I don't hate it. I mean, listen, we all know, guys, that is who we have seen that before. And listen, they all were in Washington previously, right? All the hotshot young coordinators that became hotshot head coaches were all here under Mike Shanahan. Sometimes that guy, I've heard that about David Blau, so I wouldn't take issue with it. I think rolling the dice on one of these guys who's young and supposedly gets it is potentially appealing. Sometimes I like that more than the idea of oh my God, do whatever you can. I've been having this conversation about the Giants all week because the Giants fans are all like, do anything to get John Harbaugh, whatever he wants, put his face on the helmet. And what I try to tell them is, I'm like, don't you guys realize that one of the cool things about the Giants organization is that you guys aren't a yo-yo joke of an organization? They don't do that. Totally. Y'all don't do that. Don't change your. We've done that. I know that move. I know the give him whatever he wants. So I don't mind. Same thing with the coordinator.
In Ron, we trust.
Dude, we could go back to Spurrier. How many times Schottenheimer? How many times do we see him? You got to get him. You got to get him. You know what I'm saying? So I would like them to just make the right choice.
I think the thing that happens is we saw so many young guys leave here who did not have experience, and then they went somewhere else, and they started to do well. And we go, why did we let them out the building? We didn't want to give them the chance when they didn't have the experience. We better learn that somebody that doesn't have experience can become that guy here instead of letting them go somewhere else and get it. Then we have complained about we let them out the building.
The only hard part about David Blau is that for the listeners of my show and my coworkers will only think about him in one way. A few years ago, when he was a backup, and we didn't have any idea who he was. Right? We got to a point in the year. And we were doing our football segment on a Friday, and my co-host Don was giving his picks, and he was explaining why he was picking against whoever he was playing. He was back for Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess he was playing for Detroit. So Don was explaining why he was picking, Green Bay over Detroit to cover the points. And he's reading it. He goes, and this is him being dead serious. He wasn't making a joke. He's just reading the paper because he doesn't know who he is. He goes, and I'll tell you why I like Green Bay. Do you know who's starting for Detroit? And we're like, no. And he goes, are you familiar with the work of David Blow? And so we only call him David Blow, which there are so many different meanings that you could take from it.
Yeah.
So once I get past laughing every time I see his name, I'm fine with that being an option too. I just want them. I feel like we're teetering. We're really teetering right now to going back to like yesteryear. And again, I believe it's different because I do believe that the witch is dead and we will not go all the way back. But I also have to admit, I don't love the feeling right now generally.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. We got to run, man. Enjoy Orlando and stay away from Becky.
Well said, my friends. Have a great weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
That's our friend Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. Check out his work, ESPN New York, WWE. He's everywhere. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay. We got to do some NFL Wild Card Weekend previewing next.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
BMitch and Finlay here. You've heard us talk about how great Paul Henry has been in both of our homes. Paul built a sunroom for me, dramatically changed my house for the better. Working with Paul and his family and his team at Paul Henry's Window Installation has been a real joy every time I've done it. They get the work done ahead of schedule and under budget. Not a lot of folks you could say that about. If you want to work with Paul right now, all month long, you can get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
We can talk till we blue in the face. I'm going to just tell you like this. If you're looking for windows and doors, reach out to Paul. The guy's going to do a great job. He's going to do everything right the first time, and he's not going to try to overcharge you like most people are going to try and do. We absolutely know that. They walk in your house, they start looking around, they say, oh, I can add this, I can add that. Paul doesn't do that. He comes in and he lets you know what's the amount you can get and tell you, you know what, you don't have to do it in this point. Just like he told JP with this outdoor
windows,
yeah. You don't have to use the top-notch ones here. You can use something else. So he didn't have to pay top dollar. When you have people that are honest and very good at what they do, you want to work with them. So I'm telling you now, call Paul right now. You'll receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him BMitch and Finlay sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is, now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. We are football. Touchdown! Are we good to go? Sports Radio. Go! 106.7 The Fan.
It's Field Trip Friday with Grant and Danny. This Friday, January 9th, they'll be broadcasted live from Pupatello Pizza, 13619 Lee Jackson Memorial Highway, Service Road in Chantilly. Stop by, grab lunch, and get hyped for this weekend's football games. Broadcast begins at 2 p.m.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then
You may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through January 13th. Brighten your winter with sweet, juicy citrus, perfect for snacking, smoothies, or salads. While supplies last, shop in-store or online.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a best man speech, but getting one from some random plus one.
I am honored to be standing here today, also confused and a little hungry. Does anyone want to switch entrees? Pretty sure I checked beef.
You wouldn't settle for just any speech, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Mostly cloudy, temperature in the mid-40s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
The move hasn't been announced yet, but Atlanta Hawks guard Trae Young has wrote about his move to the Washington Wizards, saying, "I'm walking into this next chapter ecstatic." Tonight, the Wizards face off against the Pelicans at 6:45. The live play-by-play on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals are in the Windy City against the Chicago Blackhawks tonight at 7:45 p.m. on The Fan. The Chicago Bulls game yesterday at United Center was postponed because of condensation on the court. Nationals agree to terms with C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and Jake Irvin. Also, Luis Garcia Jr., but not a deal yet for Cade Cavalli. MASNsports.com reporting the signs are just $75,000 apart. Tonight, it's Indiana Hoosiers against the Oregon Ducks for a chance to face Miami in the national championship. Hurricanes beat Ole Miss 31-27. Coach Mario Cristobal at ESPN, the players deserve it.
I want to give a ton of credit to our players. I can't even tell you how many of our guys were sick, had the flu, had issues.
From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
This is Tress Wade. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay on 106.7 The Fan.
BMitch Finlay, 106.7 The Fan. B. It is Super Wild Card Weekend.
Yeah.
You fired up?
I'm ready. Ready.
We got 6 games, dude. 2 Saturday, 3 Sunday, 1 Monday night.
And don't have to work it.
I know. Just get to chill.
Good thing
watch.
about it, yeah.
You can be at home. You're going to go to MGM.
Don't know.
I am guessing I can see you at MGM Saturday night.
Maybe a little earlier. I like the early games.
All right, so the first game, Rams going to Charlotte to take on the Panthers. Rams 12-5, Panthers 8-9.
Panthers beat them first time, right?
They sure did.
Mm-hmm.
Rams are 10.5-point favorites. That makes
a lot in the playoffs.
Dog, that's the largest road favorite in a playoff game since the merger, since at least 1970.
Damn.
When the Rams lost to the Panthers week 13, Stafford's worst game of the year, he had 3 turnovers, 2 picks, and a fumble. This season, Stafford has become the second quarterback in the last 50 years to lead the league in touchdown passes, passing yards, and TD to INT ratio since 2007 Tom Brady.
So this is the question I had. Was the other receiver, was the brother?
Devontae Adams?
Was he in that game?
That may
I know he got hurt around that time.
That might have been when he tweaked his hammy.
Because I just believe if Devontae Adams is healthy and Puka is healthy, it's going to be hell to beat them. Because Puka Nacua...
They run the hell out of the football team.
They run it well. Puka Nacua is a tyrant out on the football field. And Devontae Adams, inside the red zone, he just gets touchdowns. He has 11 of his 15, I think, inside the red zone.
Yeah. I mean, I had Adams in fantasy when he went down, really hurt me. Quickly, because we scream about this in college football, do you think the NFL needs to revamp the playoff structure that the Rams are a road team to a sub-500 team?
Handle your business down the stretch. Don't lose to the teams down the stretch and lose out in division. If they had handled their business like they should have, they'll be having a home game.
Yeah, and if you want to re-rack the NFL playoff system, cool, then you got to get rid of divisions. Like, if you're playing this one subset of teams twice every year, that's got to matter.
Yeah.
So I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
How about this little nugget?
And let's think about it. Every year, you're not going to have 3 people from the same conference. So, I mean, from the same, little group of people. They just happened to, they were on fire this year. The Seahawks, 49ers, and the Rams.
Yep.
You don't normally get that. You know, so when you have all 3 of your teams playing that well, that means the other divisions were down. You're going to have to travel to somebody else. And the only thing about it, if you are the better team, no matter if you're in their damn house or not, beat them.
Here's a crazy stat for you. Talking about Devontae Adams. First player in NFL history to lead the NFL in touchdown receptions with 3 different teams. Did it with the Packers, the Raiders, and now the Rams.
Wow.
I didn't realize he did it with the Raiders in 22. I guess that was Derek Carr throwing the ball.
The dude's good.
When do you think the last time the Panthers won a playoff game is?
Cam was quarterbacking?
That NFC title game that sent them to the Super Bowl where they got thumped by the Broncos. 2015.
Wow, it's been a while.
The last non-NFC South team to make the playoffs despite a losing record.
Who? They are the last one?
No, who was the previous?
Saints?
2020 Washington football team. 7-9.
9 South.
Non-NFC South team.
Yeah, we were 7-9.
We acted like there was going to be a parade.
We heard about that a lot, boy. Ooh, boy.
Saturday night, we're going to Soldier Field. The Green Bay Packers 9-7-1 taking on the 2 seed 11-6 Chicago Bears. Just the 3rd time. That's crazy. Packers and Bears been playing 100 years. It's only the 3rd time they've met in the playoffs.
Normally in the same division. Normally they didn't play each other. They went somewhere else.
The two previous times they played in the playoffs, the 2010 NFC Championship and the 1941 Western Division playoff game at Wrigley Field. Do you remember that one?
No.
Me either.
And if they didn't add the 17, they wouldn't be playing this year, right?
Probably.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Obviously, Chicago makes a living with turnovers. They led the NFL with 33 takeaways, and they had the fewest turnovers. They only turned the ball over 11 times, plus 22.
That's nice.
That's pretty good.
Nice, yeah.
Can you count on that?
Hell,
You can't count on that year to year.
You can't count year to year, but if you have been a team who's protected the football, but who's taken it away, you have something going. So you can count on that going forward now, but you have to be leery of the fact that you have one of those. This is the playoffs now. Everything goes, and you got to be damn near perfect. You don't want to have that bad day on that your first time in the playoffs.
Well, that game against Detroit, they didn't get any turnovers. They couldn't generate any offense.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears led the NFL with 6 fourth-quarter comebacks. 6 wins trailing in the final 2 minutes of regulation.
Sound like what?
2 years ago for the Skins.
Exactly.
However, the Packers are only the 4th team in NFL history to enter the playoffs riding a 4-game losing streak.
That's not how you want to go into the playoffs losing.
The last 2 teams, the Steelers in 24 were riding a 4-game losing streak, lost the first round of the playoffs. The Packers have not lost back-to-back games against Chicago since 2007. Jordan Love fully cleared, out of concussion protocol, full participant in practice.
Totally new coaches, new styles now. We could throw that 2007 out the window.
Jordan Love last year in the playoffs, no TDs, 3 picks.
But then 2 years ago, he went out there and made Dallas look like...
They dropped 50 on him, didn't they? Sunday, 1 o'clock, Duval. Bills, 12-5, taking on the Jags, 13-4. This game features 2 quarterbacks that ranked top 3 in total touchdowns between Josh Allen, who had 39, and Trevor Lawrence, who had 38. Jags looking for their first.
I think the pressure's on the Bills.
Big time.
Heavily on the Bills. But then look at Jacksonville. You're getting into the playoffs this year. You playing a playoff game at home. You're not used to doing that. That's going to be tough for them, too.
A lot of people knock Josh Allen for not getting to a Super Bowl. He's been in the AFC title game, I think, twice. In Wild Card Weekend, however, Josh Allen is 5-1 with a career 15 touchdowns to just 2 interceptions.
Yeah. But that team right now is too dependent on Josh Allen. Jacksonville defense isn't horrible, okay? They can play. So Josh Allen better find some road dogs in this game because we saw Jacksonville go all the way over to Denver, and Denver's defense is good, and they cooked them.
Do you know the last time the Bills won a road playoff game?
When was this? Don't tell me 91.
No. 92. The last
92 was the playoffs at that time, yeah.
But that was when they went and got stomped by the Cowboys. The last road playoff win, if I'm reading this right, it was Jim Kelly beating Dan Marino in Miami.
And what was the date on that game?
January of 93, probably.
Oh, okay.
4:30. San Francisco 49ers 12-5, traveling to Philadelphia to play the 3-seed Eagles 11-6. This matchup has represented the NFC in the last 3 Super Bowls. Philly, Niners, Philly. Rematch of the 22 NFC Championship game, which the Eagles won 31-7. If you remember that game, I remember I was at the St. Regis in Deer Valley watching it, and the Niners, all their quarterbacks went down. Josh Johnson was in that game and went down.
Josh Johnson been around. Boy.
They ended up having Christian McCaffrey playing quarterback. Lot of questions about Jalen Hurts, right? Mm-hmm. About this Philly offense. In 5 home playoff games, Jalen Hurts has 11 total touchdowns. You want to guess how many turnovers?
If home games?
Home playoff games.
8.
0.
0?
11 TDs to 0 turnovers in 5 home playoff games for Jalen Hurts.
It might be a problem for the 49ers. 49ers, now, the Eagles' offense has not been what we thought they were this year. But 49ers give up points, bro.
That defense is not good.
They're porous. And I think if the Eagles find a way, this could be the game where they show it, or the 49ers can make it into one of those where you got to just run. And the thing what I like about Purdy, he's not nobody that's going to scare you, but the dude can use his legs. And if you watch Eagles games, there are times when they give you creases. I think he could take them.
We got 2 more games to preview here, but I got a stat. You want a Kyle Shanahan stat? This is the 5th time the Niners have made the playoffs under Kyle Shanahan. In each of the previous 4 instances, they made it to at least the NFC Championship game. That's winning.
Yeah, because he won the 2 Super Bowls.
That's winning ball.
He went
January,
to 2 Super Bowls.
And then lost an NFC title game.
Yeah.
Just saying. That should be a headbanger right there in Philadelphia.
The Eagles better be worried. And then I will say this, 49ers better be worried, because you know who's going to know that? Their fans. And the batteries might be offline.
2 more games to preview. Nobody go anywhere. It's BMitch Finlay.
BMitch Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan. Drive home with Grant and Danny.
Welcome onto the show, our good buddy, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
What's going on? Good, how you doing? Someone say they heard my voice, and I called up to the bank, and I was like, I know your voice from the Grant and Danny radio show. That was pretty cool. They said, hold on, is this Bill?
They just heard your voice and picked it up from listening to the show. Voice. That's pretty incredible.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
New year, new look. And the savings are happening now at Regency Furniture. 55% off all furniture plus free delivery. Now's the perfect time to refresh your space and start the year feeling good about your home. And to make it even easier, you can buy now and pay later with 36 months, no interest financing. There's no better way to ring in the new year. 55% off all furniture, free delivery, and 36 months, no interest financing. Shop Regency Furniture today. Affordable never looked so good.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, EB here. Are you thinking about selling your home? Then call the only team I would trust to sell my home. That's Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. You will absolutely love working with Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. Their results are incredible. They sold over 790 homes this past year, and they're once again ranked #1 for families served in the D.C. area by the Wall Street Journal. Call Debbie and Sarah now. They'll sit down and show you exactly how they get homes sold for top dollar using their exclusive database of over 16,300 buyers who are ready to buy right now. They'll walk you through the process step by step from start to sold. And get this, if your home doesn't sell, Sarah and Debbie will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. You got nothing to lose. That's how confident Sarah and Debbie Reynolds are in getting their clients top dollar and a faster sale. So call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
It's BMitch and Finlay.
You've got a lot to say in a short time to say, so sit down, shut up, and listen.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
That's right, folks. It is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Maryland made, super smooth and loved throughout the DMV. They got Scotty's in a select Virginia ABC stores. Go check them out, man.
Saw something the other day.
Scotty's is smooth, dog. I'm going skiing next weekend, going up to Wisp. Be bringing some Scotty's. Maryland made, Maryland skiing, Maryland vodka, baby. We have two more.
How many times think you going to fall?
I'm a pretty good skier.
You want to fall low?
I don't think I've fallen skiing in years.
Okay.
I also don't press the gas like I used to.
Okay, well, press the gas. Stop doing that easy stuff.
I'm going to be skiing
Challenge yourself a little bit.
With Shelby.
Shelby's better than you anyway.
She will be. She's not yet. Two more games to preview. The Sunday Nighter should be all these games seem really good. Sunday night, L.A. Chargers, Jim Harbaugh, 11-6, going up to New England to face the Pats, 14-3. Kind of cool. I think you might like this. You got two former players as the head coaches here in Mike Vrabel and Jim Harbaugh. The only other time where two former head coaches faced off in a playoff game in the last 20 years, you want to guess?
You said what?
So you got Vrabel versus Harbaugh, right? Two dudes that played in the NFL. The last time in the last 20 years where two head coaches faced off that were former players.
Okay.
You want to guess?
Two head coaches as, let me see, Dan Campbell and...
He hasn't been to a Super Bowl.
Oh, in the Super Bowl, you said?
You're right, in a playoff game.
In a playoff game.
I'll give you a hint. This was in a Super Bowl.
So it was in the Super Bowl. Harbaugh never did it.
I'll give you a hint. He used to coach here.
He used to coach here?
Yeah.
Ron
and Gary Kubiak. Super Bowl 50. Panthers Broncos.
Yeah.
A lot of this game's about the quarterbacks. Drake May led the NFL in completion percentage at 72%, yards per pass attempt at almost 9, passer rating at 113.5, and ranked third in touchdown passes with 31 and fourth in passing yards. Almost 4,400 passing yards. What do you make of this? Because I think Herbert's good, man. I think Herbert showed real guts. I think he completely bought into Jim Harbaugh. The way he ran this year when that offense realized we're not going to be able to block much because all our tackles are hurt and we're going to need you to use your legs. He showed real toughness, real guts. Herbert, however, 0-2 in the playoffs as a starter. In 2022, they had a 27-point lead against Jacksonville.
I remember that.
They lost that game. Fifth largest blown lead in NFL history. And then last year against Houston, when everybody thought the Chargers were going to roll into Houston and win, he threw 4 interceptions in a loss.
Pressure. He got a lot of pressure on him. My question is, will his offensive line be able to hold up?
I don't know.
I know he's running the ball effectively, but in the playoffs, that stuff gets a lot tighter, and you're playing the better defenses. Will he be able to continue doing that?
Which quarterback you trust more? Drake May in his first ever playoff start, or Justin Herbert in his third, where the first 2 have gone bad?
I have to go with May at this point based off of the fact that the coach he has and the defense he has. He has more opportunities. I think with Justin Herbert, that defense can give up some stuff. And he's going to have to press the gas. And a lot of times when he gets in that position, that's when his turnovers come.
Monday Night Football. Ooh. We could probably talk about this more on Monday, but we'll do it real quick. Texans going to Pittsburgh.
Aaron Rodgers better be on watch because those dudes are coming. They are coming.
You want to hear a wild stat? Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin is seeking to avoid tying Marvin Lewis for the longest losing streak by a head coach in NFL postseason history. The Steelers have lost 6 playoff games in a row, tied for the 4th longest streak in NFL history. Marvin Lewis and the Bengals lost 7 in a row. That's
it's crazy.
Mike Tomlin is a fantastic coach, but they have been not good in the playoffs.
They haven't. And if you be honest, over the last few years, they haven't been super good in regular season. They make these magical runs at the end because he can coach. And they get into the playoffs, and then I think they've exerted so much energy over the last 4, 5, 6 weeks that when they get in the playoffs, they're worn the hell out.
Getting DK Metcalf back.
Getting him back. Will those 2 weeks affect him?
That Texans D might affect him.
No, the Texans D are going to, listen, Aaron Rodgers has an unbelievable knack of getting the ball out of his hands rather quickly. He's going to have to be even better than than he's been. Because those dudes coming, dog. Both sides. Like, normally you can slide to one side, but they have guys coming off both edges. But I think what makes them even better is the interior guys. They collapse the pocket on you. And that's where they allow the outside guys to get home.
The way the Texans DBs...
They tackle, too.
The physicality of those defensive backs for a lot of quick dump-offs to running backs and the way those guys tackle, that should be... I'm really excited about these NFL games. Excited about Indiana, Oregon tonight, too. Also, it's now official. Ted Leonsis just tweeted out, welcome to D.C. and the Washington Wizards, Trae Young. Trae Young's coming to town. What does it mean for the Wiz? Discussing that next on BMitch Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If you're a sports fan of a certain age, and I'm talking like 10 or older, you know that Indiana football has never been good and has always been an afterthought. Indiana's a favorite tonight against Oregon, and if Indiana wins, the Hoosiers will be a favorite in the national championship game against Miami. And if Indiana wins the next 2 games and wins the championship, it will complete the greatest turnarounds in the history of American sports. I'm Nick Costos.
Jumpstart your January goals at Whole Foods Market. With hundreds of yellow sale tags, you'll find feel-good savings across the store. And literally everything they sell follows strict ingredient standards. Shop wellness favorites at Whole Foods Market.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff. Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Latrell spent more than 8 years in foster care. His world changed when he was adopted at 15 with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption.
I think about how much we love him, and I wish we could have had him for his entire childhood.
The foundation is changing the lives of thousands of teens waiting in foster care. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Goal, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
The move hasn't been announced yet, but Atlanta Hawks guard Trae Young has wrote about his move to the Washington Wizards, saying, "I'm walking into this next chapter ecstatic." Tonight, the Wizards face off against the Pelicans at 6:45, the live play-by-play on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals are in the Windy City against the Chicago Blackhawks tonight at 7:45 p.m. on The Fan. The Chicago Bulls game yesterday at United Center was postponed because of condensation on the court. Nationals agree to terms with C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and Jake Irvin. Also, Luis Garcia Jr., but not a deal yet for Cade Cavalli. MASNsports.com reporting the signs are just $75,000 apart. Tonight, it's Indiana Hoosiers against the Oregon Ducks for a chance to face Miami in the national championship. Hurricanes beat Ole Miss 31-27. Coach Mario Cristobal at ESPN, the players deserve it.
I want to give a ton of credit to our players. I can't even tell you how many of our guys were sick, had the flu, had issues.
From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
This is Jalen Lane. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay on 106.7 The Fan, the home of the Hokies.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. I just jumped into the chat on YouTube to shout out our guy Tay. I just had some of the barbecue he provided the boys, and it's really, really good. Those burnt ends heated up.
They are burnt.
And Jeff.
And they are good.
The barbecue sauce you got was really good. Thanks, dude. Unless that came from Tay.
They came with it. They came with it. Jeff ain't gonna pick out that, man. You know better.
So is that
man.
Oklahoma Joe's he got? Where is that from? Because I know he got it shipped from somewhere. What does it say a name on the barbecue sauce? I know it says Joe's.
Tay, you knocked the ball out the park, baby.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, dude. Now we've got official Trae Young news. Trae Young.
Trae Yeezy.
Trae Young, 4-time All-Star for the Atlanta Hawks. His range is when he enters the gym.
If he has to say so himself.
Indeed. The Wizards have now officially announced it. Ted Leonsis has tweeted about it. The Wiz account has officially announced it. Trae Young posted to his social media earlier that he's ecstatic for the next chapter. Trae Young wrote, "The last few years weren't how I wanted them to be. Expectations that we created for ourselves, reaching heights that Atlanta has never reached before." I assume he's talking about the Eastern Conference Finals that run they had. "Bringing a championship to Atlanta was always my goal. However, between the injuries, the setbacks, and situations that didn't make sense, we never truly got to our full potential. The pain of staying the same eventually outweighed the uncertainty of change. Change is often met with fear, but I see it as another opportunity. I'm walking into this next chapter ecstatic with my head high and my eyes forward. It's time to see what's possible when the support is real and the vision is clear. We move." B, this is real now. This is a very real thing. Where are we at with Trae Young?
I'm excited about it, man. Listen, I reached out to some people that I know around the NBA and people that work close around, and I just ask questions like, what do you think? And they say, well, at first when you look at it, doesn't seem like a part of what they've been building and planning. But when you look at the fact of the talent that a young man has, that it can be something that also ignites him and changes his mindset about some stuff, and then it could be something that could be magical. So I'm waiting to see how this thing goes.
I reached out to 2 NBA people last night. One on the front office analytics side, one on the coaching side.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction from both, I was actually pretty encouraged by. One dude said, "I love it." Another dude said, "I definitely don't hate it as much as some people out there say."
Mm-hmm.
But the response from both, you cannot let it impact draft position this year.
Yeah.
So either he's hurt and he doesn't play, or you have to shut him down.
Well,
whatever happens.
David Aldridge seems to be believing, and also CJ, they both believe that this is not about this year. This is about next year. So if you get the draft position and you have Trae Young on your team, you got Trey Johnson, okay, you have Sarr, you start looking at the pieces you have and you get a draft pick, you can have something next year that could be a problem. And that's like, like I said all the time, like I know people, when somebody say, oh, we're going to start, we're going to get younger, everyone expects you to get completely young. You got to have some guidance somewhere along the way. And if you got a veteran player who understands how to play this league, that can fill it up, and you got young talent that's hungry, that's how you grow and get there quicker. And you got all young talent, you ain't going to get there as quick as you want to get there.
And ideally, you're bringing in another piece from a draft that's supposed to be loaded.
There you go.
I think there's real excitement for the Wiz. Trae Young set to have a press conference tonight, 6 o'clock. B, you know the phrase, better to be lucky than good?
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to, Heather McDonough, Chris Kerwin, Derek Cheston, the folks I work with at Channel 4, we were trying to kind of set our post-football sports calendar. And a month ago, we thought tonight's Wiz game would be good because Derek Queen's coming to town. So we've been going to this Wiz game. That's why my hair looks tight and I have a fresh shave because I'm working tonight.
Don't know how tight it looks.
It looks tight. Jeff, tell him. So we were already working this Wiz game, and now this Wiz game's got juice.
Yeah, got juice.
Jeff, tell him my hair looks tight.
No, B. We have nothing going. I don't know what this man is on today.
Jeffrey, speak on behalf of Wiz fans. Now that Trae Young is official, are you fired up?
I was fired up when they said it before it even initially happened because I knew it was coming through. I was actually fired up when it came out that he wanted to be here. That alone right there, it made the city embrace him. Everyone, even Gilbert Arenas was celebrating.
Yeah, Gilbert lost his mind.
On Instagram. We're excited. It's finally something back.
I think multiple things can be true. I think he wanted to be here because the dude that drafted him in Atlanta, in his statement, he talked about having some level of trust, right? I think my man's name is Schlenk, is a part of the Wizards front office, is the dude that drafted him in Atlanta. But we heard Chris Miles tell us yesterday at the same time, nobody else was trading for him. And I think if you look at, I listened to Ryan Russillo this morning, who's a hardcore NBA guy. When you look at the price that was paid for Trae Young, a 4-time All-Star, there were no picks. It was Corey Kispert and CJ McCollum, and McCollum's an expiring contract. Like, that tells you where his stock is around the league. And it's not
play.
Well, dude, his stock isn't low because he can't shoot anymore. His stock is low because people question the commitment to the team in Atlanta.
You know,
maybe a fresh start's what you need.
Yeah, but that's what I've seen in the NBA all the time. We've seen guys be hurt until they get to the other team. Remember Jimmy Butler? He was hurt. As soon as he got traded to the other team, he was healthy. We see guys in the NBA are not motivated. They go to another team, they're motivated. Well, if he has interest to go to this younger team and he's motivated now, hell, you may be getting what the other team couldn't get from him anymore. But we have seen how good he can be. And I'm willing to give it a chance.
Me too. We're going to open the phones to talk about Trae Young a little later. Maryland Governor Wes Moore set to join us next for his wild card picks. Should be fun. Nobody go anywhere.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards. And DC Sports Talk all day.
Puts up the shot. Scores at the buzzer.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Listen to Grant and Danny all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals versus Montreal, Tuesday, January 13th at Capital One Arena. All fans in attendance will receive a Dylan Strome bobblehead, honoring one of your favorite Capitals on the ice.
When you start focusing on what you're grateful for, what you're missing starts to matter less. For over 20 years, we've focused on what truly matters, our customers. We appreciate your trust, your loyalty, and your continued belief in us. It's what drives everything we do. Thank you for being the cornerstone of our legacy. Main Street Bank, put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You may not run a 4.440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on. Local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DC Metropolitan MetropolitanMoving.com.
Winter may be cold, but summer fun starts now at the Fredericksburg Boat and Water Sports Sale, January 9th through 11th. Explore 80,000 square feet of boats and watercraft, all with exclusive show-only deals. Learn more at FredericksburgConventionCenter.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's CARS with a K.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious. Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
BMitch and Finlay. BMitch and Finlay. It's BMitch and Finlay. 1067. The Fan.
white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume some skirts for the E, so I could get some phones rolling in my ride, chilling all alone.
Just hit the east side
of the LBC. Mr. Warren G.
Seen a car full of girls, ain't no
Only one dude smooth enough to walk up to regulators. His name, Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Hello, Gov. How you do?
Let's do this.
Wes, what's going on, man? How are you, sir?
What's happening, brother?
I'm good. This is 2026 edition.
That's right, man. It's crazy.
I got a special swag in 26.
Uh-oh.
Well, Gov, I am curious about your swag right now. I don't even know how you're going to respond to this. What was your reaction to the John Harbaugh news in Baltimore that he was out?
Listen, I think it was the right move, and it's funny because, and this is the thing that people have to understand. Like, this is football. The reality is that when Tyler Loop, a rookie, kicked that field goal, one of two people was probably going to lose their job, right? One of two of the most storied coaches in the NFL were probably going to lose their job depending on that field goal. It just so happened that he missed, and it just so happened that John Harbaugh lost his job. It's just very, very difficult to justify how you could have a team of that caliber on paper at the beginning of the season and then turn around and finish less than 500 and not make the playoffs. So listen, I mean, if you had to, when you think about what do we need going forward, right? What we need is to make sure that we continue to lock in maybe the most generational talent at quarterback position that the NFL has seen in a very long time. We need to make sure that we can create the kind of culture in the locker room that really brings us back to Ravens football. And we need to make sure that we can make continued improvements, not just in the roster, but also in terms of how we're thinking about long-term depth and how we're thinking about our play calling. That's going to put us in the best position. If that's what we're talking about, I think it was a hard decision, but I think it was the right one. And let's be clear, man. I mean, like, Harbaugh is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Harbaugh has had a career that every single coach in the NFL would die for a fraction of the success that man has seen. He has a Super Bowl ring. He's been in the league for 18 years. I mean, he has had a phenomenal career. And the truth is, his career is probably not done. Someone's going to pick him up. But it was the right decision for the Baltimore Ravens, and I'm looking forward to see what the future's going to bring us.
I liken it to what Andy Reid was in Philadelphia. You know, you got John was at 16, 18 years.
18 years
in Baltimore. You've won. Right. But even great coaches, the message runs stale. And sometimes change of scenery works for him and also for the franchise.
That's exactly right. And it's true. And here's the thing. I think the ownership had to think about a fundamental question. You do have a generational talent in Lamar Jackson as your quarterback, and you also have to understand that window will not be open forever. And so if I have a chance to really think about this, let's say my window with having Lamar as the guy and one of the most unique guys in the NFL, if my window is 3 years, 5 years with him playing at that, do I think that what I have seen in the 3 years prior is going to change? Or will I now turn around 3-5 years from now and say, we missed the window? And I think if you can't look in the mirror and honestly say, yes, I think we can somehow see a transformation and somehow now really take advantage of this generational talent that we have as quarterback, you got a tough decision to make. And it's obviously a tough decision, but I do think it was the right decision.
Talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore here. Well, Gov, you'll be interested to hear this. The Ravens just announced they completed an interview with Clint Kubiak for the head coach position. Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator for the Seahawks. He runs good offense, man. That'd be an interesting one. Is there somebody you want?
Listen, he's a great option. Listen, who do I want? I wish I could get the head coach of the Seahawks.
Get him back.
Get him to come back, huh?
We had him. And God bless McDonald. I really do believe. I think he's one of the most special young talents in the NFL. So I wish there was a way we could get him to come back. But I mean, what I want is, I want somebody who can really actually develop our defense. I think the defense has just been the Achilles heel of what we've seen where, even when our offense was putting up 30 points, the problem was our defense was giving up 40, right? So we need somebody who's going to return us to the days of just this smash mouth Ravens defense that I think the Ravens defense is known for. And I think we need someone who understands that in this moment that we got a window on Lamar Jackson, and we better be ready to take advantage of it.
I have a theory, Gov, that I fear you're not going to like, but I see some parallels. When Sean McVay became a very hot head coaching candidate, nobody wanted to lose him, but he also wasn't going to take then Jay Gruden's job. I wonder if Mike McDonald might end up being a similar situation for Baltimore. He wasn't going to take John Harbaugh's job. You guys didn't want to lose him, but now he looks fantastic in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. But and honestly, I actually think that is part of the Harbaugh legacy that we need to be honest about. Like, Harbaugh has actually had some very good assistants that have turned into longtime NFL coaches. Like, that is a real legacy item. The thing I will say about this job, though, is there are a lot of attractive, openings right now. I think for some people, Miami's an attractive opening. I think Atlanta has a lot of virtue to being an attractive opening. But I really just do believe that if you're a serious person who wants to have the opportunity to win in the next few years, there is no more attractive option than the Baltimore Ravens. And so I think we need to, I think it was smart to be able to move quickly. If you're going to move on Harbaugh, don't delay. Sometimes you got to make the decision and move on. However, we do not need to be in an all-out sprint rush because I do think this is the most attractive opening right now that we're seeing in football.
Do you John was a defensive-minded guy, and he also had that lean towards special teams. Is like you look at Lamar. Is a offensive head coach somebody that you think might be a little bit more that can help that team get it farther along the way? Because we know the Ravens have always been about defense, but that offensive mind can be something special, and you still bring your D coordinator in that could really handle the defense side.
Yeah, I mean the only thing I hear you. The only thing I'll say about that though is show me an NFL coach that is either a head coach or an offensive coordinator, something like that, who has a history of having a player that is as unique as Lamar Jackson, and they then, and they've been able to develop a winning franchise, whatever, with a player as unique as Lamar Jackson. The reason I find that difficult is the answer is that doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson is just such a unique talent, and one thing I will give Harbaugh is, when we went from Flacco to Lamar, it's not like we asked Lamar to run Flacco's offense, right? We built an entirely new offense around Lamar Jackson, which was the smart thing to do, and I think what John Harbaugh did very, very well, because you're right, Harbaugh was a special teams guy in Philly. But what he did was he knew the right kind of offensive coordinator to hire that could build the right kind of offense that was specifically tailored to Lamar Jackson. I would actually rather we get somebody who is focused on getting the basics of defense right, who is focused on getting us back to smash mouth Baltimore Ravens defense. When offensive teams usually come to the bank, they come in scared because you will get hurt that game. I don't know how many, I don't know which ones, but some of y'all are getting hurt. And I think we need to return to that feeling, to that ethos, because that's what Baltimore football is. And then I think you just need to be able to hire an offensive coordinator that can do special things with a really special talent, the quarterback.
All right, Gov. We'll be watching everything going on in Baltimore and here in Washington, but this weekend we're going to be watching these wild card games. And I got you at 44-37 on the regular season, another winning year in the books. Just you keep churning them out, man. So let's run through.
All we do is win.
We got 6 NFL games, wild card games this weekend. We'll start tomorrow. Rams going to Charlotte to take on the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, this is maybe one of the easier ones for me because, congratulations on the Panthers on making the playoffs because y'all got lucky on that one. Because the Rams, and while Charlotte's a fine team, but again, the fact that they made the playoffs, they should consider that a win. And God bless you for being in maybe the worst division in all of football.
Yeah.
But the Rams are a real team. And listen, Matt Stafford, like that dude, he's putting up real numbers this year. We're talking about he's going to come with what 40, 45, 46 touchdowns. I mean, it's actually wild. But part of the reason is he's got folks like Williams. He's got Puka's doing Puka things, and really is showing that he's one of the top hands guys in the entire NFL. So, I congratulations to the Panthers on making the playoffs. You did more than my Ravens, but their playoff run is going to come to an end.
I think most folks think you're right. Saturday night, this is a tricky game. Green Bay going to Chicago to take on the Bears.
Yeah, you're right. This one is tricky. The Bears. This one is tricky because I have not really been a Bears believer, except for maybe the past 4 or 5 weeks. Because the Bears have always been the Bears. So I'm kind of like they're just mediocre. But then they started going on this little rip, and Caleb Williams is actually looking comfortable in the pocket. Shout out to one of ours, Prince George's County. And I think the Bears are actually really putting up some, are actually playing pretty good football right now. The other big thing that I think has changed is the Packers defense. That you talk about the impact of one person, where Parsons getting hurt has actually changed the culture of the defense. It's not just the fact that they lost an amazing pass rusher. There's something about how they've just played different since Parsons has gotten hurt. So I think the Bears, and I think this little special run that the Bears are on, I think it continues, and I think they protect home field.
All right, we got the Buffalo Bills going down to Duval to take on the Jaguars. What do you see happening in that one?
Yeah, this is actually crazy because, I mean, first of all, let's just take a look at the fact that, at the beginning of the season, if you would have told me that the teams that are the favorites to pull this thing off are teams like the Patriots and teams like the Jaguars and teams like the Niners, and the teams that did not make the playoffs were teams like the Ravens and the Chiefs.
Right.
Like no one could have predicted this, and that's the thing I love about the NFL. The Jaguars, like this guy Trevor Lawrence, man, he's made me a believer. I mean, this dude threw for 4,000 yards. He's just airing it out, and he's having fun out there. So I think the Bills have just been very, very streaky. The Bills of this year they're good. Don't get me wrong, but they definitely don't feel like the Bills of last year, where there was a bit of destiny that kind of surrounded them. And I just think Jacksonville is really playing on a high right now. And so I'm gonna go with which is, again, sounds crazy for me to say if you think about the beginning of the year, but I'm going to go with Jacksonville beating the Buffalo Bills.
Whoa, that's crazy. I like it, though. I like it, man. We'll keep it moving. What should be a real head knocker, Niners-Eagles in Philly, Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, man. This will be a head knocker. The Eagles, I just feel like there's two things that you want going into the playoffs. You want to be hot, you want to be healthy. And I just don't know if the Eagles really are either right now. You look at the Eagles, and they've been deeply inconsistent. And if you look at their losses, these are not good losses, right? They've lost to the Chargers. They've lost to the Cowboys. They've lost to the Giants. They've lost to the Broncos. And I just don't know if I see them beating the 49ers team, who, on the other hand, is hot, and the Niners are going to the playoffs healthy. And so I think I think Purdy's going to have a good game. I think McCaffrey's going to have a good game. And so I see the Niners actually pulling this one off.
Wow, I like that. The Sunday nighter, Chargers, L.A.
Which, by the way, think about that. We're now talking about a situation where not just the Super Bowl teams from last year, but really almost the Final Four teams from last year, if my predictions work out, would essentially, almost all of them, would basically all be knocked out.
That's crazy.
Going into the first round, which is wild.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you talk about these teams we didn't expect. The Pats are the 2 seed hosting the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh, Mike Vrabel should be an interesting one.
Yeah, man, this one was really interesting, man, because again, the Patriots were a team when they started going on their streak. I was like, I don't see it. And then I actually started watching them play, and I was like, you know what? Hold on. These guys are actually balling. And here's the thing about the Patriots that I think a lot of people miss. Drake May is having a great year. Like Drake May is probably going to be the league MVP. Just stats wise, I mean, the guy is over 4,500 yards, got 31 touchdowns. I mean, he's probably going to be the MVP, but it's the defense that I think is just really showing out and is showing off right now. The Chargers, again, you want to be hot, you want to be healthy. The Chargers have now lost back-to-back games, and I think they're going against a team that really feels like they've got it all.
Might have lost the Gov there. Gov, you there?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You cut out for the pick. It sounds like you're taking the Patriots, but I don't want to speak for you.
Oh, yeah, I'm taking the Patriots. I think the Chargers might be messing with my signal right now. But, yeah, they're about to lose.
I mean, Spygate, Connor Stallions is in your phone. Jim Harbaugh's got him on retainer. The Monday Nighter, right. I feel like I know which way you're going to go here. Houston going to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh should not be in the playoffs, right? The Ravens should be in the playoffs. So let me start there in my pettiness and all my bitterness. Aaron Rodgers, congratulations. And actually, I think one thing that Aaron Rodgers did show in that last game is that he really is the tactician. I mean, he knows the game. And you saw how there were real moments that Aaron Rodgers was not just the head coach, he was the offensive coordinator out there. However, at the same time, they just look slower. They look older. And the other thing I will say is this Texas defense is not to be played with. They are I think C.J. Stroud is putting up good numbers and all that kind of stuff. But this Texas defense are some horses, and they will punch you in the face. And so the Texans have really finished out strong. I think they're 5 of 5, and it's not just 5 of 5, but they're beating actually good teams right now to go into the playoffs. I think they're hungry. I don't think the weather is going to matter, because I know people say, well, it's in Pittsburgh. Yeah, but I think it's going to be warm, and I think it's going to be fine. But this Texas this defense is not to be played with. So, congratulations on the Steelers for stealing your way into the playoffs. But that'll come to an end on Monday.
I love it, Gov. I know you're a busy man. We always appreciate you making time. I am going to the Wizards game with our friend Sonny tonight. Should be fun.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Give him my best. And listen, Trae Young, interesting.
Yeah, what do you think?
I like it. Listen, he's the biggest star that the Wizards have had in a long time.
Yeah.
One thing that we do know about the NBA is, one star is great, and one star is never enough to make you competitive, though.
I think Jim Harbaugh got the governor's phone again.
Alone. I mean, people will come watch him play because he is one of the most entertaining players in the NBA. But you're going to need a whole lot more than Trae in order to be competitive.
It's going to be fun to watch. Thank you for the time, Gov. Appreciate you.
Of course. Appreciate y'all. Thanks, guys.
Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year.
That is Maryland Governor Mr. Wes Moore, 43-37 on the regular season. His picks are in for wild card weekend, going Rams, Bears, Jags, Niners, Patriots, Texans. Hard to argue with much of that, B.
Yeah.
I mean,
that Jaguars game, seriously, I'm like, Josh Allen and the Bills going to have to make, if they don't jump over the hump this year, what do they have to do next year? They got to change that thing up.
If they lose in this one, do you feel like McDermott could be out?
It's a possibility, very much.
Like, if they lose this one.
Like, people ask the question, well, when they're in the playoffs, why you get rid of them? Once you're in the playoffs all the time, your expectations change. It's not getting in the playoffs anymore. It's getting to the Super Bowl.
It's kind of what happened with Andy Reid and Philly.
Yeah. And, like, John had so much success, it wasn't about the Ravens making the playoffs. Or not, it's about the Ravens getting into the playoffs and making runs.
Yeah, man. I mean, the pressure on the Bills, I think, is really significant. And they're on the road. I don't know that any other team faces the first-round pressure that Buffalo does.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe the Eagles at home, but they just won a Super Bowl. Maybe the Patriots at home to prove that it's legit.
Their fan base is different, so that pressure's on them up there.
You think the Pats face as much or more pressure to prove that their season wasn't just a byproduct of playing a ton of bad teams?
The Pats?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because you're looking at, that's a whole new bill. They can get past it. These other teams, the ones that have been there, have been in the playoffs, been there. The people want to see now, you got to make that move.
More pressure on Sean McDermott and the Bills or Mike Tomlin and the Steelers? They're hosting a playoff game.
You talking about?
Which coach faces more pressure to get a dub?
I still think the pressures are more on the Bills, man. I think it's more on the Bills.
All right, when we return, I want to circle back to Trae Young. I want to let folks weigh in. It's official. He is a Washington Wizard. Nobody go anywhere. It is BMitch and Finlay.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
Hey, it's JP Finlay here. You've heard me talk about Better Services, all the different things they can do for you. They hooked me up with all the appliances in my house. Were super helpful for me and my family when we were going through the water damage at the house. But they do a lot more than just appliances. Yeah? Go check out their showroom. They got any make, model you want. They can get you next day delivery or maybe even same day delivery of a new appliance. But they can also hook you up if your appliances just need repairs. Good friends of ours, Brian, Danny, and Susan, were asking me about Better Services. I connected them to get their washer-dryer serviced. And you know what Better's about to do for me? Some handyman work. They charge you by the hour. They'll come by the house. They'll fix the stuff you need fixing. I need some new handles put on my cabinets. Better's coming to do it. Or if you want to talk about something a little bit bigger, say you're thinking about a bathroom reno or a kitchen reno, hit up Better Services. That's BETTAR services.com. You better get better. Check them out on Facebook. Better Services, better with an A. You better get better.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. We are football. Touchdown! Are we good to go? Sports Radio. Go! 106.7 The Fan.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
This update brought to you by Melwood. The Washington Wizards officially announced they have acquired guard Trae Young from the Atlanta Hawks in exchange for Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum. Ian Rappaport reported the Commanders interviewed Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator Drew Terrell for their vacant OC job. Terrell worked in Washington before Arizona. Forward Anthony Gill on the Wizards' young core as they prepare.
There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. So speaking to Malachi specifically, I mean, he's in the gym every single day. Guys like A.J. Johnson are in the gym every single day.
Capitals against the Blackhawks tonight, 7:45 right here on The Fan. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27 to advance to the national championship. Carson Beck ran for 3 yards for the go-ahead score. Tonight, Indiana against Oregon at 7:30. Nationals have agreed to terms with several players, including C.J. Abrams. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kirk on The Fan.
Drive home with Grant and Danny.
Welcome onto the show, our good buddy, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
What's going on? Good. How you doing? Someone say they heard my voice, and I called up to the bank, and I was like, I know your voice from the Grant and Danny radio show. That was pretty cool. They said, hold on, is this Bill?
They just heard your voice and picked it up from listening to the show.
Voice.
That's pretty incredible.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. With over 20 years of unparalleled reputation, Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders. From start to finish, we offer a full spectrum of supply and install interior trim carpentry services with precision and expertise. At Ace Trim, we pride ourselves on ensuring cost effectiveness without compromising quality. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Save 33% on all supplements with Prime through January 13th at Whole Foods Market. Support your wellness goals with vitamins, minerals, and daily essentials made with strict ingredient standards for quality you can trust. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This Saturday, January 10th, Georgetown returns to Capital One Arena. Be there with a special bobblehead ticket pack for just $29. Club level ticket and mascot bobblehead included. Get tickets at guhoyas.com/bobblehead. That's guhoyas.com/bobblehead.
Hey, it's JP Finlay, and I'll be honest, I was not prepared for these. Paisanos just dropped their new homemade cheesy breadsticks, and self-control is not part of my vocabulary. Golden edges, a soft center, layers of melted cheese running through every slice, finished with seasoning and served warm with marinara on the side. They make them fresh every day, and right now, they're free with any order of $35 or more with promo code CHEESY, or just $9.99 a la carte. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
This is Quan Martin, and you listen to BMitch Finlay on 106.7 The Fan.
Landfill playing Rooster's theme music. Rooster is pecking around, strutting. What do you know? There's ribs available.
Ah, Rooster. That's why he's here.
He tried to act like he was coming in to say what's up.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hey, I didn't know you guys were there.
Do I smell anything? Landfill, you think the Rooster smelled those ribs from across the studio?
When he got in this damn car.
Yeah, definitely.
And he heard us talking about him. What's
like,
left?
Damn, I gotta leave now.
What's left over there, Landfill? Is there enough for the Roost to make a plate?
Plenty of meat for the Roost.
Jeff's meat. Roost, go try some of Jeff's meat. No?
He doesn't appear to be going for it.
All right, B. Coming up at 1 o'clock, we're doing Ask B Mitch Anything. There's two things I wanted to make sure we mentioned. The Trae Young stuff's exciting.
Very much.
He's gonna speak tonight at 6 o'clock at Capital One Arena. I'll be there. It'll be really interesting to hear what he says, man. I mean, when you get traded, when you're a 4-time All-Star and you get traded for two dudes that are not on the same level, like this trade looks pretty one-sided. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On a straight talent standpoint. And he's got to recognize that. Do you think for Trae Young, this is a moment of my career's in the balance here and I got to figure this out? Or do you think for Trae Young, he's like, I'm making $50 million this year. I got an option for $50 million next year. I'm good.
Every guy makes a lot of money, but that reputation pushes stuff the most. And if he looks at the fact of what was given for him and stuff like that, listen, C.J. McCullough is a damn good player, and he's also a great leader. Corey Kispert is a addition as an added piece that could come in and do some things for you on the court, but they don't amount to what Trey has shown he can be. When you get that type of thing get released like Forbes did, you all of a sudden realize, like, I got to do something different. And that's why I'm so excited about it. When he said he wanted to get traded here, I know Chris said only one team, but look at the youth and the possibilities on this team. You mess around and come here and you lead them to somewhere. What does that do for you? It changes out how people look at you. You know, he went to that young team and he helped lead the way. That could possibly happen for him. So,
opportunity, man.
Yeah,
that's what life's about. People always say, "Oh, you better be ready when opportunity knocks." On this program at Knuckle Up Records, we are firm believers. Opportunity doesn't knock; you got to kick down doors.
Yep, you go get it.
We have Indiana, Oregon tonight, but there's something I just saw that I wanted to at least mention.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do politics on this program. We just had the governor of Maryland on. You know what we talked about?
Sports.
Football. So I'm not looking at this from a political perspective. However, Politico is reporting the Transportation Department is seeking to scrap the use of automated traffic enforcement cameras in Washington, a move that would cost the city millions in lost revenue, but would likely be cheered by many drivers in the nation's capital. The proposal, authored by the Department of Transportation and sent to the White House Office of Management and Budget, seeks to outlaw speed, red light, and stop sign cameras throughout the city as part of the upcoming surface transportation bill.
Why? Because the people that's getting the ticket are the damn politicians? Let's be real. Those cameras are used in every community, in most communities.
Lots of communities.
Yeah. So why is it that it's trouble to have it in D.C.? If they claim they want safety, right? That's the claim, they want safety in D.C. So if people are speeding around this city where people are walking across the street and all that type of stuff and running lights and all that, isn't it more dangerous? In the city, are you losing safety?
There are spots where there are speed cameras where I think it's about safety. Put them around schools, high pedestrian areas.
But that's the whole thing, though.
There are spots where those speed cameras are nothing but a cash grab, though.
But the whole thing about
New York Avenue is a 6-lane highway.
All right, 6-lane highway, and you're speeding. So,
so you like the speed cameras?
It's not that I like them. It's just that I hate to see these asses who come up here and try to act like they're so much more. Why? Because they're getting the tickets. They don't pay them any damn way. So my question is this: are people on New York Ave getting tickets for driving the speed limit or for speeding?
Some of the speed. Listen, I don't think you should scrap all of it. Like I think around
I'm asking a question, though, Jay. Do they get tickets for speeding? Because like when I come over that way, like I used to go off of River Road, make that left, that second light, whatever it is, where is that Wilson? They got them right there. And they get a lot of people.
That's around schools. That's around two schools.
Around the corner, ain't no school. The school is right there. But you get around the corner and people complain all the time. I'm like, dude, it's a 25 miles per hour thing. Why were you doing 45?
A lot of these spots should not be 25. New York Avenue should not be 25.
Is it 25? It's probably not 25.
When you cross over Florida and you go over the overpass, over the railroad, they cut it to 25 and then put speed cameras in. Like, that is not about safety. That's about cash.
Hey, man, my whole thing is this. This is where I live the life. And I don't drive the speed limit all the time. But you know what I know? I know where the damn cameras are. Right. So if you ride that road every day and you don't realize it's 25 miles per hour right there, whose fault is that? Because what if they so as soon as they take it off and make it back 45, then you start having accidents there. Then what's going to happen?
I think there are spots where the speed cameras are about safety, and I think there's a lot of spots where the speed cameras are about cash.
But still.
Jeff, as the most frequent ticket receiver among the five of us, I get them sometimes. What do you think about getting rid of the speed cameras?
This is definitely a revenue grab. Because why why is it 2 speed cameras going down the hill and then right past the light?
The ones at the bottom of hills are ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
It's crazy. I expect JP and Jeff to do this because they live it. He passed by a school bus and act like he didn't know it, but then we found out he was completely wrong. This dude lives in the damn court because all he does is get tickets for and he get tickets for everything. So,
You've never gotten a speed camera ticket, B?
I got the speed camera ticket. I got one.
Most
but
of my
whole
tickets
thing
are parking.
is, Jeff has more tickets since I met him than I've had in my life.
It ain't speeding. Mine is parking.
Okay.
You sprayed your license plate with that stuff, so the speed camera tickets can't get there?
He parks in an area where he's not supposed to park a certain amount of time, and he tries to get by it.
That's not true.
Left hand up, I support decreasing the amount of speed cameras. Left hand up. I'm not saying get rid of all of them. Put them around schools. Put them around hospitals. But some of them are obvious
You don't
cash
think
grabs.
they need to be around, like, right here, right there.
There's one on 95 in Delaware where it's $100 per hour, per mile per hour over.
Yeah,
that's
because
absurd on the highway.
You know why? Because people have flown through there and they had some major damn accident. You talking about the one right where they used to have all the
before the toll,
the
as you're
toll
going
stuff.
north.
Yes, it should be right there.
B, you're defending speed cameras. Here we are. I didn't expect to land here.
Because I'm telling you, listen, bro, I have ridden that road many a time. And you know what it takes? It takes one time to get a ticket. Then you slow down. The people that complain about it the most, they got 20, 30, 40, 50 tickets. And they go, okay, well, why you got so many tickets? Because they don't feel they got to slow down. If it's a speed thing, if you know the speed limit and it's been there, slow down a little bit, then fly. Because there's not a camera every one. You know where that camera is.
I don't like the federal government asserting control over the city, but I remain pro decreasing the amount of speed cameras.
Okay.
You want them to stay.
I just say in life we learn as we live.
VA
about the
residents
terms.
always trying to go against what. Man, take them speed cameras down.
Get them out of here.
We have them in Virginia all over the damn place.
No, y'all do not.
Where?
No, y'all
BS.
do not.
They have speed
No,
cameras
y'all do not.
and a lot of the little cities.
I feel like Arlington, but
No.
Fairfax and Loudoun have them?
They got something in Fairfax, believe me.
I've never seen a camera in my life in Virginia.
You don't be living this Maryland, D.C. life
I'm
where
asking
there's
this
cameras
question, Jeff.
everywhere.
How often are you in Virginia?
I'm in Virginia a lot. I literally go
How
down
often are you in Virginia?
a lot. My cousin lives in
when was
Orange,
it-
Virginia,
okay.
and we go shoot the guns.
Okay,
in
where's
his-
Orange, Virginia?
Charlottesville.
That's like
Okay, when was the last time you were in Orange, Virginia? Was it last 3 months?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
You
Yeah.
sure?
Yeah, I went down there to shoot the guns. My cousin got this big
And you
land.
saw no speed cameras.
No speeding cameras. But you know what I look for in Virginia?
But why y'all
Silver
hate
cars?
So why y'all hate Virginia so much then?
I don't hate Virginia.
He
I'm just
does.
saying I don't think you experience speed cameras the way we do.
No, I'm always in damn Maryland and D.C. I'm in Maryland and D.C. more than in damn Virginia. What
I
are y'all
would
talking
move
about?
to Virginia just to avoid cameras.
No, you won't. You're scared of Virginia.
And buy beer in the damn grocery store. Landfill, where are you on the speed cameras?
Stop speeding.
Oh, my God.
That's it. Listen, my thing is, listen, I understand if a person came in, didn't know the speed
Some of them are
camera was
just
there,
straight cash grabs,
but
dude.
Yes, everything that the government normally does is a cash grab.
You're out here trying to run down pedestrians.
But if you
Just drive slower.
consistently get caught doing the same thing in the same spot, you're a damn idiot. That's not cash grab. So if you know they're trying to steal your money, why do you consistently do what they don't want you to do in the same area?
But I don't know that creates safety or it just creates... You know, I legitimately think red light cameras are more detrimental than people running red lights because what you have is dumb drivers start slowing down because you know how it's got the counter on the side for the pedestrians crossing the street?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of drivers, when they see the counter below 5, they slow down at green lights because they don't want to get a red light camera. That's more dangerous than people just driving the damn speed limit.
But you also thought you should be able to pass a school bus that's letting kids
That
off.
happened one time on a highway and was a unique situation.
And you went
It
to
wasn't
court?
unique. You went to court, they show you the picture, then you admit that oh, wow, I was wrong.
I did not plead guilty, which was dumb because the guy would have given me money back.
There you go, see?
White Brian, where are you on speed cameras? Are you somehow with Landfill and BMitch that support them?
Get rid of the red light cameras and the stop sign cameras. Speed cameras are fine.
First of all, he shouldn't say nothing because all he does is catch a damn metro. He don't even drive.
Apparently he has a car but doesn't drive it and has a dog, but we've never seen it
So
and it
that's what I'm
doesn't
saying.
live with him.
He don't even drive, so why would he care?
Get rid of the cash grabs. Keep the ones around schools. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask BMitch anything.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Miami beat Ole Miss last night in the Fiesta Bowl 31-27 to advance to the national championship game. Mario Cristobal is in his third stop as a head coach. He's taken a couple years to turn around the Hurricanes. But now they've finally rejoined the elite class at the top of the college football world. I'm Chris Black.
Brian Mitchell here. January is cold, and if your windows are letting the heat escape, you're losing yardage every month on your energy bill. That's why I use Paul Henry's window insulation, the MVP of home improvement. This January, they're running a can't-miss special. $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door. That's a winning game plan. New windows keep the warm air in and your energy bills in check. Don't fumble another winter. Call Paul Henry's Window Insulation today and tell him BMitch sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
Winter may be cold, but summer fun starts now at the Fredericksburg Boat and Water Sports Sale, January 9th through 11th. Explore 80,000 square feet of boats and watercraft, all with exclusive show-only deals. Learn more at FredericksburgConventionCenter.com.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
The crowd's hungry, and Pupatella is bringing the heat. Every Sunday this football season, get 2 pizzas for just $25 when you order takeout or delivery with code FOOTBALL. That's a flavor touchdown for Pupatella's wood-fired ovens. And when the games turn into parties, Pupatella's holiday catering and in-house events are the MVP of your celebration. Call the play, Pupatella. Pizza, passion, perfection. Offer not valid at North Arlington location.
BMitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of D.C. and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Nachman, Olivia Donahue.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Aminet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered Futures Commission merchant and swap firm.
Member Week is here for pros at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off hundreds of items from tools and paint to kitchen and bath and more. Just in time to stock up for this year's jobs. Plus, earn 5 times the points on an eligible purchase. Shop member deals in-store and online from January 8th through the 14th. Still not a member? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help, you save. Point boosters subject to exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
They score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This update brought to you by Melwood. The Washington Wizards officially announced they have acquired guard Trae Young from the Atlanta Hawks in exchange for Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum. Ian Rappaport reported the Commanders interviewed Arizona Cardinals passing game coordinator Drew Terrell for their vacant OC job. Terrell worked in Washington before Arizona. Forward Anthony Gill on the Wizards' young core as they prepare.
There's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. So speaking to Malachi specifically, I mean, he's in the gym every single day. Guys like A.J. Johnson, they're in the gym every single day.
Capitals against the Blackhawks tonight, 7:45 right here on The Fan. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27 to advance to the national championship. Carson Beck ran for 3 yards for the go-ahead score. Tonight, Indiana against Oregon at 7:30. Nationals have agreed to terms with several players, including C.J. Abrams. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit Melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kirk on The Fan.
What's up? This is Terry McLaurin. You're listening to BMitch and Finlay on 106.7 The Fan. Yes, sir.
Alcoholics, where you at? Let's go! Hey!
All right, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. 1 o'clock on a Friday. Enjoy yourself, people. Pour whatever you like. Just include ice. I'd say I have a cocktail by 7 p.m. this evening. Brian, what about you?
You said what?
I will have a cocktail by 7.
I ain't waiting that long.
Yeah, I gotta work.
It's Friday, man. 5 o'clock somewhere.
The 6 o'clock might be a look live, so it might be a little earlier than that. It is time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. Of course, Ask B. Mitch Anything brought to you by Collars & Co. Collars & Co., where comfort meets style. Upgrade your look with the dress collar polo today. I wore the Collars & Co. merino wool the other night, the long sleeve.
You like it, don't you?
That joint is nice, man.
Well, that's why I have about 6 of them.
Yeah, man. I think you bought all of them. I think they're out.
Nah, man. He's got some more.
We've gotten a lot of people replying about speed cameras. Including our friend Greg, who said driving in Maryland is like driving in a third world country. I'm not sure that's completely
Listen,
accurate.
man, they say in Virginia is by construction places and schools.
I'm not mad at that.
But let me hold on, Jay. Well, there's been in certain parts on the highways in Virginia, they must never get the construction fixed. Because they put the little stuff on side the road and they hide the little car behind it, a real car. And it has a camera inside of it, which basically takes a picture and gives you speeding tickets. They never fix the damn construction. So they got fake construction sites, too. So what is that?
Cash grab. So now you're starting to come to our side of the fence.
No, I'm not coming to your side of the fence. You know what I know? I see that car with that fake construction site every time I pass the area. You know what I do when I get to that close to the area? Slow the hell down. But you know what people like you and Jeff want to do? I want to fly by at 100 and think you're not supposed to get a ticket. Slow down.
Question from Joey Sabat said, why do people from the suburbs think they can police infrastructure in the city? Sir,
Joey needs to shut up.
I'm just supporting the Department of Transportation. Let's hit these phones. Barry is in PG. What's up, Barry? Ask BMitch anything.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother? How you doing,
caller,
man?
long time. Good, doing good. First time caller, long time listen. I'm actually at State College, PA. I teach at Penn State. I listen to you guys all the time.
Appreciate it, man.
Guys,
Thank you.
You get me through a day. So hey, I'll keep it quick, though. I hope you guys can answer this. I remember when I was younger, you were with the Eagles, and I think Trotter had just got traded to us. And then I think you said something that set you off. Like, will you be able to share what happened? Like, what made you go off like that?
Who said something that set me off?
I think it was Trotter. Trotter just got traded to the Skins, and then I think you were with the Eagles at the time. Maybe it was the Giants. I'm not sure, but I remember you had said something, or maybe it was a bad play or something.
So
you remember that
so
at all?
B's playing for the
So
Eagles.
I'm playing for the Eagles, and he left and came to Washington. I know he did that, but I don't remember getting mad at Trotter. I was mad at Dan and Vinny when I left here. So everything that happened over here, I was always ready to snap at the.
You were probably
at
seeing
this team.
red a little bit.
So but Trotter, I wasn't worried about Trotter because I knew I paid him that knee if he rushed, and he couldn't check me 1-on-1. I'm just saying the truth, and he knew it too. He bigger. He think I'm running there and blitz me. You blitz me. I'm not trying to hit you in the chest. I'm gonna hit you right on the kneecap.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate it, man. All right.
I got a question for BMitch.
What?
This is from Cleveland. There's a report on John Harbaugh's requirements for his next head coaching job.
Make sure BMitch is going to get paid $4 million a year. He got that in there?
That's not part of the report.
Damn.
Perhaps.
I thought we had a deal.
I'm asking BMitch, what do you think John Harbaugh wants to make annually?
20.
20.
Yeah, because he was making about 17, 18 in Baltimore.
He wants 20 a year and 10 mil for a staff budget.
He was making about 20 almost 20 in Baltimore.
Woo!
Bro, why wouldn't you?
Cash.
First of all, let's be real. They can afford it.
Sure.
And when you're the coach of an NFL team, you're the face of that NFL team. Unless you play for Dallas.
Or you have a quarterback.
Okay. Yeah, no. Still, when you got a quarterback, you're the face because the quarterback gets blamed less than you.
Sure.
So if the quarterback don't play well because he's not studying right, they're going to blame the coach. So, yes, I want the most money I could possibly get. He said he wanted a $10 million. Add 2 to that, John. I join the staff.
There you go. B's ready.
Yeah.
Let's go to Henry is in D.C. What's up, Henry?
Hey, fellas, Happy New Year to you and everybody.
How you doing, man?
All right, and you. Hey, BMitch, my question was to you. Will you think the Washington Wizards, with the new acquisition of Trae Young, will get over 500?
This year? Nope, ain't going to happen.
Okay. Hey, one more thing, BMitch. I want to shout out to the DC Defenders, world champions. Happy New Year's.
All right, cool,
Happy
man.
New Year, bud.
Yeah, that's not happening this year because that don't work in their best interest.
Help me with the math on this. The Wiz are currently 10-26.
Yeah.
What would they have to go? So that's 36 games in. They play 82. 82 minus 36, 46 games?
Yeah.
46 games left. What would they have to go over the final 46 to get over 500? They got to make up 16.
They need to win about 37 of them.
37 and 9?
Something like that.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No, it's not going to. Well, it's not going to happen because they're protecting that damn draft spot.
I am curious. Are the Wiz favored tonight, White Brian? New Orleans stinks. Let's go to Alex in McLean. What's up, Alex?
Hey, I want to know if BMitch thinks this is absurd or not. Just because of the past history of how they catch people, and specifically how Ohio caught the burglars of Joe Burrow, was if the government's watching somebody, let's say Marshawn Lattimore, and all their activities, is it absurd to think that because he was a mere half mile into Lakewood County, the report out of Cleveland is they was watching him anyway, and they told Cleveland exactly where to look, and then poof, a quarter mile into Cleveland, they caught him. Because the same way they found the Joe Burrow burglars, they waited till they got into Hamilton County, and then they pulled him over for a goofy, a lane violation. That's how they got all the stuff back. But does that make sense?
Does it make sense that they watch him and wait till they get to a certain county?
Yes.
I would say that's a hell of a damn problem. If you know the dudes are breaking in my house right now, stop them there. Don't let them get out and go to another county so that county can get all the credit. That's what they're doing.
It may sound absurd, but this is the same. Look at the patterns. This is exactly what happened to Marshawn Lattimore.
And they just found the guy. They just found the guys that
like 200 miles apart.
They just got 2 or 3 of the people that broke into Shadour's house.
Exactly. So maybe they were watching them for other activities or long-term behavioral patterns, and then
it could be.
All right.
Listen to me. I tell you
Ohio's
this, bro.
a wild place.
If you are doing some stuff that's highly illegal, they probably know something. And with all of these cameras on all of these buildings in these major cities, they watching a lot of people. The question is, why don't they go get them?
Because they wait till they do something stupid.
Well, if they're watching them, they probably already did something stupid.
Thank you, Alex. We're going to keep it moving, brother. Have a good weekend.
You know, I'm just saying, because one day I was walking downtown. It's the little newer area behind where the Union Station is, those buildings.
Union Market and all that.
I'm walking, and I just happened to look up, and I'm like, damn. I was shocked. It's like cameras every not the whole block. It's like every 40, 50, you see a camera, and I'm like, that's how people get caught so damn quick. Because all of those things normally have to, like, if you have a gun or something go off or some loud noise, boom, they activate. And when you, just look at the Maggione, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Bruh, they had cameras that linked him all the way. They allegedly followed him, but they followed the substance, the suspect,
right,
all the way, and they were able to pick up stuff. Man, they know a lot of crap, bro.
Let's go to Easy E in Rock Vegas. What's up, Easy?
E, what's up?
What's up? Not Rock Vegas. Dang, changing the name. Only JP would do something like that.
Yep, that's him.
Well, we know JP don't listen. So, anyway. Let's get on with the question. Exactly. So, BMitch, I have booked a trip to go to St. Louis to see the Caps and Blues play from March 24th. I need a place to go eat. I've already gotten a general area from somebody I work with who's from the St. Louis area, but I know you've been out there. I know you have a couple times. You know, you played in the NFL. What is a good place to go eat at before the game?
Like a restaurant or a sports bar?
Restaurant, sports bar, restaurant. I can take it. I just need a couple.
It's a sports bar there. It's a sports bar there. I think it's the number one sports bar in the country.
Yo, so I got 2 spots for you. It's actually in East St. Louis.
Hey, JP, since you don't listen, I'm not going to listen to you.
All right, then I'll just hang up with you, dude.
He has a good one.
Hard.
He has a good one.
I've been to St. Louis a ton. My best friend
more
lived
than me,
out there.
because I go to the places that's very, very popular. I go to those, and I'm there. But what's the name of it?
Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois. It's on the other side of the Mississippi River. That's
not the one I'm talking. I'm talking about I think Ozzie Smith or somebody like that owned this sports bar.
Probably right downtown.
Yeah, it's right downtown,
stadium.
and they have some damn good wings.
Fast Eddie's, and the other spot, there's a really nice steak joint. I think it's called, I want to say it's Three Forks. My boy did his, that might be in Texas. There's some St. Louis, if you're going to St. Louis, get the toasted ravioli. That's what they're into. Ryan is in Warrenton. What's up, Ryan?
Today.
Good. You're cutting in and out a little. Try to stay still.
Boys, I failed. I'm on back roads.
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
All right. BMitch and all you boys, I'm curious. Over the years, you've taken thousands of calls. What has dumbed down the average sports fan, NFL fan, or caller more? Has it been fantasy football or prop bets or social media and the access 24/7 information?
I think social media is the access because I'm going to tell you why. Everything that hits social media is not facts. But every player, every fan that wants to act like they're the smartest, all they do is watch everything that pops up. And there have been times where they run with information that is completely wrong, and they just can't believe it's wrong because I got it from, just like everybody tell you, I got it from Wikipedia. You know, I got it from the social media. Don't mean it's 100% right. So that is why, because the way the information moves and the speed at which it moves on social media, it has made millions of people ignorant off the bat.
Agreed.
And then, like, let's go back. Like, I think anytime you have anything that shows you some semblance of professional athletics, Madden, all that stuff, people think because they do it on Madden, they know how to do it on the football field. Fantasy football, because you did some stuff on your fantasy football team, makes people think that they can do what a general manager does. It's totally different. Totally different. I remember the one call, he always call me and say, man, why don't more running backs spin? Because I always use a spin move on Madden, and I always get by the guy. I'm like, if they keep spinning, they're going to end up dead in the NFL.
Yeah, it takes one slow spin, you get clocked.
Quarterbacks with the access to social media and everything else.
Yeah.
It's tough to listen to some of these callers and even having a conversation with someone out in the public.
Yeah.
I want to beat my head, so I can only
do like I do, man. Just say, you know what? God gave me some comedy today, and just laugh at it.
Appreciate you, Ryan. Thanks, buddy. I find social media has made the planet worse, period. However, I find prop bets, betting culture, like as somebody that has always bet and understood lines, I find most media coverage around betting exceptionally dumb. And it's making sports coverage worse because people are trying to shoehorn stuff in that they don't know about, and it stinks. Now, Joey, our producer on the Monumental side, had an actual question for you. I like this question.
I don't really like Joey.
I'm telling you, this is a legit question. He has a question about the concept of out-kicking your coverage. Because to Joey, who calls himself an idiot, a longer punt seems like it would be better for coverage. So what does out-kicking your coverage mean?
Out-kicking your coverage means that the punt is going to be a lot of length with low hang time, okay? And you give the returner a chance to get up to full speed, and normally you can get if he gets to the wall that's set up, you're in trouble. That's why out-kicking the coverage. And also it means when you're a good dude that you don't look good, you're not fine or whatever, right. And you end up with a beautiful woman. That's why they say you outkick your coverage.
Like Brian.
Because you shouldn't have that. You know, like you got your coverage. You know your coverage can get down the field in 5 seconds. You just kicked a 70-yard punt with a 4-second hang time. You in trouble.
Have you seen the picture that Gannicus B just sent to us of you in a Saskatchewan Rough Riders jersey?
No.
It's fantastic. Joey, I don't know if you can get my computer on the screen or if you want to.
They sent it to where?
Jeff just dropped it in the group chat. He said, if only you had dreamed of making the CFL.
But you know what? That's green. That's my high school colors. Would have been good.
All right, last one. Harold.
It would have been cold as hell, though, I can tell you that.
Harold, what up, man? Ask me something.
What's up, AB? I'm that dude you met that time at that place. You don't remember doing your appearance and a whole bunch of people.
Of course. Now, Harold, that's a 10 out of 10.
You know what? Every time we hear something like that, we laugh.
Harold gets the bit right there.
So BMitch, I heard LeVar Arrington talk about the time you knocked him out cold on a kick return or a punt return, but I never heard your side of it. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember it. LeVar tells that story factually. So we put Cecil Martin, our fullback, back with me on kickoff return.
This is in Philly?
When I was in Philly, and we came to play them, it was after 9/11. And LeVar was put out there to he was on kickoff coverage. And Cecil was put just to block LeVar. So I get the ball, and I yell, go, and I'm taking off. And I'm saying, Cecil, he's to the right. He never sees LeVar. But I see LeVar coming out the corner of my eye, and he committed early, lowered his head, and I saw him coming. So what I did, I took my shoulder pads and kind of like I lowered down, and I caught him and kind of like I hit him on the top of his helmet, and he snapped his neck a little bit, and he dropped down, and when he rolled over, I saw the whites of his eyes. He was asleep. And Fred, this is my first time meeting Fred. Why you knocking that out, guy? I said, you're next. And he started yapping. I told Fred, I told Sam, I said, Sam, you better talk to him. He said, what you? I said, I'm not going home tonight. And I hang in the same clubs y'all hang in. That's how I left that at. But yeah, he had a concussion. He had a concussion. He was knocked out.
Great call, Harold.
Can't hit this big head, boy. Think you gonna have something going for you.
Going the wrong way right there. When we come back,
LA's my dog, though.
DeQuell Jackson made over 1,000 tackles in a 11-year NFL career. DeQuell will join us next to tell us what he thinks will matter most this weekend NFL Super Wild Card matchups. Nobody go anywhere.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you beat the books with like you want sports. The defending Super Bowl champion Eagles host the Niners on Sunday, and I think the market is overreacting to practice status for San Francisco. We talking about practice. Specifically, I'm talking about all-world left tackle Trent Williams. He's the X factor in this contest. If he plays, the Niners offense will move the ball effectively. I don't care how elite Vic Fangio's defense has been. The spread is over 5 now. I'll buy in and take the points with the 49ers. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
It's Field Trip Friday with Grant and Danny. This Friday, January 9th, they'll be broadcasting live from Pupatella Pizza, 13619 Lee Jackson Memorial Highway, Service Road in Chantilly. Stop by, grab lunch, and get hyped for this weekend's football games. Broadcast begins at 2 p.m.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
JP from the Junkies here for my guy, Dr. Sean Kumra and Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Look, I know a lot of people get nervous about going to the dentist. I was nervous myself, hadn't been in years. But Dr. Kumra's a local guy, went to JMU, University of Maryland Dental School, former quarterback in high school. He's been helping patients since 2005. Follow my lead. I had a great experience. You can do that too. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com or call 703-750-1099.
Just got back from your morning run and not sure what's causing that pain? Took a hard hit at practice and your shoulder's feeling funny? Not sure what you did to your knee this weekend and now it's bruised? For injuries and pain like this, call 844-VANTA-365. Reduce the wait time and cost of the ER or urgent care with the VantaStat Ortho Helpline that's available 365 days a year. Streamline your care and go right to the source. Call 844-VANTA-365.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. 202-929-6600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, they love the game of golf just like me and you. They are here for golfers because they know golf like no one else. Since 1982, your local Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been the trusted partner on and off the course, providing reliable expertise that you can count on. With over 60 years of experience and their legendary 90-day guarantee, they've always been there to help you. Get there. Golf them by Worldwide Golf.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Former Lions backup quarterback David Blau is a candidate for Washington's next OC. Also interviewed was passing game coordinator from the Cardinals, Drew Terrell, who used to be a part of the Washington coaching staff. NBA news has the potential of Memphis willing to part with Ja Morant. The big news in D.C., the Washington Wizards are announcing today they have acquired four-time All-Star Trae Young from the Atlanta Hawks for Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum. He'll be introduced tonight at 6 p.m. in D.C. Pelicans and Wizards at 6:45 on Bloomberg 99.1. Capitals at the Blackhawks at 7:45 on The Fan. Miami defeated Ole Miss 31-27. They await the winner of Indiana Hoosiers and Oregon Ducks. That kicks off tonight at 7:40 p.m. Quarterback DeMond Williams Jr. is going to play for Washington Huskies. The Nationals have agreed to terms with C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Jake Irvin, and Luis Garcia Jr. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's BMitch Finlay.
What do you think he'll say?
Let's find out. Hello, operator.
You can watch the show live or on demand on YouTube.
One more time.
Bing, 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 bing. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Only a half hour left for us, then Grant and Danny coming on. As we gear up for NFL Super Wild Card Weekend, we wanted to talk with Mr. DeQuell Jackson, longtime NFL linebacker, and just did some work with the Browns front office. DeQuell, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good, man.
We're good, dude. We appreciate you making time for us, and I'm curious.
DeQuell, before we get started, you played 11 years. You got over 1,000 tackles.
Yeah.
You look at London Fletcher, Bobby Wagner, Ray Lewis, they have over 2,000. How your body feel and how much they body feel?
Hey, listen, every day I wake up and I can get up and I can move around and do what I need to do is a blessing. But, when I played the game, man, your body hurts. Your body hurts. It's something you get used to, but when you're on the other side of things like myself and Bobby Wagner hadn't experienced it just yet. You want your body to just relax and rest. And, what I do for fun now, I'll go swimming when I need to. I can work out when I want to, play a little golf. I take it very easily. But for the most part, my body's doing pretty good. Okay. But to have 2,000 tackles, man, that's a whole different ball game, brother. That's a whole different ball game. I'm not even going to pretend to know what that feels like. But, it was a grind when you're in it. And I'm fortunate for my body to be feeling as good as it has right now. But I try to make sure I stay active and running. So if I don't, my body just bounds up, man. But, 11 years playing a violent sport and that position, it wears on you for sure.
If I can, DeQuell, you say you play a little golf. When I texted you Wednesday, it took you a while to respond because you were playing golf in December or January.
Yeah,
that's not a little.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I caught the bug in March, and so I had a set of clubs I bought in 2009. I couldn't give away these clubs; they were so old, and the technology was so dated. So I pick it up in March. I got some clubs, and I've been playing like crazy ever since. The wife doesn't think it's all that great, but I try to get out as much as I can.
Are you guys living in Florida? Because that's a game changer for playing year round.
No, I'm in D.C.
Oh,
I'm here
hell,
in
it's
Northwest
cold,
DC.
man.
Yeah, man. So I have a cutoff. If it's below 40, I don't even think about it. But anything that teeters up 40 above, I'm getting out there, man. And the other day was actually beautiful. It was beautiful a couple of days ago when we spoke. It was actually a nice day.
I think 45 is my limit.
We're gonna have to play, but not till the sun comes out for me. I'm a little bit of a baby.
No, it's all good. By that time, I'll be a 10, 15 plus handicap. So just be careful, all right?
So
you know,
10-15, you and I can play together. B's gonna take all our money though. Just letting you know. Don't let him talk you into anything. B would be like, nah, man, I'm not gonna.
I'm a
down
12.
3
I'm a 12.
strokes.
I'm a 12.
Baloney.
You're a 12? Yeah, I'm a strong. I'm 20, 25. 20, 25, and that's legit.
I bet you can hit the hell out of the ball when you catch it, though.
You know, when I catch it, I can get a hold to it, but you know what? I'm about hitting the fairways now. You know, I played the tough man game. Now, if I can get that ball on the fairway,
there you go,
chip away. That's my game right now.
See, now your game gonna get better. Now, when you start thinking about people that want to hit it long, you're gonna hit it wrong. When you start having control, that's when your golf game get better.
What when you have neither, short and out of control?
Well, you know, I realized I couldn't putt, so I played at Maryland a couple days ago. You know, par 5, get on in 3, and I'm 3-putting everything. It's like my putting is horrible. But you know, it's in stages. I understand where I am, but it keeps me coming back every chance I get. So I'm having fun with it.
I gotta ask, you are a Terp legend, played great football for the University of Maryland. They should let you play for free at the Maryland golf course. I don't know if they do.
I tried. Every time I go down, every time I'm there, I show up early. I probably played that course from March until now at least 20 times. I played a lot of round of golf. I'm in the Hall of Fame. I've tried every angle underneath the sun, and they will not even shave anything off of my regular.
That's bananas.
So, you know, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress for sure.
Well, dude, I don't know.
I'm probably a good bit.
So BMitch's move that I've learned is if I know me and B are going out to dinner, or especially like when we're at the Super Bowl or something and we're trying to get into a party, B always wears his Super Bowl ring. You got to start wearing that. I don't know if you got a ring for the ACC Defensive Player of the Year. You got to start rocking that around College Park.
You know what? I'm staring at something right now. I was ACC Defensive Player of the Year. I'll just bring my trophy with me.
There you go. Say, hey, man, I paid for this already.
Yeah.
What do you mean you paid for it? You see this?
Right, the old warm-up outfit. You know, I used to play here, right? Oh, yeah.
All right, let's...
That's definitely in a Rolodex.
We're talking with our friend DeQuell Jackson here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's talk about the games this weekend. Are there any games that really stand out to you where you think maybe the road team or the underdog is going to win?
You know what? I know everyone is talking about Buffalo right now and Josh Allen and the Jacksonville Jaguars, how they've come out of nowhere and a team that could be, that's playing really good football right now. But my money right now is on Josh Allen. I want to see what he's had so much success in the playoffs from a player standpoint, not from I think he's like 7-6 in the playoffs. And you don't have a Patrick Mahomes. You don't have Lamar Jackson. You have a lot of people that's really opened up the floodgates for you to really make a run. You got Jacksonville, they're new to the party. So in my mind, any team that's new to the party, it's got to take you a couple of years to really build that momentum and understand how the level of play rises at that level. And I think Buffalo has been there time and time again. And it's not it's an old storyline, but I want Josh Allen to, he's a 2-time MVP, I believe. And it's time for him to really make that leap and knock these newcomers out the party. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills respond to a new team like Jacksonville, who's new to winning.
You know, if you don't do it, though, you know how quick people change their mind on you now.
Yeah. You know, he's played some really good games. It's like you want him to get over the hump. And I tell everyone, you know, Patrick Mahomes has that. I'm a big Jordan fan, Michael Jordan fan.
Yeah.
So
Hell yeah.
if you go back and look at Michael Jordan and how many top 50 players that he basically stopped from getting championships. You know, Patrick Mahomes has that effect.
Yeah.
And now that Patrick Mahomes is on the sideline watching the game, Lamar Jackson is home watching the game, it's time for that next tier to really rise to the occasion. I think he's up for it. The defense, you know, it's just he's going to take the bulk, whether they win or lose. He's going to take the blame if they lose, and he's got to take it all when they win, obviously. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how he plays. And, you know, right now this postseason is unlike any other that we've seen. All the teams that we thought would potentially be in the AFC or NFC championship, they aren't there.
They're at home.
You know, you have the Rams on the other side of things that they've always been good with with McVay and who's the
Stafford,
the steady, Matt Stafford. You know, he's been there, done that. I'm looking forward to seeing someone else new host that trophy.
You know, a lot of them guys will be playing golf with us.
Yeah, and they're pretty good golfers, man. They're pretty good golfers.
Dude, one game I'm really curious about, DeQuell, is Niners going to Philly. You know, the Niners go on these playoff runs under Kyle Shanahan. When they get in, they are very dangerous. Philly's obviously the defending Super Bowl champ, but that offense hits these extreme droughts. But San Fran's defense kind of sucks. Like, what do you make of that Niners-Eagles matchup?
Yeah, you know, San Fran is overachieving right now. I think defensively, when you lose some of your key cogs at linebacker, and, you know, Purdy has been in and out of the lineup throughout the year, you know, they find a way. And out of all the teams in the playoffs, they're probably I would love to have played for that type of organization, played for a guy that, you know, that runs the GM as if he was a player. You know, I do like their odds because they play tough. They play. They can win in a multitude of ways. They can run the football if they need to. They can spread you out with McCaffrey. He's always a mismatch. Philly, no one's really talking about it. But, again, you can't count them out. They've done what they had needed to do to get to the playoffs. But San Fran is just that underdog team I've always secretly rooted for. I think they have all the tools to get it done. And, quite frankly, they're playing on house money right now. And they got in. And I think that's probably one of the games that I think, you know, I don't know if they're favored or not, but I like San Fran in that matchup.
Wow, they're catching points, too.
They're getting points,
Yeah, that should be a good one.
I really like them.
I did, if we can, want to switch it to the college ranks, just because that game last night, I know you grew up in South Florida. Did you grow up a Hurricanes fan?
So in Florida is really weird, man. It's like pockets of Florida despise, like where I grew up, it was diehard Florida State. Florida State and the Florida Gators. And then Miami was its own country, and you rooted for UM. I don't know anyone who grew up around my neighborhood or adjacent to it that rooted for Miami. But being from Florida, I was definitely calling all my guys on the sideline. You know, Reggie Wayne, I was texting him. And I'm happy that Florida is back to a prominent program. Yeah. And they've had all those guys. If you know, I'm sure you guys know guys who played at Miami. Yep. Those guys, that's a brotherhood. That's a community that has always been together, and it's easy to root for those guys. And to see the way they won the game last night, I think Cristobal has done a phenomenal job of galvanizing those guys, getting guys from the portal. I still don't understand the portal route.
It's crazy.
It's a whirlwind to manage, but somehow, to me, in college, you look at University of Miami, you look at University of Indiana. What are they doing differently than these other blue blood teams that have the reputation to go get these top 5 recruits, but somehow they're not in the dance when they need to? But somehow these storyline teams or these historic universities like Miami and, quite frankly, Indiana, no one expected them to be a football school.
Ever.
And all of a sudden they're beating people down. Like, what's the difference? To me, it's coaching. True. It's with my time spending in Cleveland, understanding you can acquire talent, you can have the talent on your roster, but if you don't have an intentionality of developing the talent and then you have the culture around it to sustain it, then you fall by the wayside. And I think kudos to the staff in Miami and Indiana. It's such a great storyline to see these collection of guys who other schools didn't want, or whether they jumped from school to another, and to figure it out. You know, watching that game last night, those guys play for each other. Those guys were crying on the sideline. I watched the previous game with Miami when what's the kid number 10, Makai. I may be screwing up his name.
Running back
Malachi Tony.
Malachi.
18 years old, 5'11", best player on the field.
He's my favorite player in this playoff. I mean, his size, his ability to play through contact, his speed, and he's so young. The guy's so far ahead of his time. Miami is very hard to beat, and the way they won last night, the back and forth, I was screaming at the television. My wife was doing some work, and I'm screaming at the television with a golf club in my hand, saying, "Give Malachi the football," you know, in crunch time. So, and when they did, they saw big dividends. But I really like this playoff storyline and the teams that's in it right now.
What do you like tonight, Indiana, Oregon?
I'm going with Indiana. I love the coach, man. I have to be honest. I love the coach. I love what he stands for. He's got the attention of that group. They've overachieved, and they've answered every bell along the way, and they've proved so many doubters wrong. I don't think that stops tonight. I think that continues, and we see Miami and Indiana playing in the big dance. And Indiana's just, I love what they're doing on offense. Again, I love the coach and what he's brought to that school. Hopefully he can sustain it somehow, some way going into the next season. But nonetheless, I'm going to enjoy it while it's here right now and root for this school that no one saw coming at all this year.
Not at all.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fun to watch. DeQuell, I'd love to maybe, as the playoffs keep going, as we get closer to the draft, talk to you about some of these linebackers coming out. I think Washington's got to add at least one and see who you like and maybe some names that people aren't focused on.
Yeah, we'd love to, man. Give me a call. I'll be here, man. I love to talk ball. And listen, for my time in Cleveland the past 2 seasons, I watched a lot of football, man. A lot of football. And I've written so many advanced reports, so I need to get it out somehow. So anytime you give me a call, I'll be ready for you guys.
Let's do it. We'll get some golf on the books once the weather gets warm. Thanks, dude.
All right, you got it. Take care, guys.
That's DeQuell Jackson, over almost 1,200 career NFL tackles.
A lot of damn
It's crazy
tackles.
to think how hard that is, and to think Bobby, London, Ray, or
Over 2,000.
I mean, that's just banana land.
Ridiculous.
If you want to give DeQuell a follow, you can on Instagram at DeQuell Jackson. We got to make some bets when we return.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. Drive home with Grant and Danny.
Welcome onto the show, our good buddy, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. Bill, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
What's going on? Good, how you doing? Someone say they heard my voice, and I called up to the bank, and they was like, I know your voice from the Grant and Danny radio show. That was pretty cool. They said, hold on, is this Bill?
They just heard your voice and picked it up from
They
listening
heard
to the
my
show.
voice.
That's pretty incredible.
Grant and Danny. Now weekday afternoons from 2 to 6:30.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, what's up? It's Sandy Rouillet here from my friends and trusted realtors, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. If you're planning to sell your home, I personally recommend you work with the best. They sold my place. Call the Reynolds of Power Home Team. For over 35 years, Debbie and Sarah have been helping thousands of families sell and buy homes in our area. If you want to maximize the sale of your home, here's why you need to call Debbie and Sarah Reynolds. They already have the buyers. Over 16,300 buyers in waiting. These buyers are screened and looking to buy right now. As a result, they sell their homes 3 times faster and net their sellers 4.27% more money on average. It's over $30,000 more dollars right in your pocket. It's the difference between settling and selling smart. They simply get results. And the best part, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Home builders across the DMV have trusted Ace Trim Carpentry to keep their production schedules on track, specializing in high volume and multifamily residential projects, delivering reliable manpower without ever sacrificing quality or safety. Our experienced team understands the demands of production building. We provide consistent quality that elevates your finished product and adds real value to your home building process. For craftsmanship you can depend on and a partner who understands builders' needs, choose Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner.
Hey, it's JP Finlay, and you've heard me talking about the disaster at my house with the water damage. Well, Better Services came to the rescue again. They got me new appliances that match the dishwasher they already hooked me up with. Check out their showroom in Kensington, Maryland. Better can also help you with all your kitchen and bath needs. They also offer handyman services for all types of repairs. Whatever you need, Better is the spot. They serve Maryland and D.C. They're family-owned and operated for over 80 years. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services.com. No one appreciates the fans, listeners more than my friends at Paisanos. Now you can score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. If your fantasy lineup suddenly scored 30% more points, you'd call yourself a genius, right? Same logic applies here. Load up on pizza, wings, pastas, salads, whatever you're craving. Add it all to the cart and punch in promo code FAN30 for the easiest wins you'll get all season. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
Tune in weekdays in the 6 o'clock hour before the puck drops that night for Grant and Danny's Power Play. They'll give a preview and analysis of that night's Washington hockey game. Presented by American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com.
This Saturday, January 10th, Georgetown returns to Capital One Arena. Be there with a special bobblehead ticket pack for just $29. Club level ticket and mascot bobblehead included. Get tickets at guhoyas.com/bobblehead. That's guhoyas.com/bobblehead.
This is Tress Way, and you're listening to BMitch and Finlay on 106.7 The Fan.
This is the Weeknd who played Northwest Stadium last year. This summer, we get Bruno Mars. That should be fun. Bruno's an entertainer,
May 2nd.
dog. May 2nd? That's fun. That's a good weekend.
He puts on the show, dog.
Yeah, man. I really liked when he did.
And Anderson Park with him. He's going to be with him.
Be fun.
Janelle Monáe.
Here's the plan. White Brian, who won the week? I think it was me.
You, me, and Jeff all tied.
J-Dogs forever, baby.
One tie, all tie. Me and Landfill tied with y'all.
All right.
Nobody wins.
There's 5 games this weekend. We'll circle back on the Monday night or on Monday. But we got 5 NFL wildcard games this weekend. We're going to pick all 5. White Brian's got to keep track of it. This is a fresh bet, boys. Is anyone ready to start? Jeffrey, White Brian? Jeff looks locked and loaded. Fire away, Jeff.
Okay, give me the Panthers.
Wow.
I want them to upset the Rams because I have two friends that are obnoxious Rams fans.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Bears.
Okay.
I want to see Caleb do something. I'm going to go with the Bears. And let's go Jaguars.
Okay.
Niners. Chargers. And you said we're going to circle back for Monday,
We'll
right?
circle back for Monday. All right, Jeff's in the books. Panthers, Bears, Jags, Niners, Chargers. White Brian.
Rams, Packers, Jaguars, Eagles, Patriots.
Slow down, dog. I'm trying to write it down. Rams, Packers, Jags, Eagles, Pats.
Yep.
Okay. Professor Landini?
Panthers.
Wow, 2 Panthers picks. Okay.
Bears.
Okay. Landfill sounds sexual. Go ahead.
Are you giving them the points and all that point spread?
We're just picking winners.
Okay.
Eagles.
I think they're crazy. They're picking on them.
Jaguars.
Landfill messed up the order. Jags,
Patriots.
Eagles, Pats. Okay. Me or you, B?
I am going to go Rams, Packers, Jaguars,
Jags,
Eagles,
and
I'm going to go Patriots.
All right. My picks, Rams, Packers, Bills. I'm the only one to take the Bills. Eagles, Patriots. That's everybody. We'll include the Gov in this. The governor took Rams, Bears, Jags, Niners, Pats, and he took the Texans. We'll pick that when we get there.
He knows if he don't win, we get to get the government treatment. The governor treatment. We get to have security.
If you got to have any one thing the governor gets, what would it be?
Security.
Dog, I just want police escorts everywhere I go. Never sit in traffic.
That's part of security.
You know how great never sitting in traffic
That's
would
part
be?
of security.
I'll just take the salary.
I bet the Gov made more on Wall Street than he does.
Yeah,
as
but if I don't
governor.
got to do anything for it, if I'm just getting cut a check.
That dude's working. But you're saying you wouldn't work and just get the check.
Right.
That's kind of cool.
Now, you're going to be working, Landfill.
You know what I was thinking about? If you're the governor, you got to go to every county fair and town carnival. Imagine how much food gets shoved at that dude that he doesn't want to eat. Oh, Gov, you got to try the corn. You got to try the ham. You know what I mean? He's just like,
I don't want that.
Yeah, but you can't say no.
Yes, you can.
Breaking news. Earlier this morning, you said Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss should go to the pros.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it doesn't appear he has an option. The NCAA has denied Trinidad Chambliss a 6-year of eligibility, which would end his college career.
Go get that
They're
thing,
giving
bro.
everybody all the eligibility they want. Why are you taking it from Trinidad? Let them play. Let the kids play. College football, it's no longer about college or education. But whatever, I think he can make it in the pros.
Go get it, dog.
Another Scotty's Wild Card. Another Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday in the books. Fun show today. Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore for joining us. And thank you to DeQuell Jackson for joining us.
Yeah.
Good night of sports.
DeQuell was good.
We'll be at the Wiz, Indiana, Oregon. Awesome weekend of NFL playoff football. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks for listening, everybody. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Everybody have fun this weekend. Be safe.
If I fall, if I die, know I lived and missed some bullets. I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shine ain't always gonna be gold. I'll be fine once I get it. I'll be good. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robin Hood, your money, your move. Oregon and Indiana face off tonight in the second game of the college football playoff semifinal. One thing I'm watching for is the quarterback matchup between Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. Both quarterbacks expected to be the top 2 picks in the NFL draft this spring. How they play tonight could go a long way in who becomes the number 1 pick overall. I'm Chris Black.
BMitch and Finlay are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com.
Jumpstart your January goals at Whole Foods Market. With hundreds of yellow sale tags, you'll find feel-good savings across the store. And literally everything they sell follows strict ingredient standards. Shop wellness favorites at Whole Foods Market.
The business of business is relationships. The business of life is human connection. Personal relationships shape who we are. Business relationships shape how we operate. For over 20 years, Main Street Bank has forged strong relationships with the business owners that make up the DC metro area. We have helped shape them, and they have helped shape us. Main Street Bank, put our bank in your office. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
BMitch here. It's a new year and a new ride. And I'm excited to tell you, Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers, have teamed up with Harley-Davidson of DC and your Washington Capitals to give away a custom, one-of-a-kind Capitals Harley-Davidson. This incredible bike has been signed by the entire team. So start the year in the saddle and enter at capsfansbike.com. That's capsfansbike.com. And remember, when you ride protected with Law Tigers. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Calfus and Knockman, Olivia Donahue.
It's your boy Bish from the Junkies, and when I needed a new HVAC system water heater and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. Dan Foley, the owner, came out himself, not some faceless company owned by private equity. He owns 100% of Foley Mechanical. He takes pride in every job. His crew, top notch. These guys know exactly what they're doing, especially with older homes and radiator heat. They crushed it at my house. They will for you. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia and proudly installs Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley. He's the real deal.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
O'Reilly! Replace your wiper blades and save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Beam blade technology improves windshield contact for maximum visibility. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Oh, baby, the Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
NBA news, the Grizzlies are entertaining Ja Morant trade offers, according to Shams. The Washington Wizards officially announced today they have acquired four-time All-Star Trae Young from the Atlanta Hawks for Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum. Officially, Young is out for tonight's game against the Pelicans, which you can hear live on Bloomberg 99.1 pregame at 6:45. Washington Commanders interviewed Cardinals passing game coordinator Drew Terrell for their vacancy at the offensive coordinator position. Miami defeated Mississippi 31-27. Tonight, Indiana versus Oregon, 7:30. The winners play January 19th in Miami. Capitals and Blackhawks face off tonight, 7:45 pregame on The Fan. Nationals agree to terms with C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, Jake Irvin, and Luis Garcia Jr., still trying to get Cade Cavalli signed. Virginia cornerback Jason Brevard has transferred to Kansas State. Trae Young will wear jersey number 3 for the Wizards. From the Crop Metcalf 5 Stars Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on January 9th, 2026. It's a Football Friday, and for one last Friday, it is a field trip day on 106.7 The Fan. For the last time this football season, we are out and about. We are hanging out at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. We are right off of Route 50. This place spoils us rotten and will spoil you as well. Come on out. Get your pizza, get your appies, have your fun, listen to some football banter, kick it with us and say hello. It's a Field Trip Friday in Chantilly.
It's only 2:02 p.m. 2:02, just like the area code. DC, what up? And I'm already full. That will not stop me today. I'm at Pupatella, damn it. I'm here to eat so much that it's uncomfortable. I love it here. I've had so many appies already. I've had so many Italian meats. I've had so much mozzarella that was fried inside of breading. I adore Pupatella right here in Chantilly. These guys are the best.
I also think Zach prides himself on our discomfort when we leave.
Yeah.
Like, he knows when we're comfortable and when we've had enough, and he's like, oh, you have? 3 more pizzas coming to your table.
It's like, here's your gelato flight, fatty. When he looks me in the eye, too, he knows.
And you're probably thinking, like, well, you guys are adult, grown male human beings. You would just say no at that point.
That's adorable.
And that's a hilarious thought.
That's so funny.
Wow, you're precious and fun when you think that way. And he knows this about us.
He knows.
He knows we can't say no.
He knows. He's like, these 2 pudgy sheep that come in here and eat their body weight in carbs.
There have been people that have told us at these Pupatella experiences that sit and hang out for a while that they've never seen anyone eat more in one several-hour span than Danny eats at Pupatella.
Yeah.
And I can't disagree with that.
I mean, it's just because the food is there. If someone's nice enough to bring it to me, what's my obligation? To eat it. It's the least I can do, right?
It's like Thanksgiving. If Thanksgiving was a celebratory day of Neapolitan pizza and fried doughy appetizers. You know?
Yes. It's just like that.
And there's also football. Just like Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Oregon and Indiana in the college football playoff semifinal, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl tonight. Indiana, according to the ESPN analytics, with just under a 70% chance to win this game.
Can I say something about that super quick? That seems high to me.
It does. Oregon's phenomenal. Dan Lanning's as good a coach as there is in college football, but they're going up against Indiana. A little bit of a buzzsaw right now. And Curt Cignetti, just Google him, that guy wins. I've been talking to some people out here today. I can't find anyone who's not rooting for Indiana to win the whole darn thing. And how could you not?
Yeah.
They have gone from this also-ran nothing burger college football program that was a basketball school that kind of had a football team too, sometimes, to the power in America as the number 1 seed.
Without a single 5-star.
They beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. They dominated a round to go against Alabama, another of the elite-level blue blood programs over the years. And now you get Oregon. I mean, this is a murderer's row of sorts since their conference championship game. But with Cignetti and this nerdy, well-to-do Beaver Cleaver quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, this yes sir, no sir, I can't wait to get back to class after this game's over. So
I just have to tell you, I'm tremendously excited. Like, that's how he is for real.
That's his real-life personality.
Not a caricature.
And I'm not joning. I love this kid. He might go number 1 overall in the NFL draft.
And so, with all due respect to Oregon, and I've said this all year, not like I'm an expert analyst in this subject, Oregon's nasty. They are really good, and they're capable of winning the whole thing. I said that when they went up against Penn State, won on the road before Penn State's season came crashing down. But that Oregon team is really impressive. They lost once already, 30-20 to this Indiana team that we're talking about. They were in the game, though. It was kind of a punch-counter-punch thing that just didn't quite have enough. I'm not counting them out tonight by any stretch. But 3 of the 4 final teams had an amazing story of some kind. Indiana's the sports story. It's a Disney movie. It seems fake. One of the worst football programs in America. That's not hyperbolic. Historically, Indiana, a joke, a scheduled win. For them, a success was, well, we beat Ball State and we held Rutgers to 30. Yay us, 4 wins,
Indiana's
and that's
on
it.
the schedule. You run up the score a little bit.
Yeah.
Schedule them on homecoming.
Worse than Purdue, worse than a lot of the teams in that region. They were a joke in the Big Ten. Now, they're beating the who's who of college football. They're beating the royalty. It's incredible and should be talked about all the time. Miami, let us not forget, whether you say they could have easily not been in the damn tournament altogether. And here they are walking into the finals, basically a home game for them in the national championship. And Ole Miss, what's a better story than Ole Miss? With their coach bailing on them for a more high-profile job. Half the coaches weren't allowed to prepare, and here they are going nip and tuck with a Division III quarterback that found his way to the highest levels of the country, playing in the SEC. They were a couple plays away last night from going to the national championship game in their own right. All great stories. The only story that's not great is Oregon. They're just a regular, really good football team with a good football coach, and they're trying their best too, but it's an amazing narrative Final Four.
Perennial top 5 program with one of the best coaches in America.
Yeah, they're really good.
They're supposed to be here. They're the one non-Cinderella of sorts. So for that reason, they're not going to have a whole lot of non-Oregon backers that are just jumping in on the bandwagon.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll tell you this, if they're going head-to-head with Miami, in Miami, where the Canes will be playing in their home stadium in the national championship game at Hard Rock in Florida, I'm going to be rooting for Oregon. I've always liked Dan Lanning. They've never finished what they've started. They've never crossed the finish line. Miami is more of an underdog. They barely got into the playoff. There's a lot to like about them. But Michael Irvin's pretty annoying to me. Yeah. And there's no one that's that annoying in the Oregon. It's not like Joey Harrington's running around whipping his belt against Gatorade coolers and ripping off his shirt.
Is LaMichael James doing push-ups for every touchdown? Come on.
I have not seen Marcus Mariota stripping naked and yelling at everyone on some Pat McAfee also cast. So I'll just root for Oregon if it's Oregon versus Miami.
Tip of the cap quality bit there. I can't believe the same team I saw not have an answer for SMU like a few weeks ago. I can't believe that team is about to play for the national championship. They earned it. Credit to them. Tip of the cap. They struggled down the stretch. Again, lost to a garbage Louisville team, with all due respect to Louisville fans out there. They lost to SMU, and we're just okay towards the end of the year in the ACC, and they're playing for the Natty. I love sports.
And earned every bit of it.
And earned it, 100%. That's not to discredit them.
They had to beat 2 really good teams in the college football playoff on their way, including Ole Miss. That game last night was great, by the way.
Wasn't it?
This kid, Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback for Ole Miss, he is an electrifying talent. Why he wasn't higher considered in draft conversations, I don't understand. I guess the logic is that it was never expected that he was going to go pro. I don't know why that is either. He was trying to get like a 6th year of eligibility in college or something. Mm-hmm. It's a weak quarterback class. Who is advising this person? He should have been in the draft conversation a month ago. I mean, I don't get that. He throws for 277 last night, had a pretty back-breaking run toward the end of the game for a first down for 19 yards as well. But he's got a nice skill set. But Ole Miss ends up losing 31-27. It was back and forth at the end. To Miami, you tip your cap. I've never loved Carson Beck. I don't know what it is about him that turns me off a little bit. But he is a great college quarterback. And he showed it again last night. Yeah. Very accurate, big-time throws. Their thumper physical running back, this Brian Robinson-like dude named Mark Fletcher, who wears number 4.
Good luck.
Pile pusher.
Good luck.
22 for $130 last night. The freshman that they've got, I didn't really know this guy that well until I watched him play Virginia Tech. Malachi Toney, who wears number 10. Electric is not a good enough adjective. He is
nuclear.
A completely unique special player. Like, just put him in the NFL now. I know he was supposed to be a high school senior this year. I don't care. He is a water bug who can't be touched in a phone booth. He had 81 receiving yards and a touchdown last night. I love his game. But Miami, man, physical defensively. Ruben Bain, who's a top 10 projected pick that some people want Washington to take. That's not my pick. I think he's going to end up being an NFL defensive tackle. I don't even really see him as an edge. But he was pretty quiet last night, I thought.
I thought so, too. Now, which was telling, by the way, because that, to me, was a great showcase, right? If you can affect that game. Listen, I know we'll look at sack totals and go in or out based on that, but that's one of those environments where are you disrupting play after play after play? Are you bothering the opponent? And it felt like I had to keep checking. Is he on the field? Is he not, right?
And it's hard because I think they quick gamed him a little bit. They doubled him some. They chipped him. They did a bunch of things. But even in the games where he's been awesome, like he had a 3-sack game. I want to say maybe it was against A&M, if I remember. In that game, when you go back, it felt a little bit like the Johnny Newton 4-sack game against Dallas, which is not to take away from either one of those guys. They made plays, but it wasn't like
snap, instant disruption, leaves a defender,
it's not
offensive
like he put a move on a guy and it's like diversifying the portfolio with a swim and a rip. It was like he was in the right spot at the right time and had a good game and played relentlessly and was very, very solid. I like the player. I think he's going to be a good player.
Like at 7, no. At trade back at 16?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
That's kind of the range. And I'll say it a different way. I'd rather have Arvell Reese from Ohio State. I'd rather have Caleb Downs from Ohio State. I would rather have Sonny Styles if I was to move back from Ohio State. Not all Ohio State guys. I would rather
Any other Ohio State players you like? I like Cornell Tate also. Give me David Bailey.
I mean,
Texas Tech first.
David Bailey's my favorite of all those guys right now that I would take in the top 10. But, so that's kind of where I'm at. The other hot take I have on Ruben Bain, and maybe this will end up aging like milk, Akeem Mesidor, the other defensive lineman on that team who wears number 3, he's like the other edge. I actually like him more. And I would rather move back and get him at like 19, or I don't know where he's going to go. He might go higher than that now.
Yeah.
But those two guys combined for 27 pressures in the games before yesterday, like the last 2 weeks I think it was. And then they were kind of non-existent. But that Mesidor guy is really underrated to me. I think he's actually excellent.
That might be one of those steals, because the other guy gets the headline. He might be one of those steals. I mean, I can't remember the years exactly, but you think of the Texas A&M defensive ends, where Shamar Stewart had like 2 sacks, numbers approximate, as like a junior or senior, still a first-round pick of the Bengals. Remember years ago, there were 4 guys off the defensive front from NC State drafted, and it was one of those.
That's right.
I know these other guys got the numbers, but this one guy's going to be a star, so someone might end up being wrong there. But yeah, I haven't done a deep dive on the second Miami defensive end. It's Mesidor is the name? I remember seeing him a couple different times, but it never jumped out at me because I was always so focused on, because I'm basically making my or kind of cross-referencing it with, here's the big board of all the different people that do it, and now I'm looking for that guy in the field, and he wasn't listed anywhere near as high, but he may be one of those fast risers.
Grant and Danny live from Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly right off Route 50. We'll be here all day long until 6:30 on The Fan. I got to give college football credit, though. I have been very quick to be upset and frustrated by the landscape, and I find a lot of it to be a turnoff right now.
I agree.
But damn if these games aren't good.
That's how they get you. That's how they win.
It is really easy to bash college football. There were a couple of guys sitting down when I got into the restaurant today. It was funny. They didn't even know we were broadcasting from here, but I guess they're listeners. And the guy said, man, you really practice what you preach. You're eating at Pupatella. You guys are always. I said, well, we got a show here today. But they were just having the conversation, apparently, when I sat down, about how much they dislike the current landscape of college sports, the free agency element, this idea that when players stay, they're re-signing because they're basically just getting more money to stay now.
Yep.
And I agreed with them. I said, yeah, it's not great, Bob. However, these games have been really good.
That's the drug. That's how they get away with it.
Really, I'm not turning off the TV last night, I'll tell you that.
Agreed.
I'm not going to bed as Miami and Ole Miss are exchanging blows in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, I mean, and this is how they get you. Same way with the NFL. They can have whatever kind of cockamamie policy or rule or something that annoys you, but again, the games are the drug. And college football in general gets away with it for 2 reasons. One, again, as you said, the high-level games, when it's good, my God, is it perfect, and you're sort of chasing that forever. But 2, these old-school, tradition-based fan bases that are built in with alumni, regions, everybody kind of being on board for it, sort of gives them a built-in, wide berth to make stupid decisions, to have stuff that is eye-rolling to those of us that follow it, where just kind of everything you said, everything from the transfer portal to a coach just goes, I'll leave my team in the playoffs because I got to start work at the next place that's already paying me. And that's kind of the normal calendar. And there's no rules, there's no governance, there's no CBA. It's just the Wild West. And all that stuff stinks. And yet, I got last night. I got Ole Miss, who probably shouldn't be here. I got Miami, who probably shouldn't be here. Sports, dude. You wanted it to reflect to a degree the basketball tournament, which I love so much. It's as perfect a sporting event as we have. Well, there it is, right? An ACC team that from a terrible conference that may or may not have belonged. Ole Miss was what, at best, the fourth best team in the SEC this year? Wire to wire, maybe third, depends. And here they are contending for the national championship. Awesome.
One more thing on last night, and if you're not into college football that much, don't worry, we're getting to the NFL here in a second. This is more of a broad football conversation thing that I'm about to bring up and less about the Final Four in the college football playoffs. But I can't tell you how annoyed I get at the end of games when a throw into the end zone results in the clearest pass interference penalty ever, and it's never called because it's the end of a game. So twofold on this. Number one, I need the officiating of games. While it shouldn't be the exact same on the fourth play of the game as like the last play, I do need you to not just completely throw your whistle to the sideline before the last play. That's number one. And number two, why don't you just tackle a guy in that situation? Has it ever been called one time at the end of a game on a Hail Mary, or in this case, it's like half Mary, because it's not from midfield. It's
something
from
like the 33,
the 30-yard line. It's just a line drive into the end zone. I thought a little bit too flat. Probably need a little bit more air anyway, but it was a very catchable pass back in the end zone. But if you watch the play, Ole Miss is chucking it into the end zone, and the Miami defensive back is pulling the Ole Miss receiver to the ground. It
Assault.
is the clearest PI on any other play. If that happens in the third quarter, the early fourth quarter, the first quarter, the second quarter, it's a 15-yard penalty every single time because it's not a spot foul in college, and we're just doing it again. But at the end of the game, you basically get to do whatever you want.
Right.
I just think that has always driven me crazy. And I don't know what the right answer is because you can't bail teams out constantly by calling PIs. And I do think if your normal threshold, let's say, is contact, that's a 7 out of 10 to call a PI, then it probably should be turned up to like an 8 or a 9. But I need,
and that certainly met that.
Yeah, I need what happened last night to not just be, last play of the game, man. No. That's a pass interference penalty, and the game had no chance of being won based on how the DB was defending that receiver.
Totally with you. So here is my rebuttal to your content. I didn't have a good setup phrase there.
You could have just made your point.
I could have just started talking.
But yeah, that's good. I'm glad you clarified.
Yeah, it's a good thing I do this for a job. In college, I want that more aggressively called because it's 15 yards. In the NFL, it's first and goal at the 1. Because it's so punitive in the NFL, I'm okay with a lot more leeway.
Oh, that's actually a great point.
Even still, I want it called at least some point.
Because you're saying
the mauling that takes place on a Hail Mary is ridiculous, and it shouldn't be allowed.
But in the NFL, it's first and goal from the 1. You've basically given a team a game.
And there it is. And I don't want that. On a Hail Mary, the whole point is it's a low-chance opportunity, right? In college, for 15 yards, yeah, I can deal with that. And you make them do it again. It's still a lower percentage play.
Didn't you? I mean, am I wrong? Was that not pass interference?
It was so. the poor kid sitting on the ground with his hands up going, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
Because he didn't go to the ground by himself.
It also just has, like, when it's the last play
Yeah.
of this epic. I mean, it's been such a good game. It just, I know if you're a Miami fan, you're like, we're good. Everyone just run and
run off the field. Let's celebrate.
Let's listen to Michael Irvin make it all about himself for a few days. But if you're the rest of us, you're going, that was such a good, fun game. And it just feels a little hollow when we all see the thing and it's the Leo DiCaprio meme. We're all just pointing, going, like, what? No, that's a penalty. That's a penalty. Let's call that. And they just, no interest.
No interest at all. None.
All right, I want to get into Commanders' OC coaching search. Here's why. I think that we are getting so excited about Mike McDaniel. We're all assuming that's going to happen, that we're taking our eyes off what is actually more likely. I think it's more likely that David Blau ends up being the coordinator here, not Mike McDaniel. And I want to talk about that when we return next. Grant and Danny here on The Fan.
That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Check engine light on? AMCO will check it for free. As transmission experts for over 60 years, there's nothing we can't fix. AA MCO.
Are you ambitious, results driven? At the Fine Living Group with my guy, John Leahy, you get leads, expert training, and a guaranteed income to help you scale fast. Ready to lead the market and take charge of your career? Visit joinfineliving.com today. That's joinfineliving.com.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Maryland residents, you could be eligible for up to $8,000 in savings. As temperatures drop across the DMV, make sure you're saving money this holiday season with available federal rebates. But act fast. These offers expire at the end of December. And with affordable financing options, Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get
Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Several interviews for the Commanders today. Interviewing for their offensive coordinator position include Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell. They also interviewed several internal candidates. GM news, the Dolphins are hiring Packers Vice President of Player Personnel John Eric Sullivan as their general manager. Playoff schedule for the NFL, Rams and Panthers at 4:30 tomorrow, Packers and Bears 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. 3 games on Sunday, Bills and Jags, Niners and Eagles, Chargers and Patriots. Our Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football will be Texans and Steelers at 8:15 Monday night. Last night, college football playoff semifinal at the Fiesta Bowl. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27. Today, the NCAA denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility. That's going to end his college career tonight. Top seed Indiana takes on 5th seed Oregon in the Peach Bowl. The other semifinal matchup that'll kick off at 7:30. Hockey tonight, Caps in action against the Blackhawks, 8 o'clock. Puck drop can hear the game right here on The Fan. Wizards taking on the Pelicans at Cap One Arena tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980, 7 o'clock tip-off. The Wizards also officially announced the Trae Young trade and will hold an introductory press conference before tonight's game. Trae Young will not play tonight. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Back live in Chantilly, right off Route 50, where we're in the Chantilly Plaza. We're at Pupatella Pizza. Neapolitan, delicious, incredible pizza. Come have lunch and eventually dinner with us. We're going to be out here until 6:30 this evening.
The beauty of what we do is we do both here. We do lunch and dinner.
Little day-night doubleheader for your boys?
Yeah, little twilight piece. Split doubleheader. One ticket does not cover admission for us.
Right.
We put on multiple meals. We basically do 3 meals in 2.
Yeah, is there any way we could get here earlier for like a meeting of some type and do breakfast? I bet you they could do a really good breakfast pizza.
Yeah, it's just like the pizza. It's like if it's your first meal, it's breakfast.
I do actually love cold pizza.
Like the show? You like the TV show, Cold Pizza?
Not as much the television show, now defunct from ESPN.
Okay.
But I think I recall this correctly that you don't, and you kind of give me a hard time for that?
No, I don't bust chops for that one. It's not my favorite. It's not like I haven't done it. I mean,
So
who
like
we
when
talking
we have
about?
leftover pizza in the fridge,
Yeah.
my wife and I disagree on this. She
Okay.
always gets annoyed. Her thing is she'll pull out the pizza, she'll put it in the air fryer, she'll crisp it back up nice and warm, and it's like the first time you've ever eaten it. I have never and will never heat up the pizza. I will always eat the pizza cold out of the refrigerator. To me, another one like this is like fried chicken. I really don't mind cold fried chicken. If the first time you eat it, hot, crispy, delicious, perfect, whatever,
Sure.
throw it in the fridge. I'm never crisping it back up necessarily. So with pizza, leftover pizza is always going to be cold, and I'm happy with that.
That's a preference thing. It doesn't bother me. I don't do that. I use the toaster oven. I get a little like a little sheet underneath it, or like an aluminum foil situation.
A Ben or a Gavin?
Oh, like a Gavin sheets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want a Ben sheets. Like it was good for a little while, then all of a sudden went away. Like where did Ben sheets go?
Well, what you hibernate on before his arm blew out is how dominant he was with the Milwaukee
he was
Brewers.
filled. But you sleep on Larry sheets, an all or nothing home run or punch out for the Orioles back in the 80s.
Very much so.
Point of the dude's story is, and I need to heat it up evenly. I don't want to dry it out though. So it's not like I'm not toasting it in the toaster oven. I'm using the oven function to get it nice and hot. I get that crisp back. But I still keep some of the chewiness. Yeah.
I just find it hard to.
You got no patience for it.
There's parts of it that are cold, parts of it that are cool,
I
parts
can't
of
have
it that
that,
are
yeah.
warm. It's very hard to do it correctly. I want to get into the Commanders' OC search and an observation that I've made here. So yesterday we talked a lot about Mike McDaniel. I still believe Mike McDaniel would be the home run hire, okay? If I am putting together a list of candidates in the order of how badly I would want them to be the OC in Washington, Mike McDaniel would be at the very top of my list.
Okay.
Please understand this. Please hear me. I don't think right now I would bet on Mike McDaniel becoming their offensive coordinator. I tried to make this case yesterday as best I could, both on the fact that I think there's a good chance he gets a head coaching job, but I'm also not 100% in my conviction that this is the best offensive coordinator job. I think it's a really good one because you have Jaden Daniels, and I think in the case of Mike McDaniel, it's even more sellable and good because his best buddy Dan Quinn is the head coach here. So there are connections. It makes a lot of sense, and if they hire him, I will not be shocked. I think it's very high on his list. But if I had to bet right now on who became their OC, he would be second on my list David Blau internally would still be number one. I think he's being slept on a little bit in terms of how serious an option he actually is. I wanted to make the case and lay this out as to why I feel this way. This is based on speculation, but I would say informed speculation, conversations I'm having, things I'm hearing. But I want to get your reaction to that first. This idea, it just seems like everyone's talking themselves into, McDaniel's not available, we got to find someone else. McDaniel's available, it's happening, he's the OC. And it's just like written in pen now that he's coming here. I think everyone needs to hold their horses a little bit.
So what I need, let me rephrase it this way.
What you need is them to get on a plane and go get him.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's my answer. And I think that's what a lot of fans would want. If the reason he doesn't come here is because he doesn't come here, if he chooses a better situation, I'm just, for him, he prefers Detroit. He prefers Baltimore with the new head coach, whoever it is.
To today?
No.
Tampa Bay.
Maybe he prefers Tampa.
Todd Bowles as head coach, him working with Baker Mayfield. To me, that would be super weird. I don't know why that would be a better job than Washington, but they do have some good weapons at receiver. But
easy to win division. If you're just mildly competent, you get double-digit wins, and everyone thinks you're good. Obviously, Mike Evans is ageless, but Godwin, Egbuka, a pretty good set of running backs. Cade Otton's pretty legit at tight end.
McMillan's pretty good.
Yeah, McMillan. Yeah, there you go. It's a pretty ready-made turnkey operation where you could be pretty good. Just hit the ground running.
They definitely have better weapons than Washington. There's no doubt.
Yeah, so not much work is needed there. So, but I guess the point is, if you lose the bidding and you end up with David Blau, okay, that happens. That's sports.
Okay,
that's
so
life.
how they get there matters to you.
Yeah, I think a fan would look at it and go, "Damn, I wish it was us. I wish they'd push harder." But I don't know if you can blame an organization if someone doesn't choose you, right?
Right.
If it's you guys, we got him, David Blau, and I'm going, could you have had the super genius? You know what I mean? Where it's like you know the guy that you're elevating before anybody else does. Now, David Blau might be great, and I before Mike McDaniel was even a gleam in my eye, that hiring made sense to me. I think that's a smart, reasonable, sort of helpful transition to Jaden Daniels. You're kind of blending the best of his familiarity with Kingsbury and sort of that staff with a slightly different offense, you would think. I don't know what David Blau's offense is because he's never called one before.
Well, he doesn't have one yet.
He doesn't have one yet.
He would be creating one.
Yeah.
But what I like is he would be combining Ben Johnson stuff that he ran in Detroit with Shanahan stuff that he's been a part of.
You would think so.
With, and this might be really important to them, some Kingsbury stuff that Jaden Daniels has run to help smooth that transition. So you could have this hybrid of all three kind of being melded together. But let me make the case here for why I'm not convinced, but I just think it needs to continue to be a topic of conversation. So first things first, and this is the part, I guess, that you could be okay with. Mike McDaniel is up for head coaching jobs and will be interviewing. If you are going to try to get McDaniel as an OC, you are going to play a waiting game here.
Yep.
I'm talking weeks, not days, okay? Now, maybe it's only 2 weeks and it's like 12 days or something, but it also could be 26 days. Are you willing to wait this out? I still think there's going to be more openings, or maybe one or whatever, but if Buffalo gets blown out this weekend, if Green Bay loses this weekend, I don't know that they're going to fire LaFleur. They certainly shouldn't, but there's some speculation they might. If Pittsburgh loses, would the Steelers come calling to Mike McDaniel? Like, there could still be more jobs, and this whole thing starts. We've already known that John Harbaugh is not even beginning his interview process till next week. So teams are still just lining up who they're going to interview. So Mike McDaniel, as a head coaching candidate, if he wants to be a head coach, which we don't know, but I think he probably is going to at least do some due diligence and some interviewing, that could be weeks. There is then this possibility that you put all your eggs in that basket and go, Mike McDaniel's our guy, we'll wait till he doesn't get a job and we'll hire him. In the meantime, David Blau goes to Detroit, a couple of the other guys you like, Todd Monken or whoever, get other jobs.
Yep.
And this becomes Eric Bieniemy all over again, where you're the last team to hire your OC and you're left holding the bag. That is a big risk that I don't know that I am willing to take on. Okay, so that's the first thing. Do you want to slow your process down? Does he even come here if he has the choices of head coach or other OC jobs? So that part I think you're on board with and understanding.
Yes.
Then there is more the why they might, I'm not going to say prefer, but why they might side with Blau over playing the McDaniel waiting game. I cannot shake how many times Dan Quinn in the last 2 years has talked about the layering of this offensive staff as a succession plan. How many times do you think he's we've heard him talk about that? Like 30?
It feels like not during the weeklies when it's like this guy's injured, we're talking about return to play, we don't miss our mark. But anytime he's not talking about basically Terry McLaurin or somebody that's injured rehabbing, it's that.
Dude, it's the thing I learned that made me a better coach.
Yeah.
It's the reason this one's going to work and last one didn't. He has referenced, maybe not in specifics, but the time in Atlanta when he felt like he made this huge mistake, when Kyle Shanahan left and he didn't have a plan, and all those guys went with Kyle, and he went outside the building to Steve Sarkisian, who was like considered this pretty safe hire, and it didn't work, and he ended up having to blow him out. Well, he chose him over this young guy who he thought was a little too green, and he didn't want to roll the dice on, giving his first job, named Matt LaFleur. And so LaFleur follows Kyle and now is one of the more successful head coaches in the NFC over the last several years. This would feel like that all over again, and I can't shake the possibility, after all the times he's talked about succession plan, grooming our own guys, developing these young dudes in the building, it would feel like that again. Now, I happen to think McDaniel is not Sark. Here's another problem. McDaniel would be a home run hire. Let's all agree to that.
Yep.
Mike McDaniel, OC, excellent. Everyone's excited. Let's high five and throw a party at Pupatella Pizza. He would be here for 1 year. There is not really a world, if it goes well, where he is here for more than one season. Blau, I think they feel like, would be a multi-year solution. He was an assistant quarterbacks coach this year.
Yep.
He's not going to get a head coaching job next year, even if you have a really good year. See Washington in 2024, which is hard to replicate in 26. But even that year didn't get Cliff Kingsbury to the front of every list. He could have taken a New Orleans job.
He could have taken the worst job there.
But it wasn't like he's definitely going to have a job.
Right.
And that guy had been a head coach before.
Yep.
See what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So Blau, it's a multi-year, maybe even 3, but certainly 2 years of him running your offense. If you go with McDaniel, you're signing up, ideally, if it goes well, for Jaden learning 2 offenses in 2 years, 3 offenses in 4 years, and I think they like the idea of that continuity. And then here's the last thing I'll say. I also think there is frustration from Daniels and his camp over the Cliff decision. And, maybe a better way to put it, more team-friendly way to put it, less that you're appeasing Daniels with Blau, but there is a reason to want him to feel comfortable running some of the things he's run, giving him some of the offense he had in this transition, and then building other new wrinkles into it, than just doing a completely different thing. So this is a way that they go, Jaden, I know you wanted Cliff. You're boys with Blau. You're close with Blau. You're going to run some Cliff stuff. We're also going to take the stuff from Cliff we didn't like that much out, and Blau's going to put better stuff that we like more in. So there is this like meeting in the middle while Daniels has one of his guys, and you don't have to worry about that relationship with the next OC. So these are the reasons that I think you should not be counting out David Blau, and why I think they are actually very high on the idea that he could be their offensive coordinator.
So the requisite, of course, is that he can do it, is that he's as smart as everybody says, and the rep isn't just because he, I don't know, was a cool guy in Detroit that time, and he actually is a future OC. Not just because they're the only ones willing to give him an opportunity. See Scott Turner, see Eric Bieniemy, whom you mentioned, right? I need it to be because that guy is a rock star, and you're getting him a year early instead of a year late. A la, think about Sean McVay walking out of the building. Think about McDaniel walking out of the building, LaFleur walking out of the building, all these other guys that went on to be really good coaches that were just sort of here under your employ, and you had no idea that you in what you had. If you really do have something special and you're promoting a guy a year early, I'm all in favor of that. Seriously, I am. If it's just because, well, Jaden's a little pissed off and he can't, and again, I have no idea whether Blau,
no, I get what you're saying.
We've never seen his offense. He didn't have one yet. And if Blau really can't do it.
By the way, reiterate that for people. He's never called plays. He's never been a coordinator. He's never even been a quarterback's coach for more than a month. This would be a ballsy decision by Dan Quinn if McDaniel would be willing to come here.
Like, what is your terminology? He doesn't know yet because he's never done it. He doesn't have one yet. And that's okay. He might cook up the greatest one. He may
boom or bust.
He may, like Ted Lasso did when he got on whatever the mind-altering drug was when he visited Amsterdam and came up with Total Football. He might do that. I have no idea. But the point is, we've got no precedent here. Thank you very much.
Wasn't that at like a sports bar?
Yeah, he's like, I got an idea. Oh, no, let me eat some wings here. Oh, whoa, that's good sauce. And next thing you know, it comes up with Dirk Kite's Total Football.
Right.
The point of the dude's story is we have no idea what it's going to look like or how. I bet you he's a great offensive mind. I bet you he's really good at relating to Jaden or young players because he's one of them. He's 30 years old.
He played quarterback in the NFL 2 years ago.
2 years ago. So that's kind of the new trend line, right? Think of former players in all the sports just sort of walking into the
Davis
coaching
Webb
roles.
is getting head coach interviews.
Yeah, a bunch of dudes. And I feel like he started a playoff game for the Texans an hour and a half ago. But there we are. So it is a risk, but it's also if it can be sold and explained the way that you just did without, I don't think Adam Peters is going to stand up there and go, listen, if we had this one guy, he'd be out of here in a year. But you got to find a way to let everybody know that that's sort of the case. That would make a lot of sense to me, I think. But it just how it happens, I think, matters.
I'm hoping for McDaniel, but I would also feel when they announced Mike McDaniel that this is a one-year rental, whereas Blau is more of a multi-year purchase. And I think that they might like that idea. I also would wonder, but I bet that this is not why they should make this decision. I don't think it is why they would make the decision. But for what it's worth, I think Jaden Daniels would back Blau, which I'm interested in. How important is that to Dan Quinn right now as well? But I want to ask people this because we talked about Blau a few days ago. Since then, McDaniel became available. I feel like yesterday we all threw a party and kind of got ready to welcome him to Ashburn.
Yep.
If they choose Blau before McDaniel has a job, if they move quickly, pretty imminently, keep him from interviewing in Detroit, next 72 hours, early next week sometime, they're announcing David Blau as their OC, they keep it in-house. And McDaniel has still not chosen anything, maybe eventually takes an OC job somewhere, would you be annoyed by that? In other words, not what you're saying, where he gets the head coaching job in Baltimore, but rather, it seems like they're choosing Blau. Could you get down with that? Or do you think that would be a big miss on not swinging for the fences for a year of Mike McDaniel? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. We're at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly today. You're listening to G&D on the Fan.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
My starting quarterback needs sex.
He needs to be a normal young
He needs to be sexually fulfilled. My quarterback needs sex. Regular sex.
I know Drake May's getting some.
He's married.
Yes.
I'm right. My quarterback needs release.
I'm talking about football. Quick release. Find those receivers.
The Sports Junkies. Weekday mornings from 5 to 10 on Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Kohl's new clearance markdowns are intense. Up to 70% off is the kind of deal that'll leave you feeling stunned and make you whisper things like, "Where have you been my whole life?" to a cardigan. Just take a deep breath, steady your cart, and try to act normal. But it's not possible. The savings are just too good. Shop new clearance markdowns now, in-store and online at Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and we're a veteran in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. From Arlington to Bethesda, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Back live at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. What's up? Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Toby Altizer, who's out here with us, has overtime tonight. I believe we're going to carry the Trae Young press conference. The Wizards have announced they'll be introducing him at 6 p.m. this evening. So if you want to hear that, make sure you're locked into the Fan, because we'll have that press conference for you right here on Grant and Danny at 6. The Wizards adding a 4-time All-Star who wanted to come to D.C., which is not a very common thing around these parts.
The second highest assist rate in NBA history, behind some dude named John Stockton. That matters. He's a point guard.
It's wild.
He's a point guard, which means he's going to set guys up for buckets. Now, does he dominate the basketball? Yes. Does he dribble it maybe too much at times? Yes. Are you forced to sort of play a certain way because he's on the court? Yeah, but guys are going to get looks.
I feel like I'm in the minority in my lack of overall excitement about a long-term Trae Young point guard situation. But
given the history, that's reasonable, by the way.
Yeah.
Given how we got here.
I assumed, and still kind of hope, you shut him down for much of this year, doesn't cost you the top 8 pick. I refuse to believe that this very smart front office will lose that pick in this elite draft. So I'm just not even going to consider that. So they'll do whatever they have to do to get a top 8 pick. And hopefully it's the top half of the top 8, by the way.
Yep.
Next year, he opts in. He makes $49 million. He's going to be here. Fine. No harm, no foul. I have just assumed all along that at the end of next year he's out, and now I have $50 million to spend on a superstar winning player. If they're locking in Trae Young for the long haul, like Bobby Marks told us, it's both of our guests yesterday actually told us they think is going to happen, then I like what happened yesterday a lot less. But I'm going to get that answer, I think, or start to get some tea leaves to read today when they introduce him at this presser and we hear from Will Dawkins. So make sure you're locked in at 6 o'clock, get a little information on how they're viewing this.
Here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you're right. The baseline to operate here is you can't lose not only the top 8 pick, but frankly, a top 4 pick.
But don't you agree with me that there's a 0% chance? Like, I am such a big fan of what Winger and Dawkins have done, and I'm not one of these guys that wants to go full like Bayless, Stephen A. Smith, and say something stupid that, Lou makes a headline about. But, like, if you lose the top 8 pick, that is fireable. That is an outrageous, ridiculous, egregious thing to have happen at this point of your build. It is so unacceptable that I'm not even willing to allow the possibility to enter my head that they would be okay.
They know.
And they're so much smarter than me. There's just no way that they'd be like, top 8, whatever, man.
Previous regimes wouldn't think about that way.
I'm quite sure they would.
It was Ted's directive, and they were executing against it, which was play in tournament. We want to make sure we're in the playoffs. That's what matters. Tommy Shepard told us that out loud for a team that was, going to win 32 or 33 games. That's a waste of everyone's time.
Toby just tweeted from the 1067 The Fan account that Grant said it's fireable. Toby, how dare you do that? Throw me under the bus.
The hell, Tobes.
That was very quick, though.
Speaking of Twitter.
We have a staff that works very quick.
Oh, they're on top of it. Speaking of Twitter, at Funny Danny, at Grant H. Polson, on our David Blau topic, a couple actually quality tweets are coming in. On this one, DQ says, KB says, DQ.
Dan Quinn tweeted you?
Yeah, isn't that funny?
What's his burner?
I don't want to miss the mark. Return to play.
How did you know it was him? He said something about in that space.
In that space. Right. KB said, DQ acts like he has 2+ years to let Blau develop, and then he goes on, but he doesn't.
That's a great point.
That is a thing. That is a sharp point, because if it doesn't go well now,
yes.
Now what are we talking about?
If Blau is a multi-year solution, that's great. You might not have multiple years if he's not hitting the ground sprinting next year, which is why the 1 year of McDaniel still might be the better solution. I think it's worse for Daniel's development and long-term and learning another offense in a year. But if you're Dan Quinn, are you thinking about yourself or are you thinking about the bigger picture?
That is the question.
It's actually a really, really good question. I want to hit the phones on this next, though. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll also get into our first look at the playoff matchups in the NFL this weekend, next segment as well. But could you be cool with them choosing Blau, with McDaniel out there and available? We'll get to that next on The Fan.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Winter may be cold, but summer fun starts now at the Fredericksburg Boat and Water Sports Sale, January 9th through 11th. Explore 80,000 square feet of boats and watercraft, all with exclusive show-only deals. Learn more at FredericksburgConventionCenter.com.
Hey guys, EB here. If you're planning to sell your home, I've got many great reasons why you should call my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Room team with Keller Williams today. Debbie and Sarah net their sellers over $30,000 more on average. Plus, Debbie and Sarah sell their homes 3 times faster than the average agent. How do they do it? Well, Debbie and Sarah already have the buyers, people. Over 16,300 ready buyers in their exclusive database looking to buy right now. This is why many of Debbie and Sarah's homes are sold even before they hit the market, and how their sellers are more likely to receive multiple offers. Anyone can list a home, but not everyone can sell it right. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their abilities to get the job done that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you, guaranteed in writing. So take it from me. Call right now, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Maryland residents, you could be eligible for up to $8,000 in savings. As temperatures drop across the DMV, make sure you're saving money this holiday season with available federal rebates. But act fast. These offers expire at the end of December. And with affordable financing options, Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From free agency to the NFL draft, this is your station for every move of the Commanders' offseason.
The story is... Now let's just focus on the defense.
You were right. We are football. Touchdown! Are we good to go? Sports Radio. 106.7 The Fan.
DC has a new home for your favorite songs from the 80s.
Tom Petty.
Def Leppard.
Nobody plays more 80s.
Bon Jovi.
Prince. 94.7
Madonna. Bruce Springsteen.
The Drive.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
They score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Carlson, a shot, he scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Commanders news today. They interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell for their open offensive coordinator position. They also interviewed several internal candidates. Other news in the NFL today, general manager hired for the Dolphins. They hired Packers vice president of player personnel John Eric Sullivan as their new GM. Playoff schedule for the NFL getting underway tomorrow. Rams and Panthers kick everything off at 4:30. Then Packers and Bears tomorrow night at 8. 1 o'clock Sunday will be the Bills and the Jaguars. Niners and Eagles at 4:30. Then Chargers and Patriots Sunday night at 8 o'clock. Monday Night Football. The final game of the wild card weekend will be Texans and Steelers at 8:15. College football playoff last night, the Fiesta Bowl. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27. They're on to the national championship. They'll meet the winner of Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl tonight, which will kick off at 7:30. Also in college football, the NCAA denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility, ending his college career. Hockey, Caps and Blackhawks tonight, 8 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. NBA, the Wizards taking on the Pelicans at Capital One Arena. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 at 7 o'clock. Before the game, the Wizards will hold a introductory press conference for Trae Young. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Back on site on a field trip Friday. It's Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. We're here till 6:30. Come on out and hang with us. We've got some gift cards we're going to be giving away throughout the show as well for some of the folks that stop by and have happy hour and dinner with us. We're excited about that. Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morak can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Speaking of things we're giving away, Caps tickets, one final time today. We've got a pair for somebody ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock, so you better be listening in 1 hour from right now if you want those tickets to go see the Caps at Capital One Arena. Before we get into the NFL playoff matchups and the weekend ahead in the National Football League, I do feel like our show coverage has been a little light on the playoffs this week.
Yeah.
And maybe that's our fault. Maybe I'll raise my hand and say my bad on that. I just think there's been so much going on with the Commanders, the Cliff Kingsbury news, which we didn't see coming, and then the search thereafter, that we've kind of sunk our teeth into that. There's been some Trae Young to cover as well. So we really haven't taken the goggles, put them on, put the swim trunks on, and dove into the playoffs that deep yet. But we will do that in just a few minutes. But people want to hop in on this idea that I'm floating, which is, don't be surprised if David Blau's the OC here. I know everybody's excited about the possibility of Mike McDaniel, and you should be. I think that would be a home run. But I think people should also prepare themselves that maybe this thing settles in-house with David Blau. How would you feel about that? Elijah's in D.C. on Grant and Danny wants to lead us off. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, bud.
I feel like that is one of the safer options because I'm not suggesting that McDaniels is like, Tom Brady, but when you have I just don't want it to be like a Drew Bledsoe situation where people are clamoring for McDaniels to take over as the head coach next year. So I think safety-wise, for everybody in the building going with Bilal, I think that helps. Also, when you're having teams that want to interview him like Detroit isn't just going to interview anybody. So I think there is something there. I do have concerns about the play calling situation and just the newness. And is this actually the time in the year Dan Quinn wants to put in for having that process be something that's new for somebody?
So Elijah, that to me is the billion-dollar question.
Great call, buddy.
Is how much of a risk are you willing to take on if you're Quinn? I mentioned a few days ago, the last time he was in this spot, and that's what we should do a lot of the times. Figure out, what does the past tell us? He blew out his OC, he blew out his DC, he blew out his special teams coach in Atlanta. His back's against the wall. He's got to fill out a staff. What does that hiring process tell us? And he basically just choked up on the bat, spread his feet out a little bit, and he tried to get on base. He tried to just drop a ball 157 yards down the middle into the fairway. Nothing risky. We're laying up. And he went with Dirk Cutter, and it didn't work. And so do you want to possibly do something a little safer, or are you willing to roll the dice and take a big swing on a possible long-term 4 or 5 year solution in David Blau?
My counter to Elijah's counter, it's a good call, is this. Everything has a risk. In other words, if you hire a hot shot, say Mike McDaniel, or the other guy that's on his way to a head coaching gig, the risk is you lose him. If you hire a neophyte that's not ready, that's not at risk of being a head coach, you might not be around to see his blossoming come to fruition if you're Dan Quinn and you hire David Blau. Every hire, potentially, one way or the other, has plenty of downside, plenty of risk, etc. A guy without a great reputation. I mean, listen, Drew Terrell, for example, whom they interviewed from Arizona via Ron Rivera's staff as a wide receiver coach, might be the next certified genius. He might be the next incredible offensive mind that's yet remained untapped. I have no idea. I do know that his 2 previous stints do not inspire any confidence at all. So there's risk to that. No, there's no move that's risk-free. You know what I mean? Like, it's either it works and you're cursed with the fact that it worked and you're going to lose the guy, or it doesn't work in time and you're out too. And now we're all kind of going, well, I can't believe you hired him over fill in the blank.
Let's go to Usman in New York, listening on the Odyssey app. One of the ways you can check us out today. We're live right now on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel in high definition. Of course, we're live all over D.C. on The Fan. You listen to us in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1, and wherever you are. Always free and available, the Odyssey app. What's up, Usman? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Happy Friday.
Buddy.
Real quick, I'm very against hiring David Blau for a couple of reasons. First off, I don't know if it's the best move for DQ. He's already on a short leash, and as you mentioned, not that much time for him to allow David Blau to develop, especially as somebody who's going from barely a QB coach to then a play caller. The other thing is, I think if Jaden has to move to a Shanahan system anyways, it's much easier to replace those guys after a one and done because of how popular that scheme is in the NFL. Whereas if you're moving on from, like a David Blau or Mike McDaniel if you're moving on from like a different system, it's going to be harder for him to learn a completely new offense from an air raid to a Shanahan style. The other thing is, I think it's much more likely that DQ hires somebody like a Clay Kubiak in San Francisco, who is an OC but not a play caller, who has that experience, or a Mike LaFleur, rather than taking that risk. And I think Jaden, I respect that he has different.
Definitely happen. Thanks for the call, Usman. I don't disagree with anything you just said, by the way. It could definitely happen that they go outside the building non-Blau and it isn't McDaniel. But I will say that would now surprise me. Like, I think that...
Do you feel like Blau has the inside track, if there is such a thing?
I do, yeah. What I said in the first segment was, if I do bet right now, I would bet on him getting the job. But if you told me, who would I hire? I think I would have McDaniel 1, Blau 2. But I would be surprised if it's someone external that isn't Mike McDaniel. I guess that's my point.
Okay.
I think when they originally had this process and the names came out, and I heard Brian Daboll, someone they're going to, make a call to, and there's some other names, and I was thinking, all right, they're casting a pretty wide net. And you've seen them interview multiple options. Tight ends coach in Dallas, wide receivers coach in Arizona. They're doing their due diligence. They are talking to people. But it feels to me like the top choices, or the most likely choices, maybe is a better way to put it, are Blau and McDaniel. And then underneath of that, if something were to go sideways and get squirrely with one of those, there are other guys. But again, this is a fluid situation, and I'm speculating, informed speculation, but I don't know that they really know how this is going to end just yet. So it's impossible to really predict this at this moment.
Right.
Let's go to Russell in Graysonville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Russell? How are you?
Hey, afternoon, guys. How are you guys today?
Great, brother.
Very
Thank
well.
you.
We're hanging out at Chantilly's Pupatella location. We're eating pizza. We're feeling good.
Hey, man, I got to agree with both of you. Mike McDaniels would be the home run with his style of offense, the spreads, the motions, the run-heavy offense, with Jaden under center, definitely. David Blau, obviously with Quinn, there's no doubt. Third year, you've already outed your OC, your DC. His head's on the chopping block, so to speak. And I'm really just wondering, nothing against Blau as, quarterback's coach and so forth, ex-quarterback himself, but I look at the relationship that Jaden had with Mike Denbrock at LSU. And I know he's at Notre Dame right now, but, just because of the growth more as a person, we know the intangibles and the God-given talent Jaden possesses. What could that be an option? I'm sure they're going to scratch every surface possible. And again, DQ's got to get it right, or that's definitely going to, tie that noose a little tighter around his neck to get him out. Yeah, they got to get it right, man. They got to get it right.
They don't have a choice.
Thanks,
yeah, you don't get to hire 3 coordinators generally.
Yeah.
So it's got to be right this time. He admitted by moving on from Cliff that was the wrong choice.
Well, the way you could get to 3 is if this hear me out. McDaniel comes, everybody gets what they want, which is Dan Quinn gets another year, in addition, this offense hums, it flies, it's awesome. McDaniel gets another job as a head coach or something else, and you go, not my fault. We were great this year. Then you get to hire a third. But generally, the point is, you don't get to say, we're doing a whole new paradigm. You don't get to pick the second and third paradigm most of the time.
I don't have any interest in doing the let's go to college to find somebody that's tight with Jaden thing. By the way, it would make no sense to me. If I'm going to run a college-ish offense that Jaden has run before, why wouldn't I have kept Cliff Kingsbury?
Yeah.
I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. They moved on from Cliff. Cliff didn't walk out the door on his own accord. I mean, there was some of that, I guess, if they're going to call it mutual. But what do we know? We know that they didn't like the way they operated because there weren't enough traditional NFL staples in the offense. They're going to sign up to do more of the LSU thing? I don't think that's the direction they're trying to go here at all. That doesn't make sense to me. If you're doing that, then Cliff Kingsbury should just still be here.
Then you keep some continuity there for a guy that made some chicken salad this year.
Yeah, you would just say, oh, you were the number 12 offense in yards per play with a bunch of injuries and backup quarterbacks, and the quarterback really likes you, and you got to the NFC Championship game with an elite offense last year. We'll give you another shot at this thing. But they want a different look. They want a different feel. Let's go to Ben in Virginia on Grant and Danny. You can call us at 800-636-1067. We're live in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza until 6:30. What's up, Ben? How are you?
Hey, Grant, Danny. Hope you guys are getting some good food today. I'm jealous.
We are indeed, sir.
That's excellent. I got to try that place one day. Honestly, the brilliance of the coordinator that they have on staff here, Blau, is understated. I mean, the guy doesn't, as you keep saying, Grant, he doesn't even have an offense yet. So it'd be a brilliant hire, you know what I mean, to go with the guy who doesn't have any offense. He's played under a lot of guys, but do we really want to hire a guy for that position that literally has to come up with a system before the season to work with our top quarterback? I mean, a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, but honestly, are we seriously considering that? A guy has no offense at all? You have to make it up?
Yeah, the point stands. Now, here's what would happen. I'm realistic, and I appreciate the phone call. It's a good one. We're kind of, as I said, it's kind of tongue-in-cheek. It's not as if he hasn't thought about what plays he might want to run or what he might want to call. You're always doing this sort of stuff. You're coming, even before you try stand-up for the first time, you're coming up with material.
Yeah.
Right? You're not just going up there going, okay, I got to do it the night of. You're basically going through that process now, and as part of the interview process, I guarantee you, if he's asked the question, what are you doing here? How are you doing it? What do you want to run? We'll feature this bootleg look that I got from Ben Johnson. We'll feature this zone, outside zone that I got from Kyle Shanahan. We'll feature this counter to the counter that I got from Cliff Kingsbury, etc. He's already thought of a lot of this stuff, but when we see it doesn't have an offense yet, we have literally never seen that guy call a play, install a game plan, make an adjustment, do anything. It's not his fault he hasn't done that yet. He was playing in the league an hour and a half ago.
Right.
But there's an unknown there, and I think that's where the risk is. Is that fair?
Yes. I don't view it as he doesn't have an offense. I view it as he has three offenses or whatever. I think he's going to create a scheme out of multiple offenses that he has run as a quarterback and been a part of as a coach. Like, to me, that's not a weakness. That is a strength, honestly, that he does not have a set scheme at this point. I actually feel good about that. The weakness is he's never been a coordinator before.
Yeah.
The weakness is he's never been a play caller before. The weakness is he has never, frankly, run a room before. Beyond, we see him on Hard Knocks, now getting to be the quarterback's coach. He's sitting behind a desk with the, PowerPoint behind him. He was going around the room asking the quarterbacks, what did you learn this year? But it's 3 or 4 guys in the room. It's Sam Hartman, Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota. He has not stood in front of 53 guys. He has not stood in front of 30 members of an offense or whatever and led those meetings. Now, do I think that based on what I've heard about his acumen, he could do that? Sure, but it is risky. Anytime you hire someone that's never done anything. When CK hired you to do shows coming over as a stand-up comedian, that was probably risky. When he brought me in at 21 years old and said, you're going to be a beat reporter, that was probably risky. If you're not just doing something safe and going, this guy's been a beat reporter for 9 years covering this team. Okay, but you're never going to find new blood. You're never going to find someone who does it different and better. And,
the difference is you and I weren't doing afternoon drive the first hour.
Well, that's a very good point. I mean, the analogy, I guess, would be, we would have been hired to run the station or something.
Yeah.
But you're putting your career in David Blau's hands. You really are. And that's why the risk is one that I think Dan Quinn, like, that's what makes it hard for me to see it happening. But it's multifaceted. If Mike McDaniel called them today and said, I will take the job, would they offer it to him and hire him? Probably. That's not the world they're living in.
No.
They're living in a world where, hey, man, I got to see what's going on with these head coaching jobs. Let's talk in a week. Hey, man, I got 5 other OC opportunities. Let's line up an interview. Like, how long do you want to wait? Do you want to get BMitched where you are the last team that hasn't hired an OC? I don't think you could be that team. That normally does not work very well.
No. Yeah, there's, again, no matter what you do, I think a couple of callers, I think it was Elijah pointed this out, whether it was inadvertently or not, there is so much risk to every single maneuver, right? You can always find if this part doesn't work, or if you're waiting patiently, the next thing you know, the game of musical chair stops, as there are more openings than we thought. Think about how much different this would be if there were the 5 that we anticipated, right? You're already on to 8, and then there's other staffs that are going to get blown out, so there'll be other OC positions, DC positions, et cetera. You are in a feeding frenzy all of a sudden. And again, there are only so many guys that would, I think, excite a fan base that was bitterly crushed and disappointed, understandably so, after maybe the most disappointing year in the sport, right? So this is one of those, as the head coach, your 2 hand-picked guys are gone, plus somebody else that did a pretty good job in your offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson, getting the axe. So there's a lot of pressure on this one. And trusting it to maybe a wonder kid, but a neophyte that's never done this before, where you're going, hey, in a couple of years he'll be great. Clock's ticking, man.
You may not get a couple of years.
Well, and neither might he. If you're gone, does that mean he's out of here too? And then the problem that you foresaw with a 1-year McDaniel is now the same problem, where you have to learn a third offense in 3 years for Jaden Daniels.
Oh, my goodness. Zach's putting 3 more pizzas on the table over there.
Well, it almost 10 minutes since I ate pizza.
I mean, so. But where you have to be dying, right? You have, other than when you've been speaking, you have been eating since you got here. There's no way you have more room.
See,
I'm not doing a bit.
No.
What's your level of hunger right now?
0.
Okay.
I am not hungry.
How full are you 1 to 10 is a better way to ask it.
8. I shouldn't be eating.
Will you eat some of that?
Yes.
But why?
It's tasty. That's the
Have
thing.
you ever gotten sick when we've left here?
Yes.
I mean, that reminds me of when Ryan Zimmerman walks into the studio and says,
no, it wasn't
the
studio.
Really? No, we were broadcasting, but it was at the Nats Youth Academy.
Yeah.
It was like, did you really gain 18 pounds in 4 days on vacation? And you're like, yeah. He goes, that's bleeping disgusting. Now, this is not.
And didn't follow up. They just closed the door and left.
Closed the door.
I'll never forget. It's on the board, but it's not 50-50. It's not a coin toss.
Not yet. Guy, it's only 3:18. It's been 77 minutes.
Yeah. That's actually a fair counter by you.
Like, we're here until 6:30. They're still going to do the gelato thing where they bring out all the ice cream.
All of them.
They're still going to do the fried dough thing with the chocolate on it.
And then the little pizza with the Nutella and the apples.
Like, I am a gross person, but when I get full, I just shut it down. You are like a dog. You know, you just don't turn anything down.
Yeah.
Like, what is happening?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, actually. That's the summary.
So, what is the percentage chance right now that you're going to get sick today?
2%.
That's it?
Yeah. What's going to happen is once I leave at around 6:30, 6:45, it will feel like an anvil is in my digestive system. And I'm going to feel tired and irritated, and nothing is going to be okay.
Will you go home and just immediately lay down?
If I have my druthers, and I do not, okay. By the way.
druthers.
I'll be on. I've never had a single druther, by the way. If I get one, I'll let you know.
What's a druther?
I've never had a unit of druther. What is it? I'd like to have one. Point of the dude's story is I will be immediately deputized. Hey, do this, do that. Make sure this kid's picked up. He's going to this sleepover. This kid's got this thing. Help change this diaper. Yada, yada, yada. Not a victim, just what happens.
I see some type of salad-y thing that hasn't been touched. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 5 new pizzas on that.
No, the
table.
salad-y thing, there's lettuce around it, and I just avoid that. That's your burrata situation with a little prosciutto. I pummel that. I love that thing.
Sounds
So I've eaten 3/4 of that. Yeah.
What's in the basket over there?
What's in the basket?
Something fried.
Fried zucchini.
Fried zucchini.
Yeah.
That's going to last a little while on that table too, I bet.
That'll be the longest laster. There.
Yeah.
Now I had one, but It was adjacent to the fried mozzarella balls, which was adjacent to
those are gone.
The bruschetta.
By the way, the Brussels sprout thing they brought out,
that's
what I crushed.
No, who turned you on to that? Who's your guy?
You texted me on that.
Yeah.
Danny, where did you see that?
Now, when you were subscribed to All Things Pupatella, you give them, hey, phone
you got an
number,
email about that?
Oh, yeah. You get notified of seasonal menu opportunities.
Well, I love crispy Brussels. And then people are like, oh, wow, Brussels sprouts. Look at you, Mr. Vegetable. No.
Not this way.
These are fried Brussels sprouts that are crispy with bacon in them and some syrup. Does that sound like a fun time?
Hot honey.
Well, but like a syrup.
Yeah, like a syrupy kind
like
of
a hot
situation.
honey might be a part of that.
There's pepperoni in them on these two.
God, it's good.
Yep.
All right, next, let's get into the matchups this weekend in the NFL playoffs. So a 3-day extravaganza, doubleheader Saturday, tripleheader Sunday, and then Monday Night Football. Let's just put that in vial form and use a syringe to shoot that into this arm right here. Grant and Danny from Chantilly, come on out and hang out with us at Pupatella Pizza. We're here until 6:30 on The Fan.
Listen to Grant and Danny all week for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Washington Capitals versus Montreal, Tuesday, January 13th at Capital One Arena. All fans in attendance will receive a Dylan Strome bobblehead honoring one of your favorite Capitals on the ice.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth at 202-929-6600. 202-929-6600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, discounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about Duke's Mayo. Says here it's got twang. That sounds good. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Commanders news today. Interviews for their open offensive coordinator position include Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell. They also interviewed several internal candidates. GM news today. The Dolphins are hiring Packers Vice President of Player Personnel John Eric Sullivan as their new general manager. 2 playoff games tomorrow. Rams and Panthers, Packers and Bears on Sunday. 3 games, Bills and Jags, Niners and Eagles, Chargers and Patriots. And then Monday night will be Texans and Steelers. College football last night. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27 in the Fiesta Bowl. They're now on to the national championship game. Also for Ole Miss, the NCAA denied their quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility, so that'll end his college career. Tonight, the second college football playoff semifinal, the Peach Bowl. Indiana takes on Oregon. That'll kick off at 7:30. Hockey tonight, Caps and Blackhawks in Chicago. 8 o'clock puck drop, can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Wizards taking on the Pelicans tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off, can hear that over on the Team 980. The team officially announced the Trae Young trade today and will hold an introductory press conference before tonight's game. Trae Young will not play. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Live in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We are steamrolling toward playoff football this weekend in the NFL. I want to get into these games, Danny. You pull up the point spreads and take a peek at these matchups. We've got 6 of them starting with a doubleheader tomorrow on Saturday afternoon. So we'll start with game number 1, 4:30 East time kick in Charlotte, a rare home game in the playoffs for the Panthers. It's a 5-4 game. Despite the fact that the Rams this season are the superior team and one of the best in the conference, they've got to go on the road with these quirky rules. You win your division, you get a home playoff game. I said this yesterday. The Panthers have the 4th worst point differential in recent playoff history. You go back to the start of the 2000s. The previous 3 teams, though, that had a worse point differential than the Panthers. The 2010 Seahawks, the 2011 Broncos, the 2004 Rams, all three of them won their wild card round.
It is amazing.
Playoff game. So the Panthers are trying to make the streak 4 in a row with the heavy underdog at home, and the Rams are big-time favorites of 10.5 points.
Yeah, 10.5-point favorites on the road. I think this game will be closer than that. I really do. The Rams are the superior football team, but that's not what's an issue here. For whatever reason, a couple times you've seen them play with their food. There have been a few moments where even if a team they are dramatically better than, see Arizona in the final week of the season where they said, we are going for it. We are trying to play our guys to play well. They kind of didn't. Eventually pulled away because Arizona stinks. But this Rams team should be more dominant than they are. They have every ingredient that you would want in a football team. Excellent coach, great staff, veteran quarterback that can make every throw imaginable. Sometimes he does it without looking, mind you. Excellent receiving core, great ground game. Athletic tight ends, really good on defense with playmakers everywhere. It feels like this is a Super Bowl caliber team, and yet here they are in round one against Carolina. I think they're going to win the game, but it's going to be closer than people think. For Carolina, I would make the following tweak. Nobody cares what I think, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. I think you should still make the playoffs if you win your division, no matter how bad. I don't think you should host a playoff game, though. If you are an under 500 team, if you are, when they play 18 games, 8-8, 9-9, whatever the record ends up being, you should just be in seed, right? So you should be the 7 seed. You should go on the road. I don't think it should give you the automatic privilege of hosting a team that's been superior to you from start to finish.
I want to double click on this, and we can talk about it later in the show, because I've got some thoughts on this too. I think it is hard to make a change because you can't just say, well, if you have the better record, then you get to play the home game necessarily, because you might have a 1-game better record in a much easier division. But there are some things you probably could do in terms of, as you said, which side of 500 you're on. But let's come back to that. This game, by the way, on Fox, it's Joe Davis and Greg Olson on the call. So the former Panthers legends back in Charlotte to call the game with the Rams at the Panthers. For the Rams, they just have not played with the same dominance that was expected.
Why haven't they?
Well,
why?
I think they had some O-line issues, number one, and they haven't been completely healthy, but they lost as 10-point favorites to Carolina once this year. They lost as 7-point favorites to the Falcons. They lost with a 19-point second-half lead against the Eagles. They lost a 30-14 fourth-quarter lead against Seattle. They didn't play great, I didn't think, in the first 3 quarters against the Cardinals in Week 18. I just think that talent will overcome. Matt Stafford may very well win the MVP award. Arguably the statistical best quarterback in the NFL this season. He's got Hall of Fame receivers on either side of him, Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, and their run game's really, really good with Kyron Williams, Blake Corum, Ronnie Rivers. They're deep. So I like them just to be, out-talent the Panthers. But I do like Carolina in the points. At home, in the playoffs, catching that many, rare. I'm with you. I will say that game finishes as a single-digit point spread, but they're not going to beat the Rams twice in one season. I just don't see it. Game number 2, Saturday night. This one's going to be a blast. The Green Bay Packers, a 7 seed, on the road to take on the 2 seed Chicago Bears. They're playing for the 3rd time in 5 weeks of football. Jordan Love is back for Green Bay. Chicago rounding into their health as well. Ben Johnson's first year as a head coach. An 11-win Chicago team hosting a playoff game. Soldier Field's going to be lit. 8 o'clock East time for this football game.
The angst in Chicago. Now, the excitement, obviously, this is the first good team they've had in a while. Caleb Williams sort of, kind of looks like he's on his way to being the real deal. Has certainly shown moments this year. Ben Johnson, everybody's kind of, set this, kind of taking the league by storm. They're exciting. Green Bay's still the bully. Green Bay's still the team that has done that to you so many times. This loss would be that much more painful and agonizing because it's them. It would be so much more painful and agonizing because Green Bay lost 4 straight games down the stretch and didn't look very good doing it. Their last win was against Chicago by a touchdown when Caleb Williams threw a pick in the end zone kind of to end it. They have lost 4 straight and not looked particularly good while doing it, talking about Green Bay. It would be the ultimate gut punch for Chicago and Chicago fans if they lose this one to Green Bay. You lose in the first round of the postseason, not a lot of shame in that. I mean, that happens. It's a pretty deep NFC, but it's because it's them. It's the rivalry. It's a group that, has already gotten better than them once this year. It would be really, really upsetting, I think, to Chicago and this kind of – it would take a lot of the air out of the balloon in terms of their build.
I'm waiting to hear about the health of Zach Tom, the right tackle. 4th-round pick a few years ago, is coming to his own as one of the really excellent right tackles in the league for Green Bay. But getting Jordan Love back on the field, Josh Jacobs ready to go, closer to 100%. This will be the best version of the Packers we've seen in a few weeks. The Bears at home have been tough customers, though. I like this game to be a ground-and-pound, physical, run-first game for both operations. By the way, this is the Amazon Prime telecast. So this is Al Michaels, who we found out yesterday, is going to be coming back next year to
Here we go again
on Amazon Prime. And it'll be Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. I believe Kirk's dog is working the sideline.
Here we go.
Kaylee Hartung normally does, but what's his dog's name now? Peter?
Ben?
One of his dogs.
Ben Peters? I don't know.
He'll go down there and he'll
Peter Benson?
during the telecast or something. Which is a shame because I actually think Kaylee Hartung's really, really good. They should just keep her on the sideline.
I prefer her over the dog.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Packers, Bears, 1.5-point spread. Green Bay is favored. Who do you like?
I don't have a great feel on this one because these two teams played this way, kind of throughout, but it just doesn't feel like the Bears are ready. Like, they've gotten away with a couple of games. All they've done is have a really good resume and look really good doing it several different times over. They've gone on the road. They've been at home. They've played really good football. This just sort of feels like they're not quite ready to do what Washington did last year and go on that magical run to an NFC title game with every break going their way. This feels like the bully, although weakened, still bullies. I got Green Bay by a field goal.
I'm taking the Bears. I don't like what the Packers did in Week 18 necessarily.
I don't like what they did the final 5 weeks of the season.
Well, I don't mean the 4 straight losses. I'm saying they completely took that final week off to kind of rest up and get healthy, which you can understand the logic. But when you lose by 13 and you lay an egg and you score 3 points in the final week of the season, there's just zero momentum going into the playoffs.
There's none.
I'm never going to be a fan of that. So they've given up 41 to the Ravens the last time they tried and got blown out. Derrick Henry ran all over them.
All fair.
And then they scored 3 the next week. And my thing on this matchup is I actually think the Bears will do whatever they want on the ground. I don't know exactly how Derrick Henry and Baltimore schemed them up to absolutely decimate them the way that they did. But there's not a better run designer right now than Ben Johnson. I think he's going to get into the lab on that, figure out what the Packers had problems with, and get after him a little bit. I think they'll be able to run the ball. It's going to be a close game, but I'll say 27-24, 27-23, something like that. Chicago at home over the top. I don't buy playoff experience as a big deal. I do still think home field advantage in the NFL is maybe not massive, but significant. Like if you're asking me is playoff experience on a 1 to 10 scale, a 7 or something, I'm saying no. I think it's like a 2 or 3. I think home field advantage is still like a 6.
I think that's fair. I mean, again, for me, the thing that I worry about is this is a tortured fan base, right? The instant, the first complete pass from Jordan Love over the middle for 12 yards for a first down, I could see that collective gasp, and everybody sits back on their hands waiting for the next bad thing to happen.
Nobody came back in the fourth quarter more than them this year.
Yeah, they did.
Nobody had more game-winning drives this year than Caleb Williams. I kind of think the fan base is the cardiac Bears thing. I think they're like...
They've caught on to it?
Got them right where we want them.
You might be right.
We're down 6 going into the playoffs. Hey, remember when we played Green Bay a few weeks ago? We were down 10 at the 2-minute warning, scored, got an onside kick, scored again, and then beat them in overtime on a long ball.
All of that happened.
It's been a crazy year. Mm-hmm. Sunday, let's start with the first of the 3 games. Bills-Jaguars. This is a Buffalo team that everybody thought was going to be the team to beat this year in the AFC as the 1 seed. They end up being a 6 seed. This is the worst Bills defense under Sean McDermott, maybe, of this era of Josh Allen playoff teams. This is the worst run defense in the NFL. So expect Liam Cohen to take advantage of that with Travis Etienne in his run game. Trevor Lawrence is playing the best football of his career. Got a home playoff game for Jacksonville as a 3 seed here. They come in as an offensive juggernaut. They haven't just been beating teams, they've been destroying teams. In terms of point differential over the last 5 weeks, basically nobody
has team in the league
close to Jacksonville. They have absolutely dominated down the stretch of this season. I'm pre-worried about the narrative if and when the Bills lose, because everyone's just going to make this a referendum on Josh Allen when the fact is this is by far the most flawed Bills team. But here's what you're going to hear. I'll tell you in advance. No Mahomes, no Burrow, no Lamar, and Josh Allen still couldn't do it. Josh Allen's playoff numbers are damn good. Like, they do not match this idea that he has come up small in the playoffs. You know where he ranks all time among quarterbacks in the playoffs? First in yards per game, first in interception percentage, third in touchdowns per game, third in quarterback rating, and fourth in completion percentage.
That seems good.
Yet everybody likes to scream about how terrible he's been in the playoffs, which isn't the case. But I don't think the Bills are good enough to win a Super Bowl.
I don't either. They were my preseason pick to win the Super Bowl for their first time in their history. I just don't see it with them. They don't look right to me. It's basically, Josh, we're sorry. Could you fix it on offense and on defense too somehow? Could you just make us okay? And he's good enough to do that. There are weeks where it's Josh Allen versus the other team, and that's good enough. I don't know you can do that in the postseason just yet. He needs a little bit more help, and they haven't been able to give it to him. I like Jacksonville in that one.
I'm going to take the Bills. We're on different sides again. I think that Jacksonville should win. Like, if you did a blind ballot for me, the 6-seed Buffalo's resume, the 3-seed Jacksonville's resume, how these teams finish the year, the outcome of their games, I would look at that without knowing who's who, and I would go, oh, this team's going to win, and that would be Jacksonville. By the way, they have not lost since week 10 of this season. They have scored 41, 34, 48, 36, 35 points during that stretch dating back to November 16th.
And that loss to Houston, by the way, they had them dead to rights in that game. Now, they allowed a comeback. They're responsible for that, but still, they were the better team for three quarters.
They haven't played a bad game since that London game, which you could kind of dismiss because it's overseas, where Matt Stafford threw 5 touchdowns and they lost 35-7 to the Rams. That was before their bye week.
That was the low point where I wrote them off. And that's not fair. That was wrong, obviously. I think whatever it was, they'd lost 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 6, something like that.
They went 9-1 after that.
Yeah, I go, okay, that's Jacksonville. That was an adorable start. That's cute. Dude, they are the real deal. People know about their file.
Kind of a prediction, but I'm just rolling with the better.
That's not dumb at all.
Well, I'm going with the better quarterback. Yeah. Or the guy that is kind of due here. I think Allen has played well in the playoffs, puts his team on his back. If their defense gives him no chance, there's not much he's going to be able to do. But I'm looking at like a 30-27. Maybe like a 31-30 kind of game.
If it gets up there, give me the Bills. But this, to me, is a ground game explosion for Jacksonville, right? Because I don't think Buffalo can stop it. I think this is Etienne goes off. I think you will see some tooting and kind of all the rest. And I think this is a kind of a 26-16. We look up at the end of the day, it's a 38-minute time of possession thing for Jacksonville.
All right, we got about halfway through. Those are the first 3 of 6 games this weekend. We'll pick up with the second of 3 on Sunday, the 49ers and the Eagles, when we return ahead of our double play. 4 o'clock in 20 minutes, we're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz. It's Grant and Danny. We're out here in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza, where we're going to be until 6:30 right here on The Fan.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal.
I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about it.
We are football. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. For wild card round, let's start with Buffalo. No defensive tackle Ed Oliver, and Joshua Palmer is questionable, as is safety Jordan Poyer. For Carolina, Jatavion Sanders, tight end, injured reserve. For Chicago, Roma Dunze, star young wide receiver, missed this past weekend's game, but it looks like he is going to play. And cornerback C.J. Gardner-Johnson out. For Green Bay, no Micah Parsons, placed on IR. And Dontavian Wicks is questionable for their wild card matchup. For Houston, no Tank Dell, he is out. Kamari Lassiter, questionable, as is fellow cornerback Derek Stingley. For Jacksonville, Jordan Lewis had season-ending surgery, and no Travis Hunter for them. Quarterback Greg Newsome is listed as questionable. Chargers, they pretty much rested everybody this past weekend, but running back Omarion Hampton is listed as questionable. For the Rams, Devontae Adams looks to be available for the wild card game. Remember, he was banged up down the stretch of the season. For New England, Harold Landry questionable, as is wide receiver Kayshon Boutte and Mac Hollins. And finally, for Philadelphia, Lane Johnson questionable, as is Dallas Goedert. And San Francisco, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Ricky Pearsall, all questionable. That's today's injury report. Listen throughout the playoffs for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Winning hits different with Fanatic Sportsbook when everything is on the line in the playoffs. So don't wait for that what-if moment and switch to the sportsbook that protects all pro player props across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half playoff injury. That's right. If a player prop bets is in your playbook, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop. Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Insurance gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. Some books protect you for the first quarter, some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. If your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. You can also track your performance right there in the Fanatics Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Attention home builders. Are you searching for a reliable trim carpentry partner? Look no further than Ace Trim Carpentry. Ace Trim has been the trusted choice for many of the nation's leading residential production home builders for over 20 years. All managers are OSHA certified, guaranteeing safety at every step. They understand the demanding schedules of production home builders and are committed to meeting deadlines without sacrificing quality or safety. Experience excellence at every detail with Ace Trim Carpentry. Visit acetrim.com for more information. Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This football season, make Pupatella your game day destination. Whether you're cheering from the couch or fueling up before kickoff, we've got everything you crave. Authentic Neapolitan pizza, golden fried fresh mozzarella balls, crispy arancini, and so much more. At Pupatella, every bite is a true taste of Italy, made from scratch. From our hand-stretched dough to our tiramisu, with ingredients imported straight from Italy. Don't settle for ordinary game day grub. Score big flavor with Pupatella, where every game day starts with the perfect bite.
New year, new look. And the savings are happening now at Regency Furniture. 55% off all furniture plus free delivery. Now's the perfect time to refresh your space and start the year feeling good about your home. And to make it even easier, you can buy now and pay later with 36 months, no interest financing. There's no better way to ring in the new year. 55% off all furniture, free delivery, and 36 months, no interest financing. Shop Regency Furniture today. Affordable never looked so good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Welcome back to G&D on the Fan. We're at Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly, going through the NFL playoff slate this weekend. Got to Sunday's middle game. This is actually maybe the tightest game on the slate, and a game that I think is the hardest to predict, and that is the 49ers at the Eagles, just because you don't know who Philly really is. You know, I go back and forth on Jalen Hurts constantly. I don't think Jalen Hurts had a good season. I think he would probably acknowledge that to some extent. He has held them back a bunch offensively. He's just a limited thrower of the football, and yet he's one of the great winners in the league. When it comes to crunch time, when it comes to picking up the first down with your legs, making the big-time throw, especially deep balls dropped into the bucket, outside the numbers, he can do it, and he does over and over again. He's one of the great kind of prime-time, big-moment performers in the league. So in the same way that I find him so hard to talk about, the Eagles are very, very similar. They probably want a new offensive coordinator. They probably want major changes to their offensive scheme, and yet you could convince me right now they play in the Super Bowl or they get eliminated by the Niners, and to both of those I would say, yep, I see it.
Here is my selling point on them being one and done this year. Since their bye week, which is in week 9, against non-Las Vegas and non-Washington opponents, okay, down the stretch, 10, 16, 21, 15, 19, 13. That's their offense. This is not a good offense right now. I think you can get away with that when you're playing Dallas, you're playing, I mentioned the Raiders, Washington a couple different times down the stretch, etc. But this offense is not hitting. Saquon Barkley's not the same as last year, whether that's defense is caught on, whether he was worn down. I have no idea what I don't know there. Hasn't been the same, hasn't been dynamic. It used to be they had one get-out-of-jail-free card a game where you just give it to him, you just make up a play in the dirt, and he takes it for 70 yards. That has not happened very often for them. The home runs aren't there. Thus, the deep threats haven't been there. The kind of yards after catch haven't been there. It has been a very plodding and methodical offense. I like San Francisco in this game. I think as long as San Francisco's not playing a Mike McDonald-led team or defense, they're going to put up some points and yards. I like them this week.
So what I love about Philly is their defense. I think they have a Super Bowl level
really good defense. It's really good.
They also have the dream scenario of like a coordinator in Vic Fangio who is both great and going nowhere. He has no interest to go anywhere. He's just like happy to just put his feet up in his office and draw up good defense. And they have great players because Howie Roseman is the best GM and the best player picker probably in all the league. As far as San Francisco goes, they won 6 of their final 7, but they got almost shut out by Seattle in a gotta-have-it, end-of-year, game-of-the-season kind of spot that made them look pretty weak. But people forget how much that offense was humming before that. 42, 48, 37 points in 3 games leading up to that Seattle debacle. So this is a really, really good Kyle Shanahan-led offense with Purdy healthy and rolling, and a elite Super Bowl-level defense with Philly. I actually think the Eagles do win this game, but one of my favorite against the spread plays of the weekend, if you can get San Francisco at 4.5 points like I did, catching those plus 4.5, I do not trust the Eagles as far as I can throw them.
Yeah.
I know they're at home, but 4.5 is a big number against a good team like San Fran. If you win, it might be a field goal game. It's actually one of my favorite plays of the postseason first round to get 49ers and points on the books wherever you can. All right, let's go to Sunday Night Football. This is the Chargers and the Patriots on NBC. This is a Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth telecast. The Chargers are a 7 seed. The Patriots are a 2 seed. For LA, they are the least talked about good team in the league.
Yep.
Now, they did stub their toe down the stretch, losing to the Texans 20-16 in a game they tried to win. And then they did the Packers thing, where they completely shut it down, rested everybody, didn't try to win in Week 18, and only scored 3 points. So you can kind of dismiss that Week 18, January 4th game. Otherwise, they ended up winning 4 of their final 5 and only lost twice after October 19th this season. Justin Herbert playing at an MVP caliber level. Their biggest problem is their offensive line and the fact that they can't protect Justin Herbert. The Patriots, one weakness on defense, they're not very good at rushing the quarterback. So the things where you take advantage of the Chargers where they worry, New England's not very good at those. This is actually a decent little matchup for LA, I think.
I would tend to agree. And it seemed they weren't terribly concerned. I actually don't know all the tie-breaking permutations, to be honest with you. Had they won or whatever, could they have finished in the 6th spot or the 5 spot? Or I don't know. But I do know they didn't care about that. They were just fine and dandy going on the road and playing the 2 seed, the New England Patriots. They thought that was just A-okay by them. Getting healthy, I think, was kind of their priority, as they have been banged up as anybody without all their tackles, and a million other guys have been hurt for them. So this is 2 of the best head coaches in the sport, in my view. Guys that are strong-willed.
Harbaugh and Vrabel.
Yeah, who do their thing their way at their time. So that, of course, is no advantage there for either team, I don't think. They'll both be prepped and ready to rock and roll.
Also, your potential MVP, Drake May, is a huge storyline here. Had a breakout, monster, incredible sophomore season, one of the best we've ever seen in year 2. And now he's at home in a playoff game for his chance at his first ever postseason victory for the New England Patriots. How does he perform against a really good defense? This Jesse Minter defense, who could be an NFL head coach coming up in this cycle, this offseason. He's already lining up interviews. The D coordinator of the Chargers, who's sharp as attack. Very curious to see how that matchup goes for New England. I will say, I find that stat that everyone throws out about the Patriots' strength of schedule to be a little bit misleading. They had one win against a winning team this season, and Lord knows everybody talks about that. There were 5 of their other wins where if they lose that game, how much different would we view this if they had 6 wins against teams that were over 500? You see what I'm saying?
Of course it is.
Because they were in games where they didn't play New England. So I think that's kind of interesting. The other thing I'll point out, the Chargers this year, I believe the number was, played 8 games against teams that made the playoffs, and the Patriots played 4. So I think LA is much more battle-tested. What is the line in this game right now? Home in New England, the favorites in this football game by what, 3.5?
Patriots still going to hook.
I kind of like the Chargers in points in this game. I think New England wins, but again, anything more than a field goal, I'm probably rolling with a team like LA.
So listen, I'm terrible at this, as we all know, in terms of picking these things and wagering on sports. That's why the towers are really tall there in Vegas. But I feel like this is a Chargers upset in the wings. I really do. And it's mostly because of what you just said. It's not the Patriots' fault they played who they played. They didn't
like the Chargers money line?
Yeah, they didn't basically make the schedule up and go, we're gonna do a cupcake like we're some impoverished football school. This the schedule's the schedule. But I don't think they're as battle tested as this Chargers team that has been through hell.
I think both things can be true. They're not battle-tested because of their schedule, and they're also really good.
They're good.
I think they dominated a lot of the bad teams.
They did.
And they're probably better than people think based on who they played. By the way, the Commanders last year were this team.
Yes.
They went into the playoffs. They'd beaten nobody. They had one win against a team over 500, and that was a game where they actually trailed by 2 touchdowns when Hurts got hurt, or else they would have 0 wins against teams over 500. And then they went to Tampa and beat the Bucs, and then they went to Detroit and beat the Lions and got to the title game in the NFC. So, you still can be good even with a bad schedule.
Yes, indeed.
Finally, Texans-Steelers in Pittsburgh. This is your 5-4 matchup. This is Monday Night Football. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, 8 East time on Monday. I like the under in this game. I think it'll be super low scoring. I'm looking at like a 20-13 kind of game. I just don't know how Pittsburgh moves the ball or scores much on the Texans. I love this Houston defense. Give me the Texans to win. Give me the Texans to cover this football game as well.
Yeah, I pulled the over-under up. It's easily the lowest of the weekend.
Where is it?
It's 38.5. I mean, that's
really low.
Easily the lowest under.
I might still go under that, honestly.
Yeah, they're begging you to. I mean, they're basically saying, "Come on, we know points are going to be scored. This has rock fight written all over it, these two teams." It's not as if, and Houston has been awesome, obviously, since they started off kind of mediocre. But it ain't because of their offense. The defense makes that thing go, and the offense is basically asked to be a passenger. Just don't mess us up too much. C.J. Stroud, make a couple plays a game. Nico Collins, do your thing. Hand it off, don't turn it over. The defense will take care of it, and I feel like they will in this first round.
While we were talking about these games, they just put 2 giant bowls of the crispy bacon, or is it pepperoni?
Pepperoni.
Oh, boy. Brussels sprouts, pepperoni, and a little hot honey. That'll be good for the throat. I'll talk myself into that.
You'll do that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We're giving away Caps tickets ahead of the Blitz. Remember, we've got the press conference. Wizards introducing Trae Young coming up at 6, 2 hours from now on the Fan.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The U is back, and that is great for college football. There are certain teams that make the sport better, and when they're competing for national championships, that is great for college football. And Miami is absolutely one of them. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Hey, it's JP Finlay, and you've heard me talking about the disaster at my house with the water damage. Well, Better Services came to the rescue again. They got me new appliances that match the dishwasher they already hooked me up with. Check out their showroom in Kensington, Maryland. Better can also help you with all your kitchen and bath needs. They also offer handyman services for all types of repairs. Whatever you need, Better is the spot. They serve Maryland and D.C. They're family owned and operated for over 80 years. Check them out at betterservices.com. That's BETTAR services.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's JP Finlay, and I'll be honest, I was not prepared for these. Paisanos just dropped their new homemade cheesy breadsticks, and self-control is not part of my vocabulary. Golden edges, a soft center, layers of melted cheese running through every slice, finished with seasoning and served warm with marinara on the side. They make them fresh every day, and right now, they're free with any order of $35 or more with promo code CHEESY, or just $9.99 a la carte. Paisanos, it's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com.
Save 15% on organic boneless chicken breast with Prime through January 13th at Whole Foods Market. Perfect for weeknight dinners or meal prepping. Made with high-quality, strict ingredient standards you can trust. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left double, flips up the shot. Whoa! Scores at the buzzer! Oh, baby! The Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Commanders news today. They have interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell for their open offensive coordinator position, as well as interviewing several internal candidates for their defensive coordinator job. They are going to be interviewing Chiefs defensive line coach Joe Cullen. General manager news, the Dolphins are hiring Packers Vice President of Player Personnel John Eric Sullivan as their new GM. College football playoff last night. Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27. They advanced to the national championship game as they won the Fiesta Bowl last night. Tonight, Peach Bowl, Indiana and Oregon at 7:30. Winner will meet Miami. And the NCAA denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility that'll end his college career. Hockey. Capitals taking on the Blackhawks in Chicago tonight. 8 o'clock puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards officially announced the Trae Young trade today. They're going to hold a press conference before tonight's game. Trae Young already ruled out. Wizards and Pelicans at Cap One Arena tonight. You can hear that one on the Team 980 at 7 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. This is the Beltway Blitz with Grant and Danny. Presented by Window Nation. Looking to replace your windows? Shop windownation.com. Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair of tickets to go see the Capitals Tuesday, January 13th against Montreal. All fans in attendance are getting a Dylan Strome bobblehead to honor one of your favorite Caps on the ice. For the complete Cap schedule and for tickets to see the Caps, go to thefandc.com/events. Congrats to our winners today. And all week long, we're going to see the Capitals. Speaking of winning, come on out to Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. We've got some gift cards we're going to be giving out for the remainder of the program. One of our listeners who came out just asked me if we have the Guys, Guys, Guys song by Ron Rivera at our fingertips. And I said, no, we don't normally. But our producer is always able to find the Guys, Guys, Guys song by Ron Rivera. And Darius Dameron has it queued up for us. So this is like a request.
It's a little bit of
I'm a bit of a DJ filling a request right now.
It's the all request line. It's the Throwback Thursday on a Friday here on 106.7 The Fan. A throwback to Guys, Guys, Guys that topped the charts a handful of years ago when that boob Ron Rivera was in charge with a couple of his cronies, Marty, and also Marty. This is a great tune, guys. It's the Wayback Machine here on The Fan.
Well, you guys really want to go there, don't you? Guys, 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 guys.
Everybody!
Guys, 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 guys. Guys, 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 guys.
Everybody!
Guys, 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 guys.
So there you go. Guys, guys, guys.
That's guys,
Rivera.
guys.
Absolutely. Ron Rivera, one of the great composers, I believe, is what we'll call him.
Original artist, beautiful.
Performers, yes. It was like his album, people sleep on how good his album was. Like, that was the single that made it. But I thought there were some deeper cuts there, other than Guys, 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 that were actually really, really good.
It really does.
Yeah.
The biggest thing about it is that's a great cut.
I'm the guy who looked at the analytics, remember?
The piece of paper with the analytics on it for almost an hour in Indianapolis.
Analytics of football. All right, it is Beltway Blitz time. We're covering the college game, the NFL, and the Commanders. So let's get things started right now on the college gridiron.
College football.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic will be joining us in just a moment to discuss the college game. Last night, fantastic. Miami, a 31-27 winner over Ole Miss. Back and forth, the two teams went down the stretch. Sets the table for a fantastic semifinal game tonight. Oregon and the favorites, the number 1 seed Indiana.
Yeah, two teams with a bit higher of a pedigree. Let's ask Scott Docterman about it. Scott, good afternoon. Thanks for the time here on a Friday. Let's go back in time first to last night. What did you think? What did you make of it? Miami now pretty much gets a home game for the Natty.
It's kind of incredible because when you consider Miami had, 41 minutes of time of possession, and looked to be the more dominant team in every facet, yet it came all the way down to the end, and you could say a missed pass interference call in the end zone could have given Ole Miss a relatively nice opportunity to pull out a victory. And I think what we saw was two teams on full display. Miami had all the talent in its direction. It had everything you think that would put it in the championship game, and it nearly blew it up because of all of these issues that have attacking them over the years, coaching and what have you. So, but other than that, I mean, it was a fantastic game, one of the best we've seen in recent college football history. And considering the stakes, this one will go down in the archives.
How has Miami done it? These 3 wins here, Ohio State and Ole Miss most recently. How have they gotten here?
Well, you look statistically and you look at their defense. I mean, this is an impressive unit. I mean, man for man, they're as talented as any team in the country. It's just at times they waned in the regular season. I mean, in losses to SMU and Louisville, who weren't bad teams. I mean, they both won 9 games, but there were times when you wondered, what is not clicking here? And this has been the case with Miami for years. But once they got into the tournament and you saw the way that they were able to compete and beat Texas A&M and Ole Miss, I mean, they were the better team in those games. But, the game against Ohio State is what surprised me. I mean, the Buckeyes did not play well. The Buckeyes should have been a pretty good matchup for Miami, and yet fell apart in so many areas. But I think a lot of that was more or less that Miami was incredibly focused and played its best game of the year. So I think Miami, athletically certainly has a chance to match up in the next game, either against Indiana or Oregon, but I would not put them as the favorite despite playing at home.
Well, let's go to that Indiana-Oregon matchup. What can their first matchup tell us about this one, or is it just kind of wipe the slate clean?
I think it tells you that Indiana is a very seasoned and mentally tough team. Last year, you kind of wondered about that when they lost in the playoff to Notre Dame or on the road to Ohio State. This year, going to Oregon really shifted that competitiveness, the mindset of their own team and then everybody else's perception of them into saying that Indiana is more than capable of beating anybody anywhere. Going there, I mean, they won 30-20, but they also had a pick 6 that they threw. Fernando Mendoza did, and if you don't want to remove a touchdown like that, but you do say that they were the more dominant team there. That said, you look at Oregon and how physical they are up front on offense. Everybody thinks they're a finesse team and stylistically. However, they are a very physical line of scrimmage team, and I think they're capable of matching up. So I think you take a lot from that first game, but I think you also say, hey, if Oregon doesn't make those mistakes, if Indiana plays a little bit more flawlessly, I mean, the game can go in any direction.
Are we watching a game tonight with Dante Moore of Oregon and Fernando Mendoza of Indiana, the quarterback matchup of the top 2 picks in this draft, and is number 1 on the line here?
It could be, very much so. I mean, I think, Mendoza, is definitely going to the NFL, but I think you look at Dante Moore and he's got kind of a decision to make. I think he could be number 1. I think he could be number 2 in the draft. And do you give that up to come back? Because I think one more year of seasoning would certainly help him out, and with NIL, he's got a chance to make, maybe not the same as he would in the first round, or in the upper first round, but he'd make a lot, and so he's got a decision to make. But I think it's going to be hard for him to turn it down. But I think when you're the Las Vegas Raiders, you've got to probably send your whole staff, or your at least your evaluation staff, because you don't have a head coach, to Atlanta tonight to really evaluate both players, because both are going to be in the NFL. Both are probably going to be starting games next year.
Probably an impossible question to answer because of how fluid everything is in college football in terms of transfer portal money and just how much of a Wild West it is. But how sustainable is Indiana being a national power?
I think it's very sustainable now, because before, Indiana had the worst reputation in this sport. It was the losingest program in college football history up until mid-November. But now what you look at it is they have a great coach. They can import players. They have a system where they can pay. They have an alumni base that's the largest in the country. The Indiana University chain has more alumni than any other in the country. And you have influential donors like a Mark Cuban and others that are willing to pay. So Indiana, for all of us who remember them pre-2023 as this horrific football program, now if you're 16 years old, you don't remember that. All you're going to do is see them play and compete for national championships. So I think it's sustainable, whereas before they would never compete with Michigan or Ohio State for upper echelon players. They would rarely compete with teams like Iowa, Wisconsin, or Michigan State for the second tier guys or in the Chicagoland. And it was this perpetual cycle. And then they didn't have the coaches who could hang with anybody in the Big Ten. Now they can do all of it. And so I think they are sustainable in competing for playoffs and potentially for national titles, as long as Kirk Cignetti is employed there.
Scott Docterman of The Athletic, covering college football. Excellent as always. Thank you.
All right, thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
You got it. Let's talk about the Commanders live from Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly, where we're hanging out for a Football Friday until 6:30.
The Washington Commanders.
Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports will help us to do just that. Mitch, let's start on the offensive side of the ball with the coordinating searches. What do we know about the interviews that they've had so far, and then what do you think their vision is in terms of McDaniel, Blau, and other options?
I'll start with I like that they're spreading a wide berth in this coaching search. They're interviewing a lot of different folks. They interviewed a couple internal guys and started reaching out externally to some folks. Obviously, the hot name is Mike McDaniel, and to me, I think it's either him or David Blau are going to be one of the two guys. I kind of feel like Blau starting to get some interviews elsewhere puts a little pressure on this Commanders team to kind of make a decision on Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. Even though Adam Peters says he's not involved in the coaches, we know he is, and I think that puts a little pressure on them to make a decision whether he's going to be their guy or not. And quite frankly, I think that's going to be an important part of this conversation.
Mitch, follow me here for a second. If Dan Quinn hires an OC who does a really good job, like a seasoned guy, let's call it the McDaniel tier, although he may stand alone, but bear with me. Hire someone like Mike McDaniel, he gets a head coaching job, we're doing this again. That's a risk. If Dan Quinn hires a neophyte who's never done it before that requires patience, that's a risk. Which is the greater risk to Dan Quinn and his regime/tenure here in Washington?
Well, obviously there are extenuating circumstances with it, but when they hired Cliff Kingsbury, everyone said the same thing. You know, if he has a good season, he's going to be gone. He went out and had a top 5 offense for the first time in God knows how long, you know, for this burgundy and gold franchise, and he decided to stick around. You know, I think the appeal with Mike McDaniel is the relationship between him and Dan Quinn, that even if he goes out next season and does what maybe we hope or expect that he would do with Jaden Daniels in this offense, there's certainly a possibility that, you know, he could stick around, you know, longer than just one season. Either way, it's risky either way that he goes, and quite frankly, Dan Quinn has to make the right call, because if next season isn't a successful season, there's a good chance that Dan Quinn doesn't get to see season 4. So he's got to weigh those risks and figure out what he thinks is best, because obviously we all know the NFL is a self-preservation league.
I'm not saying, I'm asking. All right, Mitch, I'm not saying.
He's saying, Mitch.
Oh, boy.
I'm not asking.
He's saying.
Cliff Kingsbury was not afforded the get-out-of-jail-free card after the NFC title game. That outside of Jaden, he may have been as responsible for Washington getting to as anybody in the building last year, right? Both coordinators are gone after that NFC title game. I mean, should there be any consideration? There's not going to be, I understand that. Should there be, with Harbaugh out there, with Stefanski out there, who knows, maybe Matt LaFleur or McDermott becomes available. They're just moving forward with Dan Quinn, and I totally get how and why. A year ago, they're in the NFC title game, makes sense to me. But is it off the table to even ask that question as to, Cliff didn't get that benefit of the doubt? Should there even have been a conversation?
Well, I think there's certainly a chance there was a conversation with Dan Quinn. Hey, if you don't make some moves with your coordinator staff, then we might have to make some bigger moves in terms of, you know, the decision to part ways with both of those guys. I think at this point, no, there's not necessarily a need to make a move with Dan Quinn, but I do think there's some very serious conversations that probably were had and need to continue to have about how, you know, this players first, you know, this brotherhood mentality is wonderful, but at the end of the day, you know, if you don't get your guys prepped and ready to go, you know, then it doesn't really matter how much the guys stay together, because winning a game in week 17 when you're out of the playoffs means nothing. I don't think this front office and ownership group is going to act the way the Dolphins did, you with McDaniel in terms of telling them they're going to keep him and then, make a move. But certainly, with the way that this season went and the way everything went down, I certainly think that it should have been on the table. And after a 5-12 season and the way that everything went, I think that, that was probably a very real conversation within those doors in Ashburn. So, I think at this point we're going to see Dan Quinn next year, and he gets year 3, so we get to find out whether 12-5 was for real or 5-12 was real, and which kind of team and which kind of direction he's going to point this franchise.
Give me best case scenario, home run. You're most excited. Who's the OC? Who's the DC? And then give me your realistic prediction. Like, you've got to get it right, or you're in big, big trouble.
If he gets either wrong, he might be in big, big trouble. But
I mean Mitch Tischler. Like, your best case scenario that you would love, and then what you realistically think is actually going to happen.
So Mike McDaniel, I think, is both my best option and my and what I think is ultimately going to end up happening. I think that connection is just too much. And when you look at defensive coordinator, I think there's a lot of different ways that you can go. My dream would be Brian Flores, and I don't know if he's going to get a head coaching job this round with everything that's gone on in his past. And I think Washington can provide a little bit of an interesting pathway for him because they can name him DC and an assistant head coach and give him kind of that little bit of a bump, and maybe he's able to do something there, and he looks at it in that way. Ideally, or ultimately, who I think they end up with defensively is just so up in the air. It's hard for me to really say. Jeff Ulrich is a name that I've liked a whole lot. I'd love to see him come here. I don't know what's necessarily going to happen with with him in Atlanta, with Atlanta denying him other opportunities, but that's kind of, I guess that's where I'm at. Those are my names.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being doesn't matter at all, 10 being the most important thing by far and away, how much should Jaden's input here be? Like, he liked Cliff Kingsbury. I think that's obvious, right? But there's something to be said for him maybe not knowing what he doesn't know because he's never had anything else at the NFL level. How important should that be in their next OC hiring?
I think it should be about a 6, 5.5, 6. Ultimately, this locker room and this offensive group loved Cliff Kingsbury. We heard everybody talk about it. We heard Jaden talk about how much he liked them and, the openness and all that. And ultimately, none of that really mattered to Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, whoever you think the decision maker was, and, deciding to part ways with Cliff, whatever verbiage you want to use. I think the players should certainly like the guy coming in, but I don't think that his say should be the end-all, be-all, because, like you said, at the end of the day, the only NFL offense he's run has been Cliff Kingsbury. So, anything else is going to be him envisioning the way that the offense would run with him around him, and he doesn't have that history, the knowledge to kind of really influence that decision, a la Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, and those group of guys as they got older in their careers and kind of got to pick and choose who they worked with.
Mitch, thank you, buddy. Good info as always.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
See you, bud.
Check him out, Monumental Sports. Mitch Tischler, that is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. By the way, this came out about 20 minutes ago. Mike McDaniel's going to be interviewing for the Tennessee Titans head coaching job next Wednesday. So this was one of the things I was bringing up earlier. Not only could he get a head coaching job, he's going to interview for multiple of them. But that's the first interview that he's I think there are others that he's going to have, but that's on the books for next week is next Wednesday. So if you're going to do the Mike McDaniel thing.
That's 5 days from now. You got to wait for that.
You're just buckling up for the next few weeks to wait this thing out. And in the meantime, are you not allowing David Blau to take interviews in Detroit? Can you even block him from climb up with play calling duties in Detroit? I don't know how that works. I'll have to dig on that a little bit. But next Wednesday, the interview for McDaniel with the Titans, who went 35 and 33 with 2 playoff appearances as the head coach in Miami. I feel like that'd be a good hire for the Titans. Cam Ward is your quarterback.
That'd be the idea.
1-1.
Right? Like, I don't know that he's an over-the-top guy. I don't know if he's you're building a Super Bowl there, but if the responsibility is, please make Cam Ward a thing, you couldn't find many better guys than Mike McDaniel.
Let me ask you this. Who would you rather have as your head coach? Because I think they're polar opposites. Like leader of men, brotherhood, Dan Quinn, or savant offensive mind, nerd play caller, Mike McDaniel.
For Tennessee?
No, for Washington.
Oh, for Washington?
Like You know my answer. I would rather have Mike McDaniel as my head coach because I want a play caller who's an offensive savant.
Yes, we're not doing this OC thing every couple of years. I think I'd probably do that.
You'd have him over Dan Quinn.
I would.
Yeah. I just don't think it's a bad hire. If you have a young quarterback and you bring in McDaniel, I think that's an easy thing to sell. Now, if in 3 years they haven't made the playoffs, they don't have a winning record, he gets fired, the next time you hire him might be harder because it went badly in Miami with Tua, didn't work in Tennessee. But right now, you've got a guy that I think made a lot of people better, and specifically Tua Tagovailoa. You've got someone who probably was held back by a very mediocre quarterback that he made better. What if he went to Miami and the guy they had just drafted was not Tua, I'm just making this up, but was like Justin Herbert, who they took before Herbert was picked.
They took him before.
I think he probably still has a job.
You imagine Mike McDaniel with Herbert, by the way, down
That's what
in
I'm
Miami?
saying.
Good Lord.
How much of his problems in Miami were just that you had a quarterback that you were never going to make fetch happen with?
I think a lot.
All right, next on Grant and Danny. You know what we aren't talking at all about is the defensive coordinator search. We're taking our eye off the ball a little bit there, which might be almost as important. That's next on The Fan.
Listen to the Junkies for Game Show Wednesday for your chance to win a Surfside Iced Tea full-sized football helmet. 'Tis the season for cozy nights and game days. Celebrate with Surfside. Must be 21 to drink. Please be responsible. More information at thefandc.com/contest.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Maryland residents, you could be eligible for up to $8,000 in savings. As temperatures drop across the DMV, make sure you're saving money this holiday season with available federal rebates. But act fast. These offers expire at the end of December. And with affordable financing options, Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Ready to crush it in real estate? Join the Fine Living Group with my friend John Leahy and get the leads, training, and proven system to scale fast. Dominate your market, guarantee your income, and take charge of your career now. Visit joinfineliving.com today.
As you go about your daily life, look closer. Every year across America, a staggering 4.2 million youth are homeless or trafficked. Covenant House is the national leader providing safe housing for youth, 50 years strong. Every youth who walks into Covenant House gets clean clothes, hot meals, medical care, and a safe place to sleep. So, look closer at Covenant House and help us fight youth homelessness. To help or get help, go to covenanthouse.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat.
With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Mostly cloudy, temperature around 50.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders coaching news today. Offensive coordinator interviews. They interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell, as well as several internal candidates. For the defensive coordinator job, they interviewed Chiefs defensive line coach Joe Cullen. Playoffs get underway tomorrow. Rams and Panthers at 4:30, Packers and Bears at 8 o'clock. 3 games on Sunday, Texans and Steelers Monday night. College football yesterday, Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27 to advance to the college football playoff national championship game. The Peach Bowl will be the other semifinal tonight. Indiana and Oregon will kick off at 7:30. The NCAA denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6-year of eligibility, ending his college career. Hockey tonight, Caps in action in Chicago against the Blackhawks, 8 o'clock right here on the Fan. Wizards taking on the Pelicans. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 at 7 o'clock. The Wizards will have an introductory press conference for Trae Young before tonight's game. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Power Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
The Grant and Danny radio program comes your way today live from Chantilly and from Pupatella Pizza and the Chantilly Plaza. This place is amazing. They're actually celebrating their anniversary coming up, I saw, next week on Wednesday. And they've got some really good deals. Like they're doing half off pizzas and all kinds of menu items. So if you are in the area next week, midweek on Wednesday, this would be a nice place to have lunch.
Always very good. They have a seasonal menu, including the Brussels sprouts with pepperoni.
Do they have
and hot
Brussels
honey.
sprouts?
They do. One side's gone because Toby and I pummeled that side. They also have a seasonal pizza which features sausage and I believe broccoli rabe, which I've had, and you'll be stunned by this. It's incredible.
Broccoli McEnany? Is that his last name? Did I botch it?
McElhenney, but yeah, I got your
McElhenney?
bit. Yeah, I got your bit.
Broccoli dibble?
Ooh. Why can't I think of Rob's?
Where are you going to go?
Rob.
Broccoli Deerdeck?
Deerdeck? Who's that?
That's like that MTV guy.
Rob Deerdeck?
He's like 50, but he acts 12.
How about Rob?
Broccoli Griffin III?
Robert. Damn it. I was thinking of just guys that just went by Rob. I can't think of a single Rob.
Why are you so bad at this?
I don't know what's going on. I got no Robs. I have no Robs. None?
I don't think you do.
Do another one just to rub it in.
Broccoli
Can you think of like a guy that's not Robert, but a Rob?
Rob
Lowe.
Broccoli Lowe?
Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
There we go.
You were given that, for the record. We were both given that. What's Toby got?
Rob Ryan.
Broccoli Gronkowski.
Rob Schneider.
Broccoli Schneider.
I should have Schneidered.
Who's Dillingham? Rob Dillingham?
There was a
Timberwolves.
There was a guard who we saw play. Is it Rob Dillingham?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Minnesota Timberwolves great. When we were out there in Minnesota just a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely.
All right, Danny. We are not talking at all about the defensive coordinator search.
We are not.
I think the OC search is way more important, and that's kind of the prioritization for me. But I wonder if people agree with that. First, we can open up the phones on that, 800-636-1067. Is there anyone who can make the case that the DC hire is as important as the OC hire, or more important? Because I think Jaden Daniels is more involved on the OC one, and so I slam the book there, closed, and I tell you that's my argument. Good luck making yours. What do you think? I mean, is there a case to be made? The defense was where they were the most terrible.
Yeah, it was the worst unit. I mean, and it's been so for 2 years. Not only 2 years, but really for 6.
But my argument
is separate defensive head coaches.
Their defense wasn't very good in year 1, and their offense was so good that it didn't matter. That's what they need to try to get back to. Now, I'm not suggesting they can be as terrible as they were on defense in the first 2/3 of the season, but I also don't know that that's the realistic outlook for next year, because as soon as Dan Quinn took over, started calling the plays, they became a much more normal level of bad defense. Like the horrificness of the worst defense we'd seen in years, that went away when Joe Witt lost the play calling duties. Dan Quinn had them at, I would guess, if you just take his time, I bet you they were fringe top 22, top 20, something like that.
And that's kind of what we were looking for. But no one was saying be great, although that'd be awesome. It would be fun to be great. But really, go from being atrocious, which is exactly what they were last year, to regular bad. Just be 20th. If you're that with the offense that we thought would be pretty good, you're going to win a bunch of games again and go back to the postseason. Turns out it didn't work that way.
Where are you at on and could you be okay with Dan Quinn calling his own plays?
I don't want that. And here's why. When he's tried to do both, it hasn't worked. And, you look at his defensive numbers. When he's the defensive coordinator, good defenses. There are bona fides there. When he's the DC, go to Seattle, go to Dallas. To me, it's that if you have a world-class 85 Bears, 2,000 Ravens, Legion of Boom Seahawks defense, you can be at the top of the league in a lot of things. Yards per play, pressures, turnovers, etc. If you're just a regular good defense, you got to give something up on occasion. And when he was in Dallas, he's like, you guys are going to get some yards. We're going to turn you over, though. We're going to get some interception. Here, there were no legs to the tripod. Not only did they give up a lot of rushing yards, not only did they give up a lot of passing yards, but they never created turnovers ever. When he's been the head coach and the defensive guy, it has not worked. I think that's why he wants to deputize it. That's column 1. Column 2, he can't do head coach mechanic stuff without calling the defense. They can't get timeouts right. He can't do play stuff. They are disorganized. They false start all the damn time. He needs to be on his P's and Q's in terms of game management. I don't think he can do both because he can barely do one.
So I don't want him calling the plays next year either, but it has way less to do with what I think he's capable of and way more to do that I think there's just too many good options. There's so many really good D coordinators available that it would be silly when you have an opening to not hire one of these guys. And it would take a lot off his plate. By the way, am I forgetting something? You said when he's done both, it's gone badly. When has he ever done both? I didn't think in Atlanta he ever did that.
So... yeah,
the only time he's ever done both was actually the second half of the season.
Was here.
I actually think it went pretty well defensively.
So let me rephrase that because you're right. Just to call me on it, to clean that up. When he's been the head coach, he has not had good defenses.
Okay, yes,
right? Despite being a good defensive mind,
yes.
And you go how? I remember thinking this with Rivera for so many years. This is a defensive-minded person that came up through the league as a defender and then a defensive coordinator, et cetera. How can we have terrible defenses? And that's been the case in both of his head coaching stops.
Right, and the numbers on that are, I think, what I had seen at one point. When he is a defensive coordinator, his teams have always been in the top 5. When he has been a head coach, his defenses had never been in the top 14. And the point is, basically, that as a head coach, either his coordinating choices weren't great or his involvement maybe wasn't enough. I don't know.
So I got the numbers right here. So forget about what's on the left side for a second. You could see a lot of single digits for some years, and then a lot of double digits and big numbers.
What are you looking at here?
So this is his lifetime as a quote unquote coach.
Yeah.
So the defensive coordinator years, excellent. Head coaching years, it's a lot of 19s through 20s and middle of the pack type stuff at best.
What I'm intrigued by is again, the names that are out there. Raheem Morris would be a very solid DC hiring. That's something you get excited about. The guy I really want is Jeff Ulbrich, who's currently the defensive coordinator of the Atlanta Falcons. Now, they fired Raheem. But interestingly, I find this really curious, actually. They're not allowing him to do any interviews until they hire their head coach, because the report out of Atlanta right now is that they're going to recommend to the new head coach that they actually keep Jeff Ulbrich, which is not the way you should be handling it. It's very old-school Redskins.
I was going to say, I've seen that called Jim Zorn one time.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but that would tell you that they're probably not hiring a defensive-minded head coach in Atlanta. But maybe, here's how I could make it work for me. If they go get Clint Kubiak, let's say, or Mike McDaniel as a possibility, and they hire one of those two guys, and then you have Ulbrich, that's actually a really, really good DC to pair with your offensive-minded young play-calling head coach. So that would actually be smart. But it's very strange that a team would keep a guy, not let him do other interviews when the staff has been blown out, and then tell the next head coach you should probably have him be your coordinator. That said, I like Ulbrich enough that I understand their thinking. He's my number one choice.
So on the defensive coordinator front, this is way different than the OC, because the OC has a couple guys that are either former recent head coach that still might be in demand. Think McDaniel. Disgraced former head coach. It's not in any danger of being a head coach, but kind of has some stink on him. Think Table. Offensive minds, guys that haven't done it, or pass game coordinators or quarterbacks coaches that are going to get bumped up the rankings, right? The defensive coordinator spot might be an embarrassment of riches. Everyone from potentially Brian Flores doesn't get a head job to maybe Jim Schwartz, who I know interviewed with the Cleveland Browns. Guys like Vance Joseph, Jeff Hafley, Chris Shula, Lou Anaromo. I know he got ran out of Cincinnati, but turned in a pretty good year for the Colts. There are names. There are dudes like Jonathan Gannon, recent head coach. You already mentioned Raheem Morris.
Well, like Chris Shula, just as an example, one of those names, D coordinator of the Rams, he would leave as a head coach. He wouldn't leave L.A. to coordinate somewhere else because he's on a fast track for a head coaching job.
Right, but I was just thinking in terms of, that's fair. I mean, it's not as if he didn't have play calling duties there and we get it somewhere else. So forget about that name. But still, there are so many defensive coordinator names that aren't going to be in that as much in demand for head coaching gigs, just because that's nature. Everybody's looking at that offensive guy. Everyone's going to give McDaniel a chance immediately, right? Not so much maybe the defensive mind.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. You want to give us a shout? Give us a call right now on this D coordinator conversation that we're having. Is there a case to be made that hiring the defensive coordinator is as important as the offensive coordinator in this cycle? You're listening to The Fan.
After a magical 2024 season turned into a nightmare 2025.
Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down.
The future of the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime comes down to the moves they make this offseason. From free agency to the NFL draft.
The Washington Commanders.
This is your station for breaking Commanders news, expert analysis, and debate. Every move.
Rework this deal. I think it's going to be tough.
Every day.
I'm definitely excited about it.
We are football. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Home means everything to you. So when rates drop, you don't just sit back. Rocket Mortgage watches the market to help you save money when the time is right. We make refinancing simple and savings even simpler. Never miss a new lower monthly payment with Rocket Mortgage. Learn more at rocketmortgage.com or call 1-800-4ROCKET for cost information and conditions. Conditions apply. Not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
Shop best of season produce at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through January 13th. Brighten your winter with sweet, juicy citrus, perfect for snacking, smoothies, or salads. While supplies last, shop in-store or online.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The crowd's hungry, and Pupatella is bringing the heat. Every Sunday this football season, get 2 pizzas for just $25 when you order takeout or delivery with code FOOTBALL. That's a flavor touchdown for Pupatella's wood-fired ovens. And when the games turn into parties, Pupatella's holiday catering and in-house events are the MVP of your celebration. Call the play, Pupatella. Pizza, passion, perfection. Offer not valid at North Arlington location.
New year, new look. And the savings are happening now at Regency Furniture. 55% off all furniture plus free delivery. Now's the perfect time to refresh your space and start the year feeling good about your home. And to make it even easier, you can buy now and pay later with 36 months, no interest financing. There's no better way to ring in the new year. 55% off all furniture, free delivery, and 36 months, no interest financing. Shop Regency Furniture today. Affordable never looked so good.
Winter may be cold, but summer fun starts now at the Fredericksburg Boat and Water Sports Sale, January 9th through 11th. Explore 80,000 square feet of boats and watercraft, all with exclusive show-only deals. Learn more at fredericksburgconventioncenter.com.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
You may not run a 4.440, but you can still move like a pro. What's up, guys? It's Grant Paulson to tell you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where you always get the kind of white glove service the pros rely on. Local or long distance, residential or commercial. They'll pack, stage, and even custom crate your fragile stuff. Long distance moves, you get your own truck, your own crew, and a guaranteed delivery window measured in hours, not days. So no, you're not going to hit the combine, but you can move like a pro with Metropolitan Moving and Storage. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back live to Chantilly's Pupatella Pizza location in the Chantilly Plaza right off Route 50. We're going to be out here until 6:30, so come on out, spend your happy hour with us, have dinner with us this evening. It has been a fun final Field Trip Friday. Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly, the Grant and Danny radio program. That is a good little marriage there. That is one that I have thoroughly enjoyed. Good relationship.
It's gone well for everybody. Never had to go to couples counseling. Don't even fight. Not even in front of the kids. It's been great, man.
And the big boss came out today. We just got to meet Enzo.
Enzo.
Who is,
he invented it.
Behind the operation.
He invented it.
He's like, you know what you need in the DMV? You need a little Neapolitan pizza situation. So why don't we just give you a master class in pizza and fried delicious appetizers, and then let's spread our wings to have 11 locations.
Not one, not two, 11. You don't luck
That's
box.
the dream.
Yeah, you don't luck box your way into 11. Say that right
Absolutely.
now. You got to know what you're about.
Question for you guys is this DC hire. We've not talked a lot about it. Is there a case to be made that it is as critical as on the offensive side of the ball? 800-636-1067. Lou is out in Silver Spring. wants to hop in on the Fan. Hey, Lou, how are you?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, my argument is that it is, I won't say more important, I'll say just as important. And my theory is that, even if we have like a middling or slightly better than middling offense, and Dan Quinn as a defensive-minded head coach has a defense for the third year in a row that is in the very bottom of the league, I say the whole thing gets, we go 500 or a little less, the whole thing gets blown out again, and then Jaden's starting over with his second head coach and most likely his third offensive coordinator.
Well,
Thanks,
to that
guys.
point, that's a good phone call. Appreciate you making it. The thing I said after last year, as great as it was, and it was great, who had a better time? How much fun was that, right? It wasn't fair, and it wasn't long-term smart or sustainable to say, Jaden, do it all for us. Be a ball control quarterback that's also making huge heroic plays because we can't run the ball. We don't really have all that much in the passing game right now. It's you and Terry and, catch and fall Zach Ertz. Just make all the plays and do everything and manage time of possession for us and putting too much on him. That requires the occasional favor from the defense. The occasional short field from one of those things where the other team has the ball, then you take it from them, known as a turnover. That never happens here with this group at all. The defense has done them damn near zero favors over a couple years. And even if you live that charm life, last year shouldn't have been 12-5. It should probably have been closer to 10-7. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. It was still a lot of fun. But the defense has to help you out at some point, to the caller's point. Make something easy once instead of it always being, all right, offense, here's a pair of chopsticks and some bubble gum. Do nuclear fusion on this drive.
32 teams in the league. The Commanders this year finished 30th in defense in yards per play, 6.02. They were dead last in yards per game, by the way. Now, that's not my metric that I use. I use per play because I think it's more telling and real. But 384.3 yards per game allowed was the most in the NFL by any team. That was the Commanders this season. And the yards per game, a little bit more difficult for them because of how they operated on offense, because of how Cliff called games, because of the tempo with which they operated. One of the reasons I think Cliff is probably out. But if you look at their rushing defense, it was 27th this year. If you look at their passing defense, it was dead last, 32nd in the NFL in yards per play this year. And if you comp all of those numbers, to the caller's point, with last season, it's not like it was that much better in some areas. I mean, they were 28th against the run, but they did finish, believe it or not, right smack dab in the middle of the league. In yards per play, 16th. Yards per game last year, they were 13th. I don't remember who would have thought that. From 2024, they were 12th in passing and 28th against the run, and that was the big talking point. We got to get more physical. We got to get more capable up front of slowing down Saquon Barkley to beat the Eagles. But when they had an average defense, which was the year before last, and I didn't think of it that way anecdotally. I think of it as kind of subpar, but that's what the numbers say. They were an average defense. They got to the NFC Championship game. Now, their offense was way better, and an average defense this year wouldn't have gotten to the NFC Championship game, but I think the point stands. The caller's saying you cannot be as bad as they were and not end up getting fired if you're Dan Quinn as a defensive-minded guy. Let's go to Bargov in Gaithersburg on G&D, wants to hop in. Bargov, thanks for the call. What's good?
Hello, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. So, yeah, I would say it's marginally less important, so still super crucial compared to OC. Nowadays a D coordinator, just a high degree of difficulty job. You have to balance and dance with so many contradictions in the modern NFL. You got to maximize talent. You got to have conviction, but then you also got to be adaptable and unpredictable at the same time. It's very tough, so it's like as a married man, we got to power wash the deck. We got to hang a painting, but we also got to fold laundry and create the perfect parfait with just a beautiful honey to yogurt ratio. So we gotta find a bear who also has some honey as well. So that's all. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. I like that.
Bargov's calls are always got a wild slight ride of analogy, and it's like he's like a poet or something.
Yeah, there's always like some allegory, some sort of reference to like a literary work of the 1800s.
Yes.
Or like a Chaucer sort of thing. But I like it.
He's got a little Dennis Miller to him. He's like, this is like in 1942 in the salmon of Capistrano. And it's like, what is happening right now?
Makes about as much sense as going up the River Ganges with a toothpick and a slingshot, but there we are, babe. Yeah, but to the point, again, you can do some real inroad here. You can do some real work here on the defensive coordinator spot. Offense, again, I think is hard to find and master, but this, you could sort of enhance your rep here and maybe steal a game or two with a quality defensive upgrade just to be in the middle of the pack.
Well, if you hire a really good defensive coordinator, a floor-raising, okay, it's now going to be at worst like pretty average-ish, you turn the chances into it being a really bad season around. You know what I mean? And that's what they're going to do. I don't worry as much about this hire. I think it's hard to screw this one up because there are so many good options, and it's a pretty good place to come. Now, I will say it's not as interesting a landing spot. Like if Raheem has a bunch of options, if Ulbrich has a bunch of options, you might just have to pay out the wazoo because you're coming into a building with a defensive-minded head coach who might have ways he likes to do things, who might involve himself in your business. And there is no Jaden Daniels here. They don't have an elite defensive player. There's no Max Crosby to work with. You know, you're looking for linebackers. You don't have edges. You need major work in the secondary. I don't even know who your selling point is in terms of a young star player. You could say, I got Daron Payne, and sometimes Javon Kinlaw makes impactful plays. Stick aside, I mean, it's not an easy sell to get one of the top guys, but I just think there are so many of them out there that you throw some money at somebody, you're going to be able to.
And that's kind of the point, right? Is there are enough? This is a buyer's market. You could throw a dart at a board with 10 defensive coordinator names, end up with a guy with some pelts on the wall that's got a pretty good rep. And if you tell them in the interview process, we don't need you to be top 5, top 10, even top 12. Get us to 17th, and that would be a godsend for this team given where they've been.
I just got a tweet from KB who said, why have we never had a pre-field trip Pupatella weigh-in for Funny Danny and then weigh him after the event?
Here's why.
Someone just said that on site who had been watching him gorge himself since he got here.
And here's why. It is a not an apples to apples weigh-in because you weigh more at night than you do during the morning when you first wake up.
Right, but I swear to you would be up 6 pounds today.
And I would. But here's the thing. If I wasn't here and was just living normal, I'd be up about that.
Not 6.
Almost.
I mean, that's not normal.
No, there's nothing normal about me.
I would say if you weigh yourself, like in the morning if I get on a scale right out of the shower, as opposed to right before bed, you're like, oh, this was a rough day. That's 3.2 pounds or whatever. And then you wake up the next morning, you weigh yourself, you're right back down again. So I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying today at Pupatella, you might be up like 9.5 pounds. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, yeah. That's probably right.
Like, we should, next year, let's remember to do this, or if there's another one we do at some point. I know this is our last field trip Friday.
So you want to do like morning weigh-in, pre-Pupatella, and
yes,
after?
I want to see if you could gain like 5 pounds in a field trip.
For sure. Yeah, I could do that.
How much weight did Danny gain at Pupatella?
Yeah, I would see, but here's the thing. What you sleep on is we'd have to do a control where I did that in a normal day. Where I don't
eat. But we could do that. So you could
so I do it. So on an average
the 2
day,
days before,
an average
see how
day,
much you gain.
Right.
But again, that normally would be.
For me, I'm not kidding. It's about 3 pounds.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, but I'm disgusting.
But then if it's 3 pounds normally, then we could have like a 7.5 pound.
This is where I was
field
going.
Trip.
So, but here's what I don't want is oh my God, 7.5 pounds, you disgusting swine.
Why don't you want that? You don't care about that.
No.
If you cared about that, you wouldn't have been doing what you've been doing.
No, you're missing it. But I want the number to be real. And then people go, you're disgusting.
Well, we're
swine.
a show of authenticity, if nothing else.
That's what I'm trying to say. I want to give the people a real number. So,
I've still got some gift cards to give away, by the way. So as listeners come out, we're going to be giving away some gift cards. We've got the gift cards for you waiting off of Route 50 in Chantilly Plaza at Pupatella Pizza. Your spot tonight for dinner and for a little happy hour with the boys. They got some bourbon out here waiting on you. So come on out and kick it with us. We've got the Wizards press conference introducing Trae Young coming up at 6, a little over an hour from now. Grant and Danny with you on The Fan.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood, your money, your move. Defense wins championships, at least in the regular season. The number 1 seeds in the AFC and NFC are both top 3 in points per game allowed this season. We'll have to wait and see if that holds up next weekend for the Broncos and Seahawks. How far Sam Darnold and Bo Nix can take their teams in the playoffs remains to be seen. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers. Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Winter is heating up in D.C. The Capitals are home January 13th, 15th, and 17th at Capital One Arena. Feel the hits, hear the roar, and be there for every heart-pounding moment as the Caps defend home ice. Grab your tickets now and make it a night out with the Capitals. Visit washcaps.com/tickets to secure your seat and see the action live. That's washcaps.com/tickets.
JB Finlay here. This January, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Book your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK FM and WJFK HD1, Manassas, and WPGC HD3, Morningside.
They score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips and Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal! You get a goal! Carlson, a shot, he scores!
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
This update is built by Ace Trim Carpentry, the home builder's trade partner. Commanders coordinator news today. They interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell and several internal candidates for their open OC job. For their defensive coordinator job, they interviewed Chiefs defensive line coach Joe Cullen. Other college football news last night, Miami beat Ole Miss 31-27 in the Fiesta Bowl. They're now on to the national championship game today. The NCAA denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility. That'll end his college career tonight. Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl. That'll kick off at 7:30. Hockey tonight, Caps in action in Chicago against the Blackhawks at 8 o'clock. You can hear that right here on The Fan. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Pelicans at Capital One Arena tonight. You can hear that over on the Team 980 at 7 o'clock. The Wizards also going to hold an introductory press conference for Trae Young before tonight's game. For over 25 years, Ace Trim has been a trusted trade partner for new home builders throughout the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Back live in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. What do you do to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murat, would like to know. They're going to help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. About an hour from now at 6 o'clock, we're expecting the Wizards to introduce Trae Young in a press conference. We will be carrying that presser right here on The Fan. I think there's a handful of different things that are going to come up inevitably. I don't know how much they're going to be willing to say or answer yet about the bigger picture plan, or if they even really know definitively, what the vision is, how this is all going to work out with Trae Young. There might be some TBD to this, where if he's a really good fit, if he's great in the locker room, if he gets along well with all the young guys and makes Trey Johnson and Alex Sarr better, maybe he can extend his stay. But what I want to know, number one, is he being shut down imminently, or is the plan that he will not play very much this year, which is my hope, so that they help protect their draft pick? And then also, do they plan on having any extension talks with him ahead of the start of next season? Because we know he's going to opt into the $49 million final year of his deal. He's not going to get that anywhere else. But we've heard that there's a chance maybe that they want to extend him over several years, lower that number. And at that point, Danny, maybe they would have their future point guard, which, again, less appealing to me, but certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, think of the press conference that we had earlier this week. It seems like ancient history now, but Dan Quinn, Adam Peters standing before the media and answering questions. And a lot of the answers were answers because of things they didn't say or they omitted or ways they said certain things. They can't come up there and say, yep, we plan on shutting him down to make sure we get a top 4 pick in the lottery. That's a violation of the rules. The NBA would go, aha, we got you, and everyone would get punished. But you'll hear within the dialogue sort of maybe some hints at what the plan might be. If you hear things like, we need to make sure he's right, we're going to take our time, and making sure that he's at full strength before we see him out there, tells you that they're going to slow play this quad injury that he's been dealing with and some of the other complications from a knee injury in the not-too-distant past. They're going to make certain, I think, that he's right as rain before we end up seeing him on the court because we think he could be a really good player for us. I also wouldn't guess that they would, totally tip their hand in terms of, we're having extension talks right now. They'll certainly tell you we're open to it. We're excited about the player. We think he's a star, and I think they do. Travis Schlenk, who's from Atlanta, has a history with Trae Young. He was around when it was Trae Young over Luka Doncic. He felt that strongly about the player there at that time when he was there in Atlanta. So I think they really do like the player, but I'm with you. Short term, biggest thing, let's make sure it's protected top 8. Really, for me, protected top 4. Get in that bottom 4 for the best chance of this lottery. Maybe the best draft we've seen since that LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh type group. get in there, get in early, and see what you can get. But secondarily, maybe you have found your answer. Maybe that is possible with a change of scenery and kind of a 2.0 version of his career, trying to resurrect something. A guy that's one of the best assist men in the history of this league might help some young players thrive.
It'll also just be refreshing, frankly, to hear a player talking about being exciting to be a Wizard, and being excited to come here, which has not happened in a long time. And
we need that.
To hear from a four-time All-Star who thinks that this thing is something you want to be a part of, that this is an ascending operation, that some of these young players are players that you want to play with. Like, that's going to be cool. So that's coming up at 6, about 50 minutes from right now on G&D right here on The Fan. I wanted to get into a couple of the leftovers from a coaching staff standpoint, but folks are waiting, 800-636-1067, to talk about the defensive coordinating hiring, so we'll get to those in just a moment, and whether or not you think it's important that Dan Quinn does not call his own plays as opposed to the offensive coordinating hire, where they could possibly go the direction of something internal, something in-house. I don't think there's anybody in-house they would hire as a DC. If that's something of interest to them, it's only going to be the Blau offensive side of the ball. I've not really heard, I know they're interviewing other people, but like Anthony Lynn is a viable choice. I think that would be really, really hard to sell. Last time he called plays in season, the Lions moved on from him and said, no, thank you. Brian Johnson would be an option, perhaps. He was a play caller. It went really badly in Philly. It's possible that they could give him a second chance. But again, I think especially with some of the names out there, including McDaniel, that would be one of those where you're really going to have to sell people. You're going to have a lot of pushback from local, national people if the guy that gets the gig with your career on the line, if you're Dan Quinn, is someone who's 0 for 1 in a really, really loud way in Philadelphia and Brian Johnson.
Yeah, again, if you're coming off a 12-5 season where you go to the NFC title game and Cliff goes somewhere else, right, because he gets a head coaching gig and maybe takes David Blau with him or something, and you're going, you guys, one of his underlings, he's learned so much these last couple of years. I know it didn't go great the first time, but ladies and gentlemen, Brian Johnson, there's a lot more excitement. People are moving and changing jobs because things didn't go well. It's always hard to sell to fans, and Zilch's like myself, when things are bad, take the guy that was second in command for when it was bad. It's possible you've got different ideas, and it's possible that you've got a great GM like Brian McClellan waiting in the wings, but for the most part, when things turn south and guys are moving on because things turn south, it's an uphill climb to try to sell, hey, we got the guy, he was here all along.
Oregon, Indiana, national semifinal in college football is tonight. Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Oregon 13-1, the 5 seed in the college football playoff. Indiana is perfect, 14-0. They are the number 1 seed in the college football playoff. In this game tonight, total of 50.5. The expectation is points and scoring. Indiana, by the way, is -3 in this contest at this point. The Hoosiers have become the darling. That's what happens when you go from nobody caring about your program, nobody thinking of you as a football school, having a Heisman Trophy winner who's got some beaver cleaver to him, who cuts a great promo, who seems like a very righteous kind of goody two-shoes, fun kid who might go number 1 overall. Kurt Signetti goes from JMU to Indiana, does something in 2 years that nobody's ever done. But I said this the other day. I wonder if Indiana were to lose somehow tonight and it was Oregon against Miami, would Miami then become the team that everybody gets behind because
I would.
They're the 10 seed and they're not supposed to be here? Or would people root for Oregon who have been good but never won it?
Yeah, to me, Miami would be the story because of the dramatics.
Better story, but you have to deal with like Michael Irvin.
Yeah, that makes you less of an underdog, less fun. Again, he's just so much to deal with. Did you know he went to Miami?
Wasn't aware.
Yeah. But Oregon, this isn't Oregon's fault. They've done nothing wrong. All they've done is run a good program and been really close, knocking on the door, have been national championship caliber. This year they've been good throughout, wire to wire. They are really impressive. They're well coached. They're good at everything. I like Dante Moore a lot. This is a good club that could absolutely, figuratively here, cut down the nets. I know they don't do that, but that's the NCAA championship expression. They're good enough to be the national champion. They could absolutely win this one tonight. But I think that would be, as I said at the top, it's the only one of the 4 schools that doesn't have the storybook kind of thing, and maybe that's why they win it. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, the sentimental favorite here, of course, is Indiana by a million miles. I think the 2 seed would have been Ole Miss. Miami maybe 2A or 3, just because you love that kind of story where critics and people are, the loudmouths are going, no way they should have been there. national champion. How about that?
I have a hard time with Fernando Mendoza as a draft prospect. And I will say, like up front, I watch quarterbacks less and study like the process of quarterback draft picks now that Washington has a franchise QB in Jaden Daniels, way less than I used to. College football eval and his fandom has changed a lot. But when I watch him, while I'm not like studying him per se, guys like him, he does not scream number one, and I wonder if it's just the personality that's so unique, where he's like very nerdy, very different, kind of, and he admits this, but like dorky a little bit.
Yeah.
He's not your prototypical jock. He's not your normal quarterback who's at the top of the board. But like from a football standpoint, I wonder about athleticism.
Who's this comp? Who's remind you of? Because there's somewhere pretty clearly he reminds me of.
I mean, honestly, like maybe a more athletic Cousins a little bit.
That's my answer.
But that's my point. Like Kirk Cousins went in the 4th round.
Yep. Even
with the career he had, if he goes back in the draft, yes, he would have been the top 10, top 12 pick because he was a great passer. But like he's not a 1-1 type because he's not a creator, an extender. Like all of the things that he does brilliantly are subtle and not really noticed. And I think Mendoza's a processor. I think he's cerebral. I think he's smart. I think he's anticipatory as a passer. But he doesn't really have big-time athletic traits at all.
No, and there's nothing, again, if you put him through a combine where you'd go, okay, that's elite. But you turn on the game tape, it's the ball's going where it's supposed to go, when it's supposed to go there. He's got just enough. Right now, late career Cousins after Achilles and a bunch of other injuries and things where he got crunched a million times isn't as explosive getting out of the pocket. But Mendoza showed you in the last game, they're just enough for those moments where everything breaks down, he's sliding around in the pocket, has enough burst to get that 5.5, 6 yards, dive forward, first down, huge chain moving. Now let's get back to run the offense on time, on schedule. Not there to run the football, not there to make one read, say, okay, that side of the field's closed, and I'm out of there.
Is he an elite processor?
No.
Because, like, I think Cousins is. Is he an elite anticipator?
Not yet.
Could he be?
Yes.
Nobody is coming out.
I like him in that way. If you find that offense where – again, I don't know what you'd call all these different things. I mean, some elements of a West Coast where you would go, all right, I know you're looking at this area. The guy isn't open yet. It looks like a defensive back is there. You have to trust it blindly and throw to that spot knowing that the receiver will get out of his break and get there. And he'd go, okay, coach, you got it. And he would deliver that football in that spot. You could put him in some situations and some offenses where I think he could thrive. I don't think he has the I'm going to carry a football team at the NFL level to a Super Bowl type traits. And I think that's what teams are always kind of looking for there, so you kind of shoot the moon to a degree. Not his fault, by the way. He's the kind of guy I'd love to have on my roster somehow, some way.
I think, based on what I have seen, I think I would probably take him over Dante Moore. I would have to obviously do way more studying, and you have the benefit of sitting down and getting to know these guys a little bit too. But right now, most of the mocks have Fernando Mendoza going 1 to the Raiders, and then Dante Moore going 2 to the Jets. Both of those teams need quarterbacks, so it stands to reason they both take QBs, and in some order, those two guys come off the board. What's interesting is you saw Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama, committed to the NFL draft.
Yeah, what does he know? What has someone told him?
I don't know, because his season was so brutal in the second half. His stock completely fell off. It was a foregone conclusion. Everybody just assumed he was definitely going back to school. And then he announced he was going into the draft. When you say what does he know, I think the only thing I can come up with is this draft is so weak at quarterback. And it got less so with what happened with Trinidad Chambliss yesterday and the Ole Miss quarterback finding out he's not going to be able to stay in college this year, so he's going to come out. But this is the weakest QB class in years. And so if you're Simpson and your stock is taking a huge hit, maybe you just hop into this class because falling down the board could still mean you go in round 2 in this year, where last year or next year, maybe you turn into round 3 or 4.
And here's the other thing I wonder, in this new era of college foosball, maybe he got wind that somebody's coming to Alabama that might supplant him.
But he would still be able to go somewhere else at big money. I saw this thing.
Yeah.
I wish I had it in front of me. Something like Power 4 starting quarterbacks in the portal are getting, on average, like the amount is like $4.5 million a year or something like that, which is not as good as what Fernando Mendoza is going to get 1-1 or Dante Moore is going to get 1-2, but it's better than what you're going to get in the third round.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. I have to imagine he thinks he's probably going in the top 65 or so if he's leaving, because the portal money's so good now. Someone's got to be telling him you're going to get drafted in the top couple rounds.
Yeah, somebody gave him some intel, and I pray that it's not what happened in the NBA all the time, where these poor kids would, some pariah or, what am I looking for? A parasite type agent would tell him, oh, yeah, you're definitely going. And then he wouldn't go, and then you'd owe him money, and the whole thing is a mess, and you can't go back into college. I'm hoping that he's got a pretty good sense that he might end up going high enough where this isn't a decision he regrets.
Arvo Reese has thrown his name into the NFL draft. Not a surprise.
That is correct, yeah.
Could be the first defensive player taken. The book on him is that he's going to basically come out as an edge. He played linebacker, mostly off the ball at Ohio State, and a lot of people feel like when he turns into an edge, he'll be the best pass rusher in this class. The comps are basically...
I see Micah Parsons, a lot of Micah Parsons.
I mean, that's what everybody says. Yeah, it's like Micah Parsons, 6'4", 243, linebacker who turns into an edge. Reuben Bain, Carnell Tate, Jordan Tyson, Caleb Downs, all those guys going to be entering the draft here are in the top 5, top 10 conversation. So the good news for Washington is no surprises so far with Reese, with Bain, with Caleb Downs. Like, those guys are all going to be in the mix here. And if they have to stay put at 7, you can either reach a little bit on a wide receiver or you're going to take a really stellar defender. Ideally, you can move down a little bit, still get a really good defender, and maybe add some picks in the process.
Yeah, it always kind of depends, right? Where's the best value in a given draft in a given year? And this, of course, is inexact and nobody knows. But are you better off with, I'm just making this up, safety number 1 in Caleb Downs, who is a badass, by the way. That guy's awesome, can play. Or are you better with offensive tackle number 2? They don't need one, but just, again, bear with me. In terms of positional value at 12 or 13, those are the kinds of really fun decisions that executives like Peters get to make and have to make to figure out, because obviously you're not building a team in a vacuum. It's easy to say best available. Well, if the best available 4 straight times is an off-ball linebacker, you wouldn't take 4 straight off-ball linebackers. That never happens and shouldn't. So there's got to be some deference toward what you need, your roster holes, and where the position value is.
In terms of the NFL draft tonight, though, I mentioned the quarterbacks, Mendoza, Moore, could be the top 2 picks. At Indiana, they have a wide receiver who's interesting to me. He's currently being mocked in the back end of the 2nd round in Elijah Surratt, 6'2", 210, big guy, 55 catches, 730 yards this year, was at James Madison University, then came over with Cignetti, 13 touchdowns. He's a red zone threat, big physical guy. I love his game. He makes sense for Washington. Again, they do not have a 2nd-round pick.
I was going to say, that's a 2nd-rounder, right? Yeah.
So he would have to get to them early in the 3rd round, which is possible at this point. But other than Mendoza, interestingly, as good as Indiana's been, they may not have another player in the first couple of rounds.
They don't have a single 5-star on their roster.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what makes this that much more remarkable.
Very different for Oregon, though. Dante Moore going 2 overall, possibly. Kenyon Sadiq, their tight end, who's giant, 6'3", about 245, has 45 catches and 8 touchdowns this year. He's going to be a first-round pick. He's mocked right now in the late teens to Vikings, Panthers, Cowboys, in that range. You'll see him tonight. They have a huge defensive lineman who's supposed to go end of the 1st, late 2nd, who could be of interest for Washington as well. 6'3", 330 pounds. And then also projected in the 2nd round right now, interior lineman Emmanuel Pregnon, Dylan Thieneman, the safety, and they have another edge in the game tonight, is mocked in the top 45.
Do me a favor and say his name real quick. It's Mateo. I got his first name. You say his last name.
Ugalele, I believe.
You sure about that?
Ugalele. It's a little bit like the old quarterback at everywhere.
He went to 6 schools. And he was the guy that took over for the guy on quarterback.
Is that his brother?
I have no idea.
It's the same last name. It's like Uiagalele.
Maybe.
I would be surprised if they're not related.
Mateo.
Yeah. Sure.
Mateo U.
But they have a total of, right now I'm looking at a mock draft, 6 2nd-rounders and 3 first-rounders. So you're going to see some talent tonight. You turn on the TV with Oregon. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Again, 6 o'clock, the press conference introducing Trae Young with the Wizards. Take a look at the NFL playoffs and make some of our predictions, confidence points picks. Look at the scoreboard before we get out of here this hour. We're in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza. Come on out and have a little dinner with us on a field trip Friday on the Fan.
Listen to the Junkies for Game Show Wednesday for your chance to win a Surfside Iced Tea full-sized football helmet. 'Tis the season for cozy nights and game days. Celebrate with Surfside. Must be 21 to drink. Please be responsible. More information at thefandc.com/contests.
Hey, it's BMitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Maryland residents, you could be eligible for up to $8,000 in savings. As temperatures drop across the DMV, make sure you're saving money this holiday season with available federal rebates. But act fast. These offers expire at the end of December. And with affordable financing options, Ruud makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Ruud Pro partner near you at Ruud.com. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies for Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria. Dr. Sean Kumar has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. I had a great experience there. You will too. Visit elegantsmilesdds.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-9049.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Winter may be cold, but summer fun starts now at the Fredericksburg Boat and Water Sports Sale, January 9th through 11th. Explore 80,000 square feet of boats and watercraft, all with exclusive show-only deals. Learn more at FredericksburgConventionCenter.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
By Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. Commanders coaching news today. They interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell and several internal candidates for their OC job. They interviewed Chiefs D-line coach Joe Cullen for their defensive coordinator job. College football. Last night, Miami beat Ole Miss in the Fiesta Bowl, 31-27. They are on to the national championship game. We found out today, too, that the NCAA had denied Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss a 6th year of eligibility that'll end his college career. Tonight, the second semifinal game, the Peach Bowl. Indiana will take on Oregon. That'll kick off at 7:30. Hockey tonight. Caps in Chicago to take on the Blackhawks. 8 o'clock puck drop. Continue the game right here on the Fan. Wizards officially announced the Trae Young trade. They're going to hold an introductory press conference around 6 o'clock before 7 o'clock tip tonight against the Pelicans. You can hear the press conference live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Paisanos just dropped their new homemade cheesy breadsticks. Golden edges, a soft center, layers of melted cheese in every slice, finished with seasoning and served warm with marinara. Get them free with any order of $35 or more using promo code CHEESY. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Grant and Danny live in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza. Come on out and say hello. We'll be here until 6:30, an hour from right now. You are going to hear the presser. Trae Young being introduced by the Wizards. 4-time All-Star acquired. The question is, what's the plan? What's the end game here with Trae Young? Wizards are starting to show that the kids are okay, by the way. Trey Johnson can fill it up. Alex Sarr in the post is a good player who's got a developing game around the perimeter as well. And he is an elite rim defender. Like, they hit on that pick.
They hit it.
And this staff has hit on enough of these picks early in the draft where you're starting to think maybe, just maybe, if they had one more stud this year in the top 5, whether it's Trae Young or another $50 million type player, this is the end of the road this year at the tank. Starting next year, now you're starting to win basketball games as often as you possibly can.
Yeah, get the kids the experience. I mean,
2 seasons from now, maybe you're competing for the playoffs.
If it works the way I hope it does, the way that their design is, their best player isn't on the team yet. Right? That would include Trae Young, depending on how long he's here, what he's here for, etc. It would be the player that they acquire in this draft lottery that a lot of executives, some really smart ones, have said is the best draft they've ever seen. Some people are saying it's the best draft since the LeBron, D. Wade, Chris Bosh top of the board from a couple of decades ago. By the way, LeBron's still playing. That's incredible. But you're basically talking about slam dunks in Trae Johnson and in Alex Sarr in a draft that wasn't viewed as particularly good. A 7-footer with that athleticism. They said, let's be patient. Let's let him explore the space as a rookie. He wasn't very good. That's allowed when you're 19 for a team that's terrible. They got something with him. I mean, they really do. You involve him in some pick and roll action now as a rim runner. You already mentioned him as a rim defender. You could get points in transition. He could just run the court, Grant, and be a 16-10 guy.
Yeah.
Without running a single action for him. And that's pretty special.
I want to get an update on our picks standings, if we could, please. The confidence points picks that we've done all year long on Grant and Danny. We pick games every single week. We pick 3 games. Based on how sure we are that we're going to be right, we assign 3, 2, and 1 confidence point pick. Whoever finishes first, you get a nice pat on the back. There's really nothing for it. When you win confidence points picks, nobody really cares. But when you finish last, you get made fun of a lot, and generally something terrible has to happen. I've had to go to a restaurant and eat at a nice steakhouse with stuffed animals. We have had all kinds of terrible things that we've had to do when you lose in confidence points picks. So without further ado, let's get to the standings and see where we're at going into the playoffs.
It's confidence points picks time on Grant and Danny, where the only thing more important than winning is not finishing last.
So, Darius, update the standings for us. We include the playoffs into the postseason after this week, because there's still enough games that we can use our 3, 2, and 1-point plays. But generally starting next week, we could start to do some individual player props, assuming that the odds are in the right zip code. But where are we at on the standings right now? Are things getting tighter as we approach the postseason?
All parties involved are within 5 points of each other. Currently, Ryan is in first place with 57 points. I am in second place with 56 points. Grant, third place with 54 points. And then Toby and Danny, who have been battling for the last few weeks, are all tied at 52.
That's pretty. This is maybe the tightest that it's ever been.
It really is. I know that sounded like Ron Rivera, but listen to the records. 26-25, 27-24, 27-24, 28-23, and 27-24.
So everybody's within 2 games.
It's as literally as close as it could possibly be.
Yeah, and that is kind of the beauty of, I think, going with fewer games this year.
Indeed.
We used to do 5, now we're doing 3.
And I was eliminated in week 6.
You could be eliminated?
We can be eliminated?
Oh,
okay.
No. You and Darius generally compete in the Super Bowl almost every year to see who's going to lose. This year, though, Danny, well, you and Toby are last.
We got some company,
but you have a chance to not have to worry. You can watch your Super Bowl in peace.
That's not going to happen.
Can you imagine?
We all know that.
And Darius, lo and behold, has actually been hanging around first place a little bit.
It's been a fun season for your boy. I can't complain.
What would you do if you could just watch the Super Bowl
without a sweat,
without having to worry about getting a cat or posing in a Speedo at Sears?
And he still owes us like so many sexy photos.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, you already have like 3 payments that are still owed.
It would be very peaceful. I mean, that Super Bowl a couple years ago where I had to wait for Joe Mixon to hit a over that he hadn't hit all year, and he miraculously did, was the most painful thing I've ever had to deal with watching a Super Bowl.
Pretty rough. All right, so let's do it. 3-point plays. Let's go in the order of the standings. So, Ryan, you give us your first prediction for the NFL playoffs.
This one was actually a very tough one, but I am actually going to go with tomorrow night's matchup with the Packers. I think the Packers pull this one off, and in fact, let me get the number up here. I had it written down here. Now it's just changed.
-1.5.
-1.5. I've got the Packers winning outright against the Bears. Ben Johnson, your time is up, pal.
Keep betting against Ben Johnson. You'll keep looking foolish. 3-point play for Clary.
My 3-point play, I'm going to roll with the Jacksonville Jaguars +1 against the Buffalo Bills. I'm feeling very good. I think home field advantage is going to play in the favor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's basically a pick 'em, so I'm just picking the Jaguars win outright. But I do have the Jaguars taking down the Buffalo Bills, and unfortunately, Josh Allen's not going to be able to take advantage of no Lamar, no Patrick Mahomes.
My 3-point play is the San Francisco 49ers, catching 5.5 points at the Link in Philadelphia. I do think the Eagles could and will win this game. I certainly see them winning, but 5.5 points for San Francisco is too many. They could win this game outright. They were cooking offensively, too, lest we forget. I really like the Niners' offense. I don't like the Eagles' offense. They have a championship-level defense, so maybe you pull the game out. But San Francisco's offense is going to be able to keep it close, maybe get you a backdoor cover if need be. And if you told me right now that they win the game outright, I kind of think it's a toss-up type game. So I'm getting almost 6. That is a no-brainer. I wish I could make that all 3 of my plays this week.
So Toby and I are tied. Who do you want to go first?
Doesn't matter.
I'll go. I'm right here. So I'm to your left, Toby, so then you can go. I got the same play, 49ers +5.5. I think they win the game.
I got a little bit of a hot take. The team that I trust the most, maybe in the entire AFC, because I trust their defense, Houston. I love Houston. Give me Houston -3 against Pittsburgh on Monday night.
I just wish that line wasn't 3. I wish that line was a half point in either direction.
I'm not sure Pittsburgh scores.
That's very possible.
I feel like they don't,
by
but
the way.
It's Tomlin. It's always a cover, even if they're going home.
The Steelers at home getting points. The trends on that are like Mike Tomlin is batting .963 in that sequence, but they're not very good, and the Texans are.
It's been true for a decade.
Yes.
And the numbers are still the numbers.
All right, Clary.
All right, I'm going to go with Sunday's matchup, the San Francisco 49ers +5.5 against the Eagles. I think the 49ers actually might win this game outright. And again, the Eagles just aren't that good. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I feel as if they're going to be a little bit rusty coming off a quote-unquote bye week. And I think the 49ers win this game in Philly.
Very popular play. Somebody wants to zag here. They could possibly scoop up some points with the Eagles winning going away. Dad, what do you got?
I will not be the one to zag. Instead, Texans Dameron's going to go with his Houston Texans to cover that -3. You knew I would. Come on now. -3 at the Steelers. I actually think it's going to be a tough game, but overall, the Texans are going to end up pulling this victory out.
2-point play for me. I'm going to roll with, you know what? I'm going to go against my better judgment here. I'm going to just feel like the public is on the Chargers. I'm going to do a Kevin Sheehan smell test.
Well, let me say this. Hold on.
The New England Patriots, -3.5. I will have beating LA as my 2-point play. I'm going to get a little bold here.
It's where the sharp money has come in here of late.
Oh, no, they're bringing you your ice cream.
Give me the Patriots. Also, another play, Indiana State is playing in the Underground Tunnel Bowl against Sycamore State Tech from Wyoming. Opened up at 4. Sharp money comes in at 3.5. Let me say this, Denton. It's a +3.5 line for the Underminers from Cheyenne, Wyoming State.
You've got the Underminers?
The Underminers.
From Cheyenne, Wyoming State.
Thanks to Sharp.
The Sheehan smell test.
All right. Carolina +10.5. They're going to lose this football game. The Rams play with their food. Carolina is their food. The Rams are better. I think the Rams win, but it's always weirder and closer than it should be. Even if they get out to a big lead, I think Carolina stays in it. I think they lose by, 8 points, give or take, but I think they cover.
Nothing like the two losers sticking together. Me and Danny.
Love it, buddy.
Keep pounding, baby. Carolina +10.5.
Wow, you guys are going to have the same picks as you're trying to get out of the basement, huh? All right, there's your 2-pointer?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I'm going to go with Buffalo -1.5 is my 1-point play. I'm going against Dad here. I love you, Dad, too, but I'm just not betting on the Jaguars. And I feel as if right now, no one's talking about the Bills, man. This could be their year.
I am going to agree with Grant and pick New England -3.5. I actually would have picked it as my 2-point play, but that half kind of feels icky. A little bit,
yes,
but
it does.
yeah. But I'm just gonna. So I'll go ahead and with as my 1-point play. I think the Chargers are just gonna charger, and Drake May and the boys are gonna roll.
-2.5 we would have been in business.
That would have been much better, yeah.
I'm going to roll with the Texans against my better judgment, but Tomlin and points, death taxes, Tomlin and points at home. I'm rolling with Houston. I just think Aaron Rodgers, clock strikes midnight here. Thank you for your services. This offense is gross to watch. I could see them scoring somewhere around 10 points in the entire game. Get me to 17. Let's get a cover here, Houston, on 3 points. That's my 1-pointer.
I don't feel great about any of the other matchups, and even if I did, I'm sure I would lose. Remember, I said that the Colts were going all the way in a year that they lost by 50. But I like the Chargers on the road here against the Patriots to cover, if not steal this game outright. They're not better than the Patriots. I'm not saying they are. These are two really good head coaches. All Jim Harbaugh does is alienate people but win while he's doing it. So I like them on the road. That's a team that nobody is talking about. No one's giving them a chance. The narratives are much, are elsewhere, quite frankly. No one's talking about them. That's a pretty good football team that's playing well. I give them a chance to go into New England and steal one.
And by the way, because of the spread, you could even get them losing by a field goal.
Exactly.
And you still get your win.
That 3 and a hook. As my guy Frank Hanrahan used to say, the hook is a crook.
GP, we're going to be playing some Ben Johnson alerts on Monday. You're going to get excited. And the reason we're going to be playing Ben Johnson alerts is because it's going to be at O'Hare as Ben Johnson's headed to Cancun. Packers -1.5.
2 Packers
Look at Toby cutting a promo.
Ben Johnson alert.
Ben Johnson alert.
It's home alert. Ben Johnson is home now alert.
You guys can keep all you want to cheer on Ben Johnson's demise. Keep doing it. He'll just keep on leading the boys in the locker room.
You're talking about division
good, better,
champions?
best. Better than the rest.
You're talking about 12 and 5?
So your best gets better, and your better gets best. The Bears, man.
The Bears.
What if Ben Johnson and the Bears make a deep run here, boys? My lips are filling with smile at the possibility.
I'm thinking about who's going to be the most insufferable if that happens. Let me see. Will it be Toby? No. Will it be Ryan? No.
No.
Darius? No. Danny? No.
You know what Super Bowl I would hate?
What's that?
Drake May versus Ben Johnson.
You might self-destruct.
Oh, man. I would be so steamed up.
I think who's got the Super Bowl this year? Is it Fox?
No, it's NBC.
NBC?
It's
okay.
a Tirico situation.
Yeah, so Tirico's like, and the ball's in the air, and Grant, and just lightning strikes Grant, and that's it.
It would be pretty fun.
And the good Lord says, now's the time. Doesn't get better than this for GP.
Grant and Danny with you live from Pupatella Pizza in Chantilly. It's a field trip Friday on The Fan.
Wake Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
My starting quarterback needs sex.
He needs to be a normal young
He needs to be sexually fulfilled.
No.
My quarterback needs sex. Regular sex.
I know Drake May's getting some.
Okay.
He's married.
Yeah.
I'm right. Yeah.
My quarterback needs release.
I'm talking about football. Quick release. Find those receivers.
The Sports Junkies. Weekday mornings from 5 to 10 on Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. New year, new look. And the savings are happening now at Regency Furniture. 55% off all furniture plus free delivery. Now's the perfect time to refresh your space and start the year feeling good about your home. And to make it even easier, you can buy now and pay later with 36 months, no interest financing. There's no better way to ring in the new year. 55% off all furniture, free delivery, and 36 months, no interest financing. Shop Regency Furniture today. Affordable never looked so good.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code DC3 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code DC3. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This Saturday, January 10th, Georgetown returns to Capital One Arena. Be there with a special bobblehead ticket pack for just $29. Club level ticket and mascot bobblehead included. Get tickets at guhoyas.com/bobblehead. That's guhoyas.com/bobblehead.
Hurry, it's your last chance to donate your car to Cars for Kids for 2025. Any car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Act now for your maximum 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate. That's CARS with a K.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Back live in Chantilly at Pupatella Pizza. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We will have the Trae Young Wizards press conference coming up at 6 o'clock right here on the Fan. We're your flagship home exclusively for the Wizards, the Capitals, the Nationals. I mean, nobody gets you closer to the teams you care about in town than we do. Danny, what are you eating now?
That's gelato.
So, but is that the cookies and cream joint?
Yeah, that's going to be a cookies and cream gelato. There's a toffee chip one, I think. There's a vanilla, and this is a strawberry one. I normally don't go for strawberry sweets, but when they knock it out of the park like this, I went for it. And it's incredible. It's the gelato flight here. I don't know if they've named it after me, but they could.
So the flight is 4 small bowls of what I would consider to be a scoop. 1 scoop, or maybe even like 3/4 of a scoop. It's like a dash.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's a scoop.
A scoop?
It's a scoop. It's a scoop, Jackson.
So my initial thought when I looked over and I saw that you've already eaten 3 of the cups of gelato and you're eating the 4th now.
Finishing it off here.
Was that you and Toby had both done it, but Toby's got his own.
Yeah, Toby's got his own
4 cups.
Yep.
So did you eat all of those?
Yeah. So there was a scouting report about Toby, and they saw in Leesburg how I had some and Toby had some. Well, they decided we're not just going to do that anymore. We're not going to make them divvy up what should be 4 people's portions. These 2 slobs are going to get their own. So Toby got his own flight.
I honestly don't think we've ever been fed more by anyone
It's just so absurd.
than today. But just generally, any day we've ever been at Pupatella, like if people are like, okay, guys, we get it. They're giving you food. Like whatever amount of food that you think has been served to us.
It's more than that.
It's not even close,
Good
people.
Lord.
I mean, it is outrageous.
Yeah.
Like if we did the show here every day, we would there would be a TV show about how like we're about to die, you know, like
my 900-pound show.
Right. There would be a show about how like we get carried out of our houses on the contraptions that are used to take whales to the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be doing the thing where it's like, I just can't help it. You know, I just can't help it. I just love it so much, and I'm sorry to my family.
My 800-pound radio host.
Yeah,
you know, like it would just end so terribly.
Oh,
so this is a blessing and a curse in a sense. I mean, like we only do it luckily like 4 times a year.
Yeah, you couldn't do this every day.
I mean, you're gonna be feeling this for a couple days.
Yeah,
I think.
Well, I'm telling you, something happens in my disgusting body when the taste comes in. When I get new taste that's joyous, my body's like, listen, we'll figure it out. Just bring us that taste. I need the taste. I know you're full. You've been full since 3 o'clock. But you're going to keep eating because the taste is so good. We'll find new compartments. We'll store it in your spleen. Like it'll be in your throat somehow still. We're going to figure out some storage. You just keep eating the delicious food, Fatty.
All right, let's get you around the NFL with some news and notes, some updates coming out today, both on searches as well as who's in and who's out for some of these playoff games. We'll start with the San Francisco 49ers. Left tackle Trent Williams, wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, both listed as questionable for Sunday. Williams with a hamstring, Pearsall with a knee and an ankle. They were among those with an injury designation coming out of practice. Williams did practice, limited basis today. I think he's going to play. He's been limited the last 2 days. Pearsall did not practice at all this entire week. I would say there's a much better chance that he does not go at all in this game. Now, they have gotten by without him. He's important, he's good, he's helpful, but I don't think he's a deal breaker. Whereas when Trent Williams doesn't play, this San Francisco team's chances go down considerably. But I think Trent Williams, if I had to guess, just covering him for as long as I did, seeing him play hurt as much as I did.
Crutches on Friday, left tackle on Sunday.
I think he's going to play. Here's one that's worth monitoring. Same game, right? 49ers Eagles. Right tackle Lane Johnson is also listed as questionable. He's been working his way back from a foot injury for weeks. We saw that rehab on Hard Knocks that he was going through. This game is on Sunday afternoon at home. Limited practices 3 times this week as he's ramping it back up. Was never full go, which it seemed like was supposed to have been part of the return to play for him. I think he'll go too. I mean, it's the playoffs, and it's just kind of crunch time. This was the target date for him all along. I don't think he's going to miss his mark.
Yeah, if not now, when? Right? I mean, that's sort of the deal. Even if you're hampered, only part of yourself, adrenaline's got to take over. You got to go.
He's so good.
He's terrific.
If Williams is the best left tackle in the league, and he probably is, Johnson's the best right tackle in the league. I mean, at this point, I feel like that's the case. We'll say goodbye to our audience in Richmond and thank them for listening to the G&D program today. Keeping it moving with some of the news and notes around the NFL. Mike McDaniel's got at least one head coaching interview lined up. It's going to happen Wednesday in Nashville with the Tennessee Titans. So if you're the Commanders and you want McDaniel, you're going to have to wait. There's a chance he ends up interviewing with as many as 3 to 5 teams for their head coaching vacancies next week. That could go through Friday. I mean, for some of these teams, if somebody fires a coach next week, whether it's the Steelers or the Bills or the Packers or whoever, they might not even start interviews until the end of the week, early the following week. So this is one of the reasons why I'm kind of pouring cold water on this idea of Mike McDaniel. I think it's very possible Washington wants to move quicker than that and not get left holding the bag, and they decide that David Blau, the bird in hand, might be more valuable to them.
Again, it makes perfect sense, right? Because you could hold out for this, pie in the sky, dream scenario that may never come. And no fault of your own, by the way. Not because you couldn't put together a good presentation or weren't good candidates or weren't able to put together a good package for it. He may just prefer to be a head coach. He may prefer a different quarterback or system or set of circumstances, general manager or otherwise. Who knows? He may not value working for Dan Quinn as much as he does Dan Quinn the friend. May not want to change that relationship. I mean, you have no idea what somebody's thinking. May not want to live in the Mid-Atlantic. Like, there are so many factors that are out of your control.
That'd be really funny, by the way.
Right?
He's like, the Mid-Atlantic is just not for me.
I did it once. I don't want to do it again. I have no idea.
Here's a name to keep in mind on the defensive coordinating side of things for Washington. They apparently interviewed, this is an interesting one, Chiefs D lineman Joe Cullen, who I'm not overly familiar with, but Cullen was the defensive coordinator of the Jaguars in 2021. He was a D-line coach with the Ravens from 2016 through 2020. He's also been a D-line coach with the Bucs and the Browns and the Jaguars, dating all the way back to 2010 when he broke into the NFL. The last 3 years, he's been in Kansas City as the D-line coach with the Chiefs, a 2-time Super Bowl champion, working with Chris Jones and that group. He interviewed today, apparently, for the defensive coordinator job. So if they want to go with a less big-known commodity, personality, less star power, and just go with like a Joe Witt type hire to do a lot of the work behind the scenes during the week and let Dan Quinn kind of maybe call the plays or something, that is a route, that is an option that they could possibly go. All right, let's step away so we're ready for the press conference. Trae Young and the Wizards coming up top of the hour. It's Grant and Danny at Pupatella Pizza. If you are along Route 50, somewhere in the Chantilly area, come on out and kick it with us on The Fan.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If we were going to get a semifinal that not many people expected, might as well have delivered. And boy, was last night an instant classic between Miami and Ole Miss. 25 points in the final quarter, including 3 touchdowns in the last 5 minutes. Mario Cristobal and the U are 1 win away from restoring glory to South Beach, while Pete Golding has nothing left to prove to anybody. What a run from Pat
Boyle. That first year in your new home matters. With preferred pricing, Redfin and Rocket Mortgage make the path to your next home easier. When you buy with a Redfin agent and finance through Rocket Mortgage, you can lower your interest rate by 1% for 1 year or choose up to $6,000 in closing credits. See how it works at rocketmortgage.com or call 800-4ROCKET. Additional terms apply, not a commitment to lend. Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
This is Dr. Riggleman with DMV Weight Loss. What if this year wasn't about another diet, but about getting your energy, your confidence, and your health back? Our all-natural program helps you reset your metabolism so you can burn fat efficiently and keep it off for good. No exercise, no counting calories, no risky injections. Feel better, live better. Start your life-changing transformation today at dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com.
From 4X to XL and 100 pounds gone without being hungry. At 61, I'm in better health than in the last 35 years.
The DMV weight loss program has successfully helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in 60 days. You can start the program from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation today by calling 703-496-4680 or dmvweightloss.com. That's dmvweightloss.com. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9049. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-9049. That's 800-575-9049. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you ambitious, results-driven? At the Fine Living Group with my guy, John Leahy, you get leads, expert training, and a guaranteed income to help you scale fast. Ready to lead the market and take charge of your career? Visit joinfineliving.com today. That's joinfineliving.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered Futures Commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital. WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Carrington drives, left elbow, flips up the shot. Scores at the buzzer. Oh, baby, the Wizards' biggest lead of the night.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7, The Fan. Sports Flash.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, Commanders coaching news today. They interviewed Cardinals pass game coordinator Drew Terrell and also interviewed several internal candidates for their offensive coordinator job. They also interviewed Chiefs defensive line coach Joe Cullen for their defensive coordinator job. College football tonight, Indiana and Oregon in the Peach Bowl, college football playoff semifinal. The winner will meet up with Miami in the national championship game. That game going to kick off at 7:30. Caps and Blackhawks in action tonight in Chicago, 8 o'clock puck drop right here on The Fan. Wizards taking on the Pelicans tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. The Wizards officially announced the Trae Young trade. Momentarily, they'll be having their introductory press conference. You can hear it right here on The Fan. When your HVAC's breaking down like a struggling defense, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It's Football Friday on Grant and Danny.
Into the end zone for a Commanders touchdown.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers.
Astro, no.
What you know about rolling down in the deep when your brain goes nuts?
Welcome back. Stretch run of Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, that law firm, Kondorian Murad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get out to Capital One Arena. The Trae Young press conference beginning. General Manager Will Dawkins, who traded for him, and Young himself at the dais. Want to hear what they have to say, so let's listen to it live on The Fan.
A level of competitiveness that we feel like we'd like to add, and it's what sets him apart when you watch him play amongst the other guards in the league. So happy to have him here. Trae's been a force since he got in the league. Day one, rookie year, he evolved into one of the best in elite, proven playmakers, and that's something that we're going to be continuing looking for while he's here. I know the front office, the evaluators, we feel extremely strongly about his ability to amplify the young talent that we have, the young talent that we're going to keep adding to the team as we go through the player development process that we are going to stick to here in D.C. So we had dinner last night. Even though he's entering the beginning of his prime, he's got a lot of basketball left in him. And he's got a lot of goals and aspirations that he wants to reach. And we're here to help him do that and continue his player development process because, as you guys know, that's our motto. You come here, you get better, you work on your game, and he's going to continue to do that while amplifying others. So, again, we're excited to add to the rebuild of the organization. But I do want to pause for 1 second because I do think it's important to acknowledge that there's two sides to every trade. And I do want to recognize that for a second and say thank you to Corey Kispert, who ultimate professional. When Michael and I first got here, he was one of the few guys that was able to stay because he understood who he was as a human, who he was as a worker, a professional. He left this place better, and I want to thank him and his wife and his family for his time in D.C. And obviously CJ's time was a little shorter, but he still had a significant impact in how he led and what he taught our young guys and left this place better. So we wish them both well and want to say thank you to them. But again, when Michael and I, we got here 2.5 seasons ago, I guess it is now, and we're still on the road to rebuilding the team. We wanted to emphasize a few things and the importance on remaining flexible throughout the rebuild, the importance of thinking in layers and stacking things up, and then I would say being flexible and being opportunistic and doing that while finding players that fit towards our long-term vision, which is sustained success. And I think looking back on the trade made today, that reflects well on all those principles. So Trae aligns with what we're trying to do. We are happy to have him here in D.C. I've seen him in so many different jerseys, starting with Norman High School, Mocan, AAU, McDonald's, Hoop Summit with the USA on his chest, to Boomer Sooner, OU, to his professional career. I'm excited that the next jersey he's going to be wearing will be one of the Washington Wizards. So with that, I'll open it up for questions and officially welcome Trae to D.C.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Start with Josh, third row. Right side. Trae, Josh Robbins with The Athletic. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yep. You were said to want to be here more than any other team. Why is that? What was it about this situation and city that made you want to be here?
I think there was a lot of factors.
I think for me, there's a lot of different like directions I could have went, like as far as like my goals and what I want my legacy to be at the end of the day. And for me, like just being able to have an impact on my teammates and people around me, I feel like I did a good job of that as a young player in Atlanta. So being able to be a vet and doing it with these young guys here, I feel like I have more experience and more things that I can give these young guys. And I'm just super excited. This is, for me, like, DC is overlooked as far as a big market. Like in the NBA, I feel like this is a big market, and I just feel like I'm being able to come into an opportunity to be myself. I'm around people that obviously have known me for a long time and know the type of person I am and the type of winner I want to be. And I know it's a day-by-day process. I know what it takes, so it's not going to be easy. But I know this is a place that I'm excited about, and I was excited about whenever I heard it could be a possibility.
Hey, Will, Noah Trister with the AP. Just aside from the availability, what made this the right time in your rebuild to try to make a move like this?
Trae Young's introductory press conference coming to DC with the Wizards live on the Fan.
The last few weeks, did that play a role in it?
I think as an organization, we have a long-term plan, and we're not going to do anything that deviates from that. As I kind of explained earlier, I think Trae fits into what we're trying to do based on the development of a lot of the other players and how he's going to help amplify them. So we're always going to be, like I said, opportunistic. And when you have a 4-time All-Star, All-NBA player available who wants to come to DC and help make it what we want it to be, it was an easy partnership and an easy decision, to be honest with you.
Gerardo Lopez, Cultura Sports. Trae, welcome, bienvenido.
Nice.
You are a proven caliber, high caliber player, 4-time All-Star, with criticism coming from everywhere nowadays. How do you manage the outside noise?
Man, I'm comfortable in my skin. I know who I am. Like, I know the people that are really around me every day, like they know like who I am, and whatever like stuff comes out. I mean, there's so many fake things that come out that I just let slide, and I'm just, because I know the people around me really understand it, and I know one day when I do ultimately win, like we all do here, all that negativity will flip and be positive, and stuff like that wouldn't even come out and even be brought up. So for me, I'm a big believer in faith, and I believe everything happens for a reason. I'm just riding that wave, and I know sometimes you got to go down to get up. And for me, I just sometimes let things slide, and I deal with it because I know who I am.
Hi, Trae, Gene Wong with the Washington Post. Welcome to DC. Have you had a chance to kind of interact with your new teammates yet, and kind of what have the conversations been like so far?
Oh yeah, I definitely had. This morning I got to shoot around, and it was exciting. And I was looking forward to it. I thought I would see him yesterday, but I heard Chris had some stuff going on, and so they couldn't see me yesterday when I toured the arena. But going to shoot around this morning, like. Seeing Alex Sarr, I told Bilal he got me a couple times these last few years, so I'm glad I'm on his side now. We can work together on trying to get some other guys. But it's cool. Like, there's so many young guys here, and they're so mature too. Like, as young as they are, you can see the maturity in them, like the want to learn. Like, some of them have been asking me some questions already, Trae, and like those guys they're just sponges, you can tell, and they're gym rats. And to piggyback off CJ, like CJ, hearing him talk about the organization earlier this season, and I mean that was a big viral thing about how this is all changing around here. And I think, I mean, you can, for me, just being here this past 24 hours, you can tell this is a lot different than what people can from the outside may see.
And one thing I'll add on that, just like the conversations we've had about basketball, about the team, he obviously processes at a very high speed and knows the game, but he's a junkie of the game and watches it. So he already knows the idiosyncrasies of some of our guys and what they can and can't do and where they're going to be going. So he walked in with a knowledge playing against these guys, but with a healthy respect for them too, where he's going to be able to pick up right away. It's going to be good.
Follow up to that, Trey, is you had a taste of a playoff run early in your career. How can the wisdom from that impact the rest of the guys in the locker room?
I mean, for me, it can help a lot. Like I played with a guy like in Lou Will that was his deepest run, and who had played 18 seasons in the NBA. And so for me, I understand like how hard it is to even get to that point. And so for these young guys, I think just understanding that it's a day-by-day process. Like you can't skip steps. You can't look too far ahead. You got to focus on each and every day and focusing on how can you get better. And just from being around here this short time that I have been, that's the focus around here. And I love that. That's how I've been raised and grew up thinking that's how I would be able to be in this position today. And that's why I'm glad to be here.
Hi, Trey. Bijan Todd, Monumental Sports Network.
Yes, sir.
Branching off of Gene's first question, you being a true point guard on the floor with the Wizards' young core that's already intact, how do you feel like you can mesh on the floor with them, and how can you help guys like Bub Carrington, Keyshawn George, Bilal Coulibaly, Alex Sarr? How can you help them get better?
Man, for me, like, one of my favorite players growing up was Steve Nash and Chris Paul as well. So for me, I always learned that the ball brings energy, gives energy. And so that's why I love passing. And I know as soon as, I run a pick and roll with Alex, and I get him a little drop off to a dunk or a lob, or I see Bilal cutting and he gets the ball and it's not just cutting just to cut. I mean, that builds chemistry, that builds trust. And they got to know I give effort on the other end too, and they're going to see that, and that's how you build trust with your teammates. And that's just something that, it'll happen over time as we play, with each other, and we just got to continue to get those reps up.
Alex Sloan with DC News Now. Welcome to DC. Trey, obviously, you and everyone in the NBA wants to win a title one day, right? So when you look at this Wizards team, what kind of potential do you see in this roster for you teaming up with them and whatever Will and Michael want to build going forward to get to that top point? And is that a big part of why you came here?
Of course. You don't want to go somewhere and just expect to lose your whole time there. For me, I understand, where we're at right now and where we want to go. So for me, like I said, over and over again, it may sound like a broken record, but this is a day-by-day process. And, including the summertime. I can't wait to bring those guys out to L.A. to work out with me this summer. You know what I'm saying? And I've been working out there every summer, and I usually bring teammates out there. And this is a lot of young guys, and so I can really, really bring these guys out there and make sure that they come out there and we all get some work in and runs and build that chemistry that way. And so that's a day-by-day process. So for me, I don't want to look too far ahead or set expectations on when this will happen, because you never know. It happened faster than I expected it in my last place. So you never know when it can happen. But if you focus on the daily stuff, things are going to work out.
Trey, David Aldridge with The Athletic. Welcome to D.C., man.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned it before that things are different in this organization than they were maybe recently, and I just wonder, what are you seeing from management, ownership, coaching, infrastructure that leads you to believe that, hey, this is different now?
You hit all the points. You hit all the bullet points. I think they've been here for a few years now, and just being able to watch from afar and just some of the pieces that they've gotten since they've been here, and the headaches I've had these last couple of times playing against them, you kind of see the difference and feel the difference from the way they play. And I know a lot of the guys on the coaching staff, and from even some of them back in OKC and when I was a kid. So that's a big, when it comes to trust, you have to be able to trust that people around you know who you are. And so everything about this place, and they're talking about the arena, the lower part, everything that's new right now is, it's ridiculous. I can't wait till it's fully finished in a couple of years. So, this is just, it's on its way up, and I hope I'm a piece of this puzzle on the way up with it.
You were a young guy in Atlanta when they took a big jump And I just wonder what drives winning when you are young and you don't really know how to win in this league. How do you kind of get to that level where winning is a constant and winning is expected?
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, especially as a young team. Like it's very easy as a young player to come into this league and focus on yourself and how to get to that next deal and next whatever, because you're just it's new, it's a dream come true. And so if you have those vets that, I mean, I've had experience and can tell you that, trust me, if you win, everything else is going to take care of itself. Those are the type of teams that have those young guys that are able to win at an early age or even faster than expected, because they're just more mature and they understand that no matter what you do, I mean, if you're a part of that winning team, you're gonna breed success. And I mean, whether it's there or somewhere else, and you can expand. So I think that's just having great vets, and you never know what can happen if you have those types of vets around.
Conference, Capital One Arena, the Wizards introducing their four-time All-Star Trae Young to the DC media and to the Wizards fans and the DC family. They've got themselves a 25-point, 10-assist-a-night point guard. The question's going to be, how much does he play the remainder of this season? Do they consider shutting him down, limiting his minutes to help them ensure they don't lose a top 8 pick? There's probably a way to do both, where you can play him, restrict his minutes, play him in some games but not others, finagle it so you don't lose that pick. You know that's got to be their number one priority.
It has to. I mean, and again, I think you said it very well. You can do both. You can juggle both things. You can manage, sort of both columns there. The high draft pick here in this draft, one of the best drafts we've ever seen, and that's not just you and me talking. That's smart basketball people who do this for a living saying that. You need to be a part of that. You cannot forfeit that pick under any circumstances. That's malpractice. You should be as high in the draft as humanly possible. I know you got boned in the lottery this past year. You got to hope that doesn't happen again process-wise, because winning a couple extra games doesn't do you much good. But you also want to see, what does it look like when your players take the court with a ball-dominant star? I mean, Trae Young may not be the player he was a couple years ago, but he's still pretty damn good. He's a true point guard who can get his own offense and make offense for others, and that should make your life easier. How do you work alongside that?
Will Dawkins, who was a part of that press conference, the general manager, whose asset management has been nothing short of remarkable, is an immensely impressive guy. And every single time he speaks, I like him more and more and more. And I think too highly of him to assume that he would allow them to lose a pick in what I would consider to be a draft that's one of the best that he has scouted. He knows way more about that than I do, so they're not going to lose that pick. But the Wizards started with Bradley Beal. They traded him for Chris Paul and 6 second-round picks and 4 pick swaps. They traded Chris Paul for Jordan Poole and a 2030 first-round pick. Then they get rid of Poole's salary for C.J. McCollum. Then they trade McCollum's expiring salary for Trae Young. I mean, you can't really manage assets better than what Dawkins and this front office have. By the way, Will Dawkins is going to be on the station on Monday with the Junkies in the 8 o'clock hour, I think between 8:30 and 9 a.m. So make sure on Monday, Wizards fans, that you're locked into the Junks.
Yeah, talking about this trade and kind of the impacts and what they envision for Trae Young, not only this year but maybe beyond, for a young team that you heard it in the press conference is all of a sudden exciting. Right? Nobody's crowning anybody. Nobody's telling you that you get a parade because you won 10 games or whatever. But this is a group now that was not only bad, I'm not talking about them here, but in Washington. They were bad, they were poorly run, and they were unserious. That was the rep around basketball. That's not the case now. Right now they're not good. I'm not telling you who they are. But they've got exciting young pieces. They're doing things the right way. That reverberates throughout the league. Agents talk, players talk. You heard Trae Young reference C.J. McCollum speaking glowingly of this front office, this city, and everything. That matters. Enough good reviews, like a restaurant getting a bunch of good Yelp reviews. You had nothing but 1 stars for about 30-some years. You get a couple 5 stars, that helps you.
When I use the word process, I think people hear that and think of the process with the 76ers, and it turns them off. But I just mean in terms of the actual way that they're going about their business here. This has worked beautifully. This process has been operated perfectly so far. It's been excellent. It's been on point. And I was actually going back and forth with a couple of people about this yesterday, fans that were frustrated that said, they've been rebuilding for 30 years. They've been doing this. And it's like, no, they haven't.
Have not.
They did the opposite of that. They did the thing that you're talking about, which is grasping at straws for 37 to 44 wins. It's not the way to operate. It's how you spin your tires forever. It's how you are irrelevant in the association. What you should do is be as terrible as possible, pick as high as possible, and game the system so that you can, if you can't use the word tank, I'm sorry, be strategically bad to actually win something meaningful, which they never did until Winger and Dawkins got here. That's when that process began. So prior to that, with Grunfeld and with Tommy Shepard and some of the other executives over the years, Wes Unseld, they refused to do that. That was not the marching order. They weren't allowed to, probably, in a lot of cases. And Ted Leonsis, to his credit, said, as long as you need, go about your business. And that is when the process began. Doing it correctly was Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, day one. So that's how far into this thing they are. But I just give them a lot of credit. I hope this isn't a navigating away from something that's been successful and they're able to continue to go down the path that they are, because it has been a real win, I think, to this point. All right, let's look ahead to what is going to be a very juicy, very fun sports weekend kicking off tonight with the second of two semifinal games in college football. 13-1 Oregon, 14-0 Indiana. Kickoff is about 1 hour away, just after 7:30. Although it's listed at 7:30. Last night it was like almost 7:40. That game had not started.
Yeah, they're on that Vegas night schedule. They got a couple plays beforehand, a short one act, a dramatic reading.
Indiana, a 3.5-point favorite. I'm rooting hard for the Hoosiers.
Me too.
Let's Google Kirk Cignetti together tonight. Kirk Cignetti, let's get a win.
I feel like Indiana's the overdog, by the way. Isn't that funny to say? The favorite Indiana football. I'll never get used to it. But I like them tonight. I think Oregon's awesome, but give me the Hoosiers.
Winner has to play Miami.
In Miami.
At Hard Rock Stadium.
Yeah.
Not just in Miami, in their home stadium. Now, I don't know how it'll work, if they'll get to be in their own locker room or what. They're going to be pretty damn comfortable in that environment, obviously. So that's going to close the gap between them and Oregon or Indiana, whoever they're playing in the national championship game coming up. On Saturday, we've got NFL playoff football, a doubleheader tomorrow, Rams-Panthers. I think we're getting the worst playoff game of the slate out of the way right away. 10.5-point spread would indicate that. The Rams, heavy favorites on the road. They did lose this year to Carolina. The nightcap tomorrow kind of gets the party started for me. Great triple header on Sunday. Monday Night Football will be low scoring but entertaining, I think. So you go back to Saturday night to be the first of what is 5 games the rest of the weekend that have a chance to be really, really good. Bears, Packers in Chicago.
My slight pushback is I do think Rams-Panthers will be close. If not, I don't know if it'll be entertaining for 60 minutes, but that's what the Rams do a lot of times. They will keep teams in the ballgame despite the fact that they're clearly better. But I like all these matchups this weekend, even though Rams-Panthers on paper, as you said, larger spread, probably the least sexy of them. But I think this rubber match between the Packers and Bears is outstanding. A sleepy, underrated game is Bills-Jaguars with as much on the line as Josh Allen has. Not necessarily fair, but you know how narratives go and stories go and shouty shows go. That'll be something if they win. If they don't, they're fueling up the anger jets to unleash right there. 49ers-Eagles is compelling. The whole weekend is filled with good storylines and matchups. It's almost like the NFL knows what it's about.
Capitals on the road. Pierre-Luc Dubois, a little offensively challenged. This is the road trip they go on with their mentors, though. This is the dad's trip.
Yes.
Always one of the more entertaining weekend trips of the year. They're in Nashville to take on the Predators on Sunday, which is always a good atmosphere. We talked a lot about the Wizards. They're at home tonight. That's why they just had their press conference at Cap One Arena. They tip off in about 35 minutes. The 8-31 New Orleans Pelicans in the house against the 10-26 Wizards. A winnable game tonight. And then they're out in Phoenix to take on the Suns. 8 o'clock local time tip on Sunday in Phoenix.
This will be, listen, you're not going to see Trae Young yet. When we do, I think that's going to be intriguing. And you already touched on it, but Michael Dawkins will join the Junkies on
Will Dawkins.
What did I say, Johnny?
You said Michael.
Michael Winger and Johnny Dawkins. You put them together, and that's something
Will
special.
Dawkins.
Will Dawkins, my God.
I'm just going to take over here.
Listen, Johnny Dawkins played basketball.
You've eaten too much.
Michael Winger is the executive, and Will Dawkins is the GM. If they talk to Johnny Dawkins from Duke.
Just go lay down.
And then
Stop talking about Johnny Dawkins. Why?
Johnny Dawkins was great.
But he has nothing to do with
Will Dawkins. Good Lord, man.
All right, here's where we're going to end the show.
Is there any gelato left?
Make one prediction. What will we all be talking about come Tuesday after all the playoff games? Let's say after this round, the biggest storyline. Write your headline, Danny Rouillet.
trouble, the dramatics in
Johnny
Philadelphia.
Dawkins.
Yeah, Johnny Dawkins rises again. The dramatics in Philadelphia were too much this time. Right?
Oh, they're done.
So they thrive in this environment. It's always this. It's always chaos. Everyone's mad at each other. Last year it was chaos. Nick Sirianni turns around and is like angry fish shouting at somebody when they won by a field goal against Cleveland, wherever the hell it was. They won the Super Bowl. This year the dramatics are too much. They lose to the Niners. And I don't want to say the dynasty's over because they have 1 million draft picks and Howie Roseman's great. But this year the drama was too much.
I'm going to give you two. I'm going to say first, the Patriots get some respect. This whole they didn't play anybody all year.
Here's somebody. Yeah, how about
they're
that?
playing the Chargers at home. They win their playoff game. They advance. May plays well, and they get some respect. The other storyline, I'm going to go out on a limb on this one. The Steelers are held to single-digit points, and Mike Tomlin is out on early next week.
Oh, man.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Wouldn't it be fitting if it was the same year that Harbaugh was?
I did my bit the other day. My joke was
they just do the Spider-Man meme to each other.
Sunday night opener this coming year. Harbaugh is with the Steelers and Tomlin is with the Ravens, and they've just flipped sides. But yeah, I think the Steelers lose I could see, let's say 23-10 or 20-9, and they move on from Tomlin or they decide amicably to part ways or something. Would not shock me. Toby's got overtime coming up next. Thanks to Darius and Ryan back in studio in D.C. Toby was out here with Metal. Appreciate him helping us out and those guys working hard. Got to thank our friends at Pupatella.
We owe these guys tens of thousands of dollars in foodstuffs consumed. A debt of gratitude we can't repay. I love this place. They're so wonderful. They're so kind to us. The food is great, and they are beyond generous in welcoming us here to their various locales around the area. There are 11 of them, but they're awesome, man.
This has become the place when my parents come up to town. We come eat at it.
So we do.
I send all my friends here. They're just so nice.
We had a holiday thing where it was, my family's turn to host, and like my sister and brother-in-law and the kids came, and my parents just went and grabbed the Pupatella pizzas and the appies and stuff. Always a smash hit. We had a team party at Pupatella and Mosaic. They just know how to take care of people.